Chapter 1. Sal Bonano watched Vince Tartaglia drink too much wine and talk too loud, thinking the old man was going to get them all sent away. They were in the back room at Giordano's on Passanic Avenue. Red vinyl booths and pictures of Frank Sinatra on the walls, the kind of place tourists thought was authentic because it looked like every mob movie they'd ever seen. Vince loved it here. Held court 3 nights a week at the corner booth, his booth, the one with the view of both doors. Right now, Vince was telling a story about Atlantic City in 1987, something about a casino pit boss and a girl with legs up to her neck. He told this story before. Sal had heard it maybe 20 times. The punchline was coming, the one about the pit boss's toupee ending up in a fish tank, and Vince was already laughing at his own joke. "So the toupee," Vince said, wheezing. "The toupee is floating in the tank with the lobsters, and this guy, this pit boss, he don't even know it's gone." The 4 guys at the table laughed. They had to laugh. Vince was the boss. Sal smiled, didn't show teeth. He lifted his wine glass, took a small sip, put it down. He'd been nursing the same glass for an hour. Vince was on his 4th. Maybe his 5th. "You remember that, Sal?" Vince pointed at him with a breadstick. "You were there." "I was 16, Sal said. "See. The kid remembers." Sal remembers everything. That's why I like him. Sharp. Vince tapped his temple with the breadstick, then bit off the end. He chewed with his mouth open. Sal glanced at the 2 guys sitting at the bar. They'd come in 20 minutes ago, ordered beers, hadn't touched them. One wore an Eagles starter jacket, wrong season for it. The other kept his right hand in his pocket. Sal watched them in the mirror behind the bar, the way they weren't really watching the TV above the bottles. He leaned toward Tony DeMarco, who sat next to him. "You know those guys?" Tony looked at the mirror, casual, then back at his plate. "Never seen them. They're not drinking their beers. Maybe they don't like Yingling." "Nobody orders Yingling if they don't like Yingling." Tony cut into his veal, chewed slow. "You want me to ask Dominic?" Dominic Caruso stood by the front door, 300 pounds in a tracksuit, arms crossed. Dominic knew everybody in South Philly, and if he didn't know you, you didn't belong. "Not yet," Sal said. Vince was onto a new story now, something about a guy who owed money and tried to pay with a boat. The kind of story that went nowhere, but took 15 minutes to get there. Sal stopped listening. He watched the 2 guys at the bar. The one with his hand in his pocket looked toward the back room, just for a second, then back at the TV. Sal's phone buzzed in his jacket. He pulled it out, looked at the screen. Polly Greco. He stood up. "Excuse me," he said to the table. Vince waved him off, didn't stop talking. Sal walked toward the bathroom, past the bar, past the 2 guys who still weren't drinking. He pushed through the door marked "Womany" and into the narrow hallway that smelled like bleach and old grease. He answered the phone. "Yeah. It's done." Polly's voice was tight, nervous. Polly was always nervous. "You at the spot?" "Yeah. Everything's here. Just like you said." "How much?" "I don't know. I didn't count." "Estimate?" "I don't know. Maybe 50,000. The boxes, there's a lot of boxes." 50,000 pills. Sal did the math. Street value, maybe $1 million too. Wholesale, 800,000. Either way, more money than Polly had ever seen in his life. "Good," Sal said. "Now listen to me. You take it to the place we talked about. You don't open the boxes. You don't take any out. You don't tell anyone. Not your wife, not your brother, not the guys who were with you tonight. Nobody." I know. "Polly. Look at me. I'm not there, but look at me. You understand what happens if you fuck this up?" Silence on the line. Then, "I understand." "Good. I'll call you tomorrow." Sal hung up. He looked at himself in the mirror above the sink. 43 years old. Hair going gray at the temples. Lines around his eyes. He looked tired. He was tired. But tired didn't matter. What mattered was the 50,000 pills sitting in a warehouse in Northeast Philly that nobody knew about except him and Polly and the two idiots Polly had brought along, and Sal would deal with them soon enough. He ran water over his hands, dried them on a paper towel, walked back out. The two guys at the bar were gone. Sal stopped. Looked at Dominic by the door. Dominic shrugged. They left. Sal looked at their beers, still full, sitting on the bar. He walked to the back room. Vince was finishing another story. Everyone was laughing. Tony saw Sal's face, stopped laughing. Sal sat down. Those two guys at the bar. Where'd they go? What guys? Vince said. The two guys who were sitting there 20 minutes. I didn't see no guys. Tony, you see guys. Tony said, they left when you went to the bathroom. Did Dominic talk to them? I don't know. You want me to ask? Sal looked at his wine glass. The wine had gone warm. He pushed it away. No. Forget it. Vince leaned forward. What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost. Nothing's wrong. Sal, you're jumpy lately. What's going on with you? I'm not jumpy. You're jumpy. Tell him, Tony. Isn't he jumpy? Tony cut another piece of veal. I don't know what you want me to say, Vince. Vince laughed, slapped the table. See. Even Tony won't lie for you. Relax, Sal. Have some wine. Enjoy yourself. Life's too short. Sal looked at Vince, red-faced, drunk, loud, and thought, yeah, life's too short. Especially when you're stupid. He stood up again. I gotta go. I got a thing, early tomorrow. What thing? Just a thing. With the union guys. Sit down, we're eating. You haven't even touched your food. I'm not hungry. I'll see you tomorrow. Vince waved his hand, dismissive. Go, go. Always rushing around. You're gonna give yourself a heart attack. Sal walked out past Dominic, onto Passanic Avenue. The street was busy. People walking, cars looking for parking. The Italian market still open even at 9:30. He lit a cigarette, stood on the sidewalk, looked both ways. The two guys from the bar were gone. Maybe they were nothing. Maybe they were something. Sal didn't believe in coincidences. Tony came out, stood next to him. You okay? Those guys were cops. You don't know that. I know that. Okay, so they were cops. So what? We're having dinner. That's not illegal. Sal took a drag, blew smoke into the October air. Vince is gonna get popped. You know that, right? Tony didn't answer right away. Then maybe. Not maybe. Definitely. The feds are watching him. He's loud, he's sloppy, he talks too much. It's a matter of time. What do you want me to say, Sal? I want you to say you understand what happens when Vince goes away. Tony looked at him. They'd known each other since they were kids. Grew up on the same block. Went to the same schools. Tony knew what Sal was saying without Sal having to say it. I understand, Tony said. You with me? Tony took a long breath, looked up the street, then back at Sal. Yeah. I'm with you. Sal dropped his cigarette, ground it out with his shoe. Good. Because things are gonna change. Soon. He walked to his car, a black Cadillac parked in front of a hydrant. Tony followed. They got in. Sal started the engine, pulled into traffic. They drove in silence for a while, heading south toward Oregon Avenue. Tony looked out the window, watching the neighborhood slide by, the corner stores, the row houses, the places they'd known their whole lives. Finally Tony said, "Those pills Polly got. That was you." It wasn't a question. Sal kept his eyes on the road. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay. I'm serious, Tony. I don't know what you're talking about. I said okay. They stopped at a red light. A group of kids crossed in front of them, laughing about something. Sal watched them disappear into the night. If I did know something, Sal said, hypothetically, would that be a problem? For who? For you. Tony thought about it. No, not for me. The light turned green. Sal drove. Chapter 2. Frank Callahan sat in his Crown Vic across the street from the social club on South Broad, drinking coffee that had gone cold an hour ago, watching men come and go like it was a doctor's office. Except, doctors didn't have Dominic Caruso standing outside checking IDs. His partner, Kevin Liu, was asleep in the passenger seat. Had been for 20 minutes, head against the window, mouth open. Liu could sleep anywhere, stakeouts, crime scenes, once during a captain's briefing about overtime protocols. Callahan envied that. He hadn't slept well in 15 years. The radio crackled. Some domestic in North Philly. Not their district, not their problem. Callahan turned it down. A silver Lexus pulled up outside the club. Callahan lifted the camera from his lap, focused. The driver got out first, young guy, maybe 30, expensive suit. He'd seen him before. Marco something. Benedetti. Marco Benedetti. He clicked off 3 photos. Passenger side opened. Another young guy. This one Callahan didn't recognize. Thin face, nervous eyes. He kept looking around like he expected trouble. Marco said something to him, laughed. The kid didn't laugh back. They went inside. Dominic gave Marco a hug, ignored the kid. Callahan checked his watch. 6:40 p.m. He'd been here since noon. His ass hurt. His back hurt. His feet hurt. Getting old was a son of a bitch. Lou jerked awake, looked around confused. We still here? Where else would we be? I don't know. I was dreaming about Taiwan. My grandmother's house. That's nice. You see those 2 guys go in? Lou rubbed his eyes. No. What guys? Never mind. Lou pulled out his phone, started scrolling. Callahan went back to watching the door. This was the job. 99% boredom, 1% terror. Except lately, it was all boredom. Nobody was doing anything interesting. Or they were doing it somewhere he couldn't see. His phone rang. He looked at the screen. Angela Russo. He answered. You watching TV? She said. I'm working. Turn on channel 6. I'm in my car, Angela. I don't have a TV in my car. There was a robbery. Pharmaceutical warehouse in Northeast. They got oxy. Lot of oxy. Callahan sat up straighter. When? Last night. Late. Security guard says 3 guys, masks, in and out in 20 minutes. How much did they get? 50,000 pills, give or take. Callahan whistled. That's a lot of pills. That's $1 million worth of pills. Maybe more. Nobody hits a place like that without knowing what they're doing. This was planned. You think it's connected? Callahan looked at the social club. I don't know. But that warehouse. It's connected to a distribution company, owned by a shell corp, that traces back to Vince Tartaglia's nephew. So yeah, I think it might be connected. Callahan thought about it. Vince's operation gets hit. 50,000 pills disappear. That was either incredibly stupid or incredibly bold. You want me to come in? No, stay where you are. I just wanted you to know. If you hear anything on the street, call me. What makes you think I'm gonna hear anything on the street? Because you grew up with these guys, Frank. They trust you. They don't trust anybody. They trust you more than they trust me. She paused. How's the surveillance going? Riveting. I watched a guy park a Lexus. Exciting. It's a living. Barely. She hung up. Lou looked over. What was that about? Robbery. Pharmaceutical warehouse. We catching it? No. It's Northeast case. But Angela thinks it's connected to Tartaglia. Everything's connected to Tartaglia if you ask her. Maybe she's right. Lou went back to his phone. Callahan finished his coffee, grimaced. It tasted like diesel fuel. He opened the door, poured it into the gutter, shut the door. The front of the club opened. Two guys came out. One was Sal Bonano. Callahan recognized him immediately. They'd gone to Lincoln High together. Played football. Sal was a running back, quick, good hands. Callahan was a linebacker. They'd been friends, sort of. The kind of friends you are when you're 15 and don't know any better. The other guy was Tony DeMarco. Taller than Sal, quieter. Always looked like he was thinking 3 moves ahead. Callahan had arrested Tony once, 10 years ago. Assault outside a bar in Pennsport. The victim refused to press charges. The case fell apart. Tony walked. Never said a word to Callahan the whole time. Just looked at him like they both knew how it would end. Sal lit a cigarette. Tony said something. Sal laughed. They walked to a black Cadillac parked at the curb. Callahan lifted the camera, zoomed in on the license plate, clicked. Then got their faces. Sal looked tired. Tony looked the same as always, blank, unreadable. They got in the car. Sal driving. Lou sat up. We following them? Callahan thought about it. He could follow them. See where they went. But Sal would spot the tail in 3 blocks. Sal knew every cop car in South Philly. Knew every detective. Hell, Sal probably knew what Callahan had for breakfast. No, Callahan said. Let them go. The Cadillac pulled away, headed south on Broad. Callahan watched it disappear into traffic. He thought about Sal in high school, 17 years old, trying to impress girls, talking about going to Temple, maybe playing ball there. Good kid. Smart. Then his old man died, heart attack at 46, and Sal dropped out, started running numbers for Vince Tartaglia's crew. 25 years later, here he was. Still running numbers, just bigger numbers. You know him, Lou said. Who? That guy. Bonano. You know him. I went to high school with him. That must be weird. Watching someone you went to school with. Everything about this job is weird, Kevin. Lou nodded, went back to his phone. Callahan's phone buzzed. Text message from his daughter. Reminder about dinner Sunday. He typed back, I'll be there. Sent it. Another car pulled up to the club. Black Lincoln Town car. Tinted windows. The driver got out, opened the back door. Vince Tartaglia climbed out, 70 years old and moving like he was 50. Big gut, but solid. He wore a camel hair coat, even though it was 60 degrees out. Gold watch. Gold pinky ring. Gold everything. Dominic greeted him like royalty. Opened the club door, let Vince through first. Callahan took photos. Got the town car's plate. Got Vince's face. The driver stood by the car, scanning the street. He looked right at Callahan's Crown Vic, held his gaze for a second, then looked away. He made us, Lou said. Doesn't matter. We're allowed to sit here. He's probably running our plates right now. Let him. They come back to the department. What's he gonna do? 10 minutes later, a pizza delivery guy showed up. Went inside carrying 3 boxes. Came out 5 minutes later, $200 richer judging by the smile on his face. Nice tip for a $15 order. Callahan's back was killing him now. He shifted in his seat, trying to find a position that didn't hurt. Everything hurt. His doctor told him he needed to exercise more, lose 20 pounds. His doctor was 28 years old and ran marathons. Callahan wanted to punch him. "You ever think about retiring?" Callahan said. Lou looked up. "I'm 34. I mean, eventually. I guess." "Why?" "I think about it. I got my 25 years next March. I could put in my papers, get the pension, move somewhere warm. You'd be bored in a week. Maybe. But at least my ass wouldn't hurt." Lou smiled. "Where would you go?" "I don't know. Florida, maybe. Somewhere without winters. Florida's full of old people and crazy people." "Perfect. I'll fit right in." They sat in silence for a while. The street got busier. People coming home from work, looking for parking, carrying groceries. Normal people living normal lives. Callahan used to be one of them. Before the job. Before he started seeing how the world really worked. His phone rang again. Different number this time. He answered. "Detective Callahan." "Frank, it's me." The voice was familiar, but he couldn't place it. "It's Gina." Gina. Sal's sister. Callahan hadn't talked to her in 5 years. Maybe longer. "Gina. Hey. How are you?" "I'm okay." "Listen, you got a minute?" "Yeah, I got a minute." "What's going on?" She hesitated. He could hear background noise, traffic, voices. She was outside somewhere. "I need to talk to you." "Not on the phone." "About what?" "About my brother." Callahan looked at the social club. "Okay. When?" "Can you meet me tomorrow?" "Noon. There's a diner on Aramingo. Tony's Luncheonette." "I know it." "I'll be there." "And Frank?" "Don't tell anyone, okay?" "Not Sal." "Not anyone." "Okay." She hung up. Lou was watching him. "Who was that?" "Nobody. Just a friend." "Must be some friend. You look like you saw a ghost." Callahan put his phone away. "Come on. Let's get out of here. My ass is numb." "We're done watching?" "They're eating pizza and telling stories. We'll come back tomorrow." Lou didn't argue. They'd been partners 3 years. He knew when Callahan's mind was made up. Callahan started the car, pulled away from the curb. In his rearview mirror, he saw the social club getting smaller, the light from its windows spilling onto the sidewalk. Somewhere inside, Vince Tartaglia was holding court. And Sal Bonano was watching, waiting, planning. Gina wanted to talk about Sal. That couldn't be good. She wouldn't call unless it was serious. Unless she was worried. Unless something was about to happen. Callahan turned onto Oregon Avenue, headed back toward the roundhouse. He had a feeling tomorrow's conversation was going to make his life a lot more complicated. But then again, when wasn't it complicated? Chapter 3. Polly Greco sat in the idling truck outside the warehouse, smoking his 4th cigarette in 20 minutes, watching Joey Mancini cut through the chain-link fence with bolt cutters. Come on, Polly muttered. In the passenger seat, Richie Abruzzi was eating a hoagie. Peppers and onions. The smell filled the cab. You're eating, Polly said. Now. You're eating now. Richie talked with his mouth full. I was hungry. We've been sitting here an hour. We've been sitting here 15 minutes. Felt like an hour. Joey got through the fence, pushed it open, waved them forward. Polly shifted into drive, rolled through the gap. The truck bounced over the curb into the warehouse lot. Empty pallets stacked against the building. Dumpster overflowing with cardboard. One security light above the loading dock, half the bulb burned out. "This is it," Richie said. "This is the place. This is it. Looks like shit." "Yeah, well, they don't decorate for us." Polly backed the truck up to the loading dock. Joey climbed the stairs, worked on the door lock with a pry bar. It took him maybe 30 seconds. The door popped open. "We're in," Joey said. Polly killed the engine. They sat there for a minute, listening. No alarms. No sirens. Just the sound of traffic on I-95 half a mile away. Richie crumpled up his hoagie wrapper, stuffed it in the door pocket. "You sure about this?" "No, Richie, I'm not sure. That's why we drove all the way out here at 2 in the morning. I'm just saying." "Don't say. Let's go." They got out. Polly's hands were shaking. He shoved them in his pockets. Joey was already inside with a flashlight, sweeping the beam across rows of metal shelving. The place smelled like cardboard and dust, and something chemical Polly couldn't identify. "Where's the office?" Joey said. "Back corner. There's a door." They moved through the warehouse, past boxes labeled medical supplies and sterilization equipment and pharmaceuticals, handle with care. The last ones, that's what they wanted. Polly had worked here 3 years ago, loading trucks. He knew the layout. Knew they kept the good stuff, the controlled substances, in a separate section near the office. Locked cage. But the lock was old. Joey could handle it. They found the cage. Joey went to work with his tools while Polly and Richie stood watch. Polly's heart was hammering. This was stupid. This was the stupidest thing he'd ever done. If they got caught, when they got caught, he'd go away for 10 years minimum. And that was if nobody got hurt. If somebody got hurt, if a security guard showed up, if anything went sideways, he was looking at 20. But Sal said do it. And you didn't say no to Sal. The lock popped. Joey pulled the door open. Inside the cage were cardboard boxes stacked floor to ceiling. Joey checked the labels with his flashlight. Oxycodone. Hydrocodone. Fentanyl patches. Jesus Christ, there's enough here to kill half a Philly. "We're not here for all of it," Polly said. "Just the oxy. 80 milligram tabs. Should be in the boxes marked, there. Those ones." He pointed. Joey and Richie started pulling boxes down, carrying them to the truck. Polly did a quick count. 12 boxes. Each box probably held 4,000 or 5,000 pills. Do the math, that was 60,000 pills. Street value. He didn't even want to think about it. They loaded the truck in 10 minutes. Joey wanted to take more. There was Dilaudid, Xanax, all kinds of good stuff, but Polly said no. "Take what we came for. Nothing else. Don't get greedy." They closed up the cage, made it look undisturbed. Polly's idea. Make it seem like maybe they miscounted. Maybe somebody on the inside was skimming. Buy them a few days before the company reported it stolen. Back in the truck, Polly started the engine. His shirt was soaked through with sweat, even though it was maybe 50 degrees out. Richie was breathing hard. Joey was grinning like they'd just won the lottery. "That was easy," Joey said. "Shut up," Polly said. "I'm just saying." "Don't say anything. Don't talk about it. Not now, not ever." He drove out through the cut fence, turned onto the access road, headed for the highway. His hands wouldn't stop shaking. He gripped the wheel tighter. Richie said, "Where are we taking it?" "I told you already." "You didn't tell me." "I told Joey." "Well, Joey didn't tell me." Joey leaned forward between the seats. "Port Richmond. Warehouse off Allegheny. Sal's got a spot there." "Sal knows about this." Richie's voice went up. "Of course Sal knows," Polly said. "You think I'm doing this for fun?" "I didn't know Sal was involved." "Well, now you know. And you keep your mouth shut about it. You hear me, Richie?" You don't tell your girlfriend, you don't tell your brother, you don't tell your priest. Nobody. I'm not gonna tell nobody. Good. Because if this gets out, we're all dead. They drove in silence for a while. Polly got on I-95 South, staying in the right lane, doing exactly 65. No reason to get pulled over. No reason to attract attention. Just 3 guys in a truck at 2:30 in the morning. Nothing to see here. His phone buzzed. Text from Sal, you good? Polly typed back one-handed, yeah. 20 minutes. The phone buzzed again immediately. Don't text me. Call from a payphone when it's done. Then throw the phone away. Polly deleted both messages. Threw the phone out the window. Watched it bounce on the highway behind them. What did you do that for? Joey said. Sal said too. That was a new phone. I'll get another one. They exited at Allegheny, wound through the industrial streets of Port Richmond. Empty lots. Abandoned factories. Chain-link fences with no trespassing signs nobody paid attention to. This part of the city looked like the apocalypse had come and gone and forgotten to clean up. The warehouse was a low brick building with boarded-up windows. Polly pulled around back, killed the lights. He got out, checked the street. Nobody. Nothing. Just the sound of a train somewhere in the distance. He unlocked the roll-up door with a key Sal had given him. The door screeched going up. Inside was empty, except for some old furniture and a rat that ran across the floor when the light hit it. Jesus, Richie said. This place is a dump. It's temporary, Polly said. Help me unload. They carried the boxes inside, stacked them in the corner, covered them with a tarp Polly found. The whole thing took maybe 5 minutes. When they were done, Polly stood there looking at the pile. 50,000 pills. Maybe $1 million. Sitting in a warehouse that smelled like mold and rat shit. Now what? Joey said. Now we leave. And we forget this ever happened. What about our cut? Polly looked at him. What cut? Come on, Polly. We did the work. We should get something. You'll get something. Sal will take care of you. But not now. Later. When it's safe. Joey didn't look happy, but he didn't argue. Richie was already walking back to the truck. Polly locked up, pulled the door down. They got in the truck. He drove them back to South Philly, dropped Joey off first, then Richie. Richie lived in a row house on Mifflin Street, 6 blocks from where Polly grew up. Remember what I said, Polly told him. You don't talk about this. I know. I'm serious, Richie. Not even to Joey. Especially not to Joey. That kid can't keep his mouth shut. I won't say nothing. Good. Richie got out, headed up his front steps. Polly waited until he was inside before driving away. He found a payphone near the Italian market. Hadn't seen one in years. Didn't even know if it worked. He dropped in quarters, dialed Sal's number. Sal answered on the first ring. Yeah. It's done. Everything go okay? Yeah. No problems. Where is it? The spot you said. Port Richmond. Good. Go home. Get some sleep. I'll call you later. Sal, about the guys. I'll take care of them. Don't worry. Joey's asking about money. I said I'll take care of them. The line went dead. Polly hung up. He stood there at the payphone for a minute, watching a street sweeper go by, the brushes scraping the asphalt. His whole body ached. His head hurt. He wanted to go home, take a shower, crawl into bed next to his wife, and sleep for about a week. But first, he needed to dump the truck. Sal had told him where. A chop shop in Kensington that would have it stripped and crushed by morning. Polly drove there, left the keys in the ignition, walked away. Took him 40 minutes to walk home. When he got there, it was almost 5 a.m. The sky was starting to lighten. Birds were making noise. His wife was asleep. He stood in the bathroom, looked at himself in the mirror. He looked old. Looked tired. Looked like a guy who just committed a felony that could send him to prison for the rest of his life. He splashed water on his face, went to bed. Lay there, staring at the ceiling. Thinking about those boxes. Those pills. That money. Thinking about Sal, saying he'd take care of Joey and Richie. Wondering what take care of them actually meant. Chapter 4. Vince Tartaglia stood on the balcony of his girlfriend's condo in Atlantic City, smoking a cohiba and watching the ocean turn gray under morning clouds when his phone rang. He looked at the screen. Nicky the Neck Falcone. This early, it wasn't good news. Yeah, Vince said. We got a problem. Nicky's voice was tight, scared. Nicky didn't scare easy. What kind of problem? The warehouse. Northeast. Somebody hit it. Vince took the cigar out of his mouth. When? Last night. Maybe 2, 3 in the morning. Security guard found it when he came on at 6. Place was locked up, looked normal, but they went through the pharmaceutical cage. Took a bunch of oxy. How much is a bunch? I don't know exact. Guard said maybe 50,000 pills. Vince's hand tightened on the phone. 50,000 pills. That was his nephew Carmine's operation. Carmine ran a legitimate distribution company that handled medical supplies. The oxy was supposed to go to hospitals, nursing homes, pharmacies. Except Carmine diverted maybe 10%, sold it to Vince, and Vince moved it through his network. Clean money from dirty pills. Who knows about this? Vince said. Just me and Carmine. And the security guard, but Carmine's handling him. How's he handling him? Paying him to keep quiet. $5,000. Guard's got a kid in college. He needs the money. You trust him? I don't trust nobody. But $5,000's better than getting fired and investigated. Vince turned around, looked through the sliding glass door into the condo. His girlfriend Angela was still asleep in the bedroom. Angela Peretti, 29 years old, worked the makeup counter at Caesars. Vince was 70. Do the math. But she didn't ask questions and she didn't cause problems, and that was worth something. I'm coming back, Vince said. Set up a meeting. Tonight. Everybody who needs to be there. Where? The club. 9 o'clock. You want me to call Sal? Vince thought about it. Sal was his best earner. Smart, careful, didn't make waves. But lately Sal had been acting strange. Jumpy. Like he had something on his mind. Yeah, call him. Call Tony. Call Marco and Carmen and little Nicky. Everybody. You got it, boss. Vince hung up. He stood there smoking, thinking. 50,000 pills didn't just disappear. You needed inside information. You needed to know the layout, the security, what was worth taking. This wasn't some junkie smashing a window. This was professional. The question was, who? He went back inside. Angela was awake now, sitting up in bed, hair everywhere, looking like a raccoon with her smudged makeup. What time is it? She said. 7. Jesus. Come back to bed. I gotta go. Something came up. What came up? Business. She made a face. It's always business. That's how you afford this place. This place is a dump. It's on the ocean. The ocean's right there. I can't enjoy it if you're never here. Vince didn't have time for this. He went to the bedroom, got dressed, slacks, dress shirt, his good shoes. Angela watched him from the bed. When you coming back? She said. I don't know. Couple days. You said that last time. I didn't see you for a week. I was busy. You're always busy. She pulled the blanket up to her chin. I'm bored, Vince. I'm here by myself all the time. What am I supposed to do? Go to the casino. Play slots. Have dinner. Put it on the card. I don't want to go to the casino. I work at the casino. I see that place enough. Vince put on his watch, his wedding ring. Yeah, he was married. His wife knew about Angela. Everybody knew about Angela. It was an arrangement. And checked himself in the mirror. He looked old. When did that happen? Last time he checked, he was 45. Now he was 70, and his back hurt and his knees hurt and he needed to piss every 2 hours. Getting old was bullshit. He kissed Angela on the forehead. I'll call you later. Sure you will. He left. Took the elevator down to the parking garage. His town car was parked in his spot, the one with his name on it. He'd bought the condo 10 years ago, for 200 grand. Now it was worth 7. Best investment he ever made, besides marrying money the first time. His driver, Bobby the Wheel Torino, was waiting in the car, reading the sports section. We going back? Bobby said. Yeah. Let's move. Bobby started the car, pulled out of the garage into morning traffic. Atlantic City looked terrible in daylight. All the broken dreams and bad decisions right there on the surface. At night, you could pretend it was Vegas. In the morning, it was just Jersey with slot machines. They took the expressway back to Philly. Bobby didn't talk. That's why Vince liked him. Some drivers, they couldn't shut up. Bobby understood silence. Vince's phone rang again. Different number. He didn't recognize it. He almost didn't answer. Then he did. Yeah. Mr. Tartaglia. This is Detective Morrison, Philadelphia Police. I'm calling about. Vince hung up. Cops. Always with the questions. He had a lawyer for that. Let them call the lawyer. The phone rang again. Same number. Vince turned it off. They got into Philly around 9. Traffic was heavy, coming over the bridge. Bobby navigated it, got them to South Philly by 9:30. Vince had him drive past the club first, make sure everything looked normal. It did. Dominic was outside, arms crossed, watching the street like he always did. Bobby pulled up. Dominic opened the door. Morning, boss. It's not a good morning, Dom. Trust me. Vince went inside. The place smelled like stale beer and lemon cleaner. Tony was already there, sitting at the bar, drinking coffee. Tony didn't drink alcohol before noon. Never had. Vince didn't trust people who didn't drink. You heard. Vince said. I heard. What do you think? Tony turned his coffee cup, looked at it like the answer was in there. I think somebody knew what they were looking for. That's what I think. Question is who? Could be anybody. Could be Carmine's guys. Could be someone at the warehouse. Could be an outside crew. You think it's an outside crew? Tony shrugged. I don't know, Vince. But whoever it was, they knew what they were doing. They went straight for the oxy. Left everything else. Vince sat down next to him. His knees creaked. You talked to Sal? Not yet. Why? No reason. Just wondering. Tony looked at him. You think Sal had something to do with this? I didn't say that. You're thinking it. Vince was thinking it. But he didn't want to say it out loud. Not yet. Not until he knew for sure. I think we need to talk to everybody. Find out who knew about that warehouse. Who had access. Who might have talked. Okay. And Tony. I want you watching Sal. Not obvious. Just watching. Tony didn't react. Didn't ask why. Just nodded. Okay. The door opened. Marco Benedetti came in with Carmen Russo. Both of them looked worried. Good. They should be worried. Boss, Marco said. Vince gestured to the table. Sit down. We're waiting for the others. Over the next 20 minutes, the rest showed up. Little Nicky Barone. Frankie Bats Catalano. Joey Naps Napolitano. Last was Sal, with Polly Greco trailing behind him. Sal looked tired. More than tired, he looked like he hadn't slept. His eyes were red. His clothes looked slept in. You okay? Vince said. Yeah, I'm fine. Just been a long night. Doing what? This and that. You know how it is. Vince didn't know how it was. But he filed it away. Sal, looking like hell the morning after a major robbery. Could be a coincidence. Could be something else. When everybody was there, Vince stood up. They all went quiet. He liked that. Liked being the guy everybody shut up for. Okay, he said. Here's the situation. Last night, somebody hit the warehouse in Northeast. Carmine's place. They got in, went through the pharmaceutical cage, took about 50,000 oxy pills. That's our pills. Our money. Our operation. He looked around the room. Everybody was paying attention, except Polly, who was staring at the floor. Now, Vince continued, this wasn't some smash and grab. This was planned. Somebody knew what was there. Knew the layout. Knew when to hit it. So here's my question, who knew about that warehouse? Nobody said anything. Come on. Don't be shy. This is family. Who knew? Carmen spoke up. My guys knew. The ones who work there. But they're solid. How solid? 20 years solid. These guys aren't talking. Everybody talks eventually, Vince said. What about you, Sal? You know about the warehouse. Sal looked up. I knew you had something in Northeast. Didn't know specifics. Tony. Same. I knew generally, but not the details. Vince walked around the table slowly. See, here's what bothers me. This wasn't random. Whoever did this, they knew exactly what they were looking for. That means somebody talked. Somebody in this room, or somebody you talked to, said something they shouldn't have. Still, nobody spoke. All right, Vince said. Here's what's gonna happen. Everybody goes out. Everybody asks around. You hear anything, and I mean anything, about pills, about a score, about anybody suddenly spending money they shouldn't have, you come to me. Understood. Heads nodded. And one more thing. Vince stopped walking. When I find out who did this, not if, when, I'm gonna make an example. This is about respect. This is about the rules. You don't steal from family. You don't steal from me. Whoever did this, they're done. And I mean done. He let that hang in the air for a minute. Okay. Get out of here. Go to work. And keep your ears open. They started filing out. Sal was the last one, hanging back. You got something to say? Vince asked him. No. Just. I'll ask around. See what I hear. You do that. Sal left. Polly went with him. Tony stayed behind. He walked over to the window, looked out at the street. What are you thinking? Vince said. I'm thinking this is gonna get messy. It's already messy. It's gonna get messier. Vince sat down. Lit another cigar. You think it was Sal? It wasn't a question. Tony didn't answer right away. Then, I think we should keep our eyes open. That's not an answer. It's the only answer I got right now. Vince smoked, thinking. If it was Sal, what did that mean? It meant Sal was making moves. It meant Sal thought he was smart enough to steal from him and get away with it. It meant Sal had balls. It also meant Sal was dead. He just didn't know it yet. Find out, Vince said. Whatever you gotta do. Find out. And if it's him, then we handle it. Tony nodded. Walk to the door. Tony, Vince said. Be careful. If Sal did this, he's not working alone. I know. Tony left. Vince sat there alone in the empty club, smoking his cigar, thinking about loyalty and respect and how neither one meant shit anymore. 50,000 pills. Somebody was gonna pay for this. Chapter 5. Angela Russo spread 8 surveillance photos across her desk like she was dealing cards, staring at Vince Tartaglia's fat face in every one of them. Same camel hair coat. Same gold pinky ring. Same smug expression like he owned the world. Her office was a closet with a window. Literally. It used to be a supply closet until the bureau needed space for another OSA. Metal desk, 2 chairs, filing cabinet that didn't lock properly. The window looked out at a parking lot. Some days she wondered what she was doing with her life. Today wasn't one of those days. Today she had Vince. Her phone rang. She picked up without looking. Russo. It's Callahan. You at the office? Where else would I be? I'm downstairs. Can I come up? Yeah. Bring coffee. The machine up here makes motor oil. She hung up. Went back to the photos. This one was from Tuesday. Vince outside the social club talking to Sal Bonano. This one from Thursday. Vince getting into his town car. This one from last week. Vince at a restaurant in Old City with 3 guys she hadn't identified yet. Her boss, Mitchell Hargrove, said she was obsessed. She said damn right she was obsessed. She'd been building this case for 2 years. Wiretaps, financial records, witness statements. She had enough to indict Vince on racketeering, extortion, loan sharking. What she didn't have was enough to make it stick. Every time she got close, witnesses disappeared. Evidence vanished. Bank accounts got cleaned out overnight. Someone was feeding him information. Callahan knocked, came in holding 2 coffees. He looked like he'd slept in his car. Probably had. You look terrible, Angela said. Good morning to you too. He handed her a coffee. What are we looking at? She gestured to the photos. 2 years of watching Vince eat linguine and think he's untouchable. Callahan picked up one of the photos. This is from the warehouse robbery? No, that's from 2 weeks ago. But look who he's with. She tapped the photo. That's his nephew Carmen. The one who runs the distribution company. The pharmaceutical place that got hit. Right. Which got me thinking. She pulled out another file, opened it. Carmine's company, Northeast Medical Supply, they handle pharmaceuticals for hospitals and nursing homes. Legitimate business. Except I pulled their inventory records going back 3 years. You want to guess what I found? Discrepancies. 10% skim on every controlled substance shipment. Oxy, dilaudid fentanyl patches. All of it disappears into thin air before it reaches the customers. Callahan sat down. You're saying Vince is moving pills through his nephew's company. I'm saying somebody is. And that somebody has connections to Vince. She took a sip of coffee. It was actually good. Where'd you get this? That place on Market. The one with the Italian guy who never smiles. That's the one. Angela drank more coffee, thought about Carmen. She'd interviewed him once, 8 months ago. He came in with his lawyer, answered every question with I don't recall or I'd have to check my records. Smug. Confident. His lawyer kept looking at his watch like he had somewhere better to be. So the warehouse gets hit, Callahan said. Somebody takes 50,000 oxy pills that were supposed to be skimmed for Vince. Right. Which means either somebody found out about the skim and targeted it, or somebody on the inside set it up. Callahan nodded slowly. You think it was Sal? I think Sal's the only one smart enough to pull it off. That's not evidence. I know it's not evidence, Frank. I'm not an idiot. She grabbed another photo, slid it across the desk. But look at this. This is from last night. Vince calling a meeting after the robbery. See who shows up. Callahan looked at the photo. Everybody. Right. All the capos. All the earners. Including Sal. She pulled out another photo. And look at Sal. Look at his face. Callahan studied it. He looks tired. He looks like someone who was up all night doing something he shouldn't have been doing. Or he looks like a guy with insomnia. Angela, you're reaching. Maybe. But my gut says Sal's involved. Your gut's not admissible in court. Angela stood up, walked to the window. The parking lot was filling up. People coming to work, starting their day, drinking coffee, complaining about traffic. Normal lives. She couldn't remember what that felt like. I need something concrete, she said. Something that connects Sal to the robbery. Something I can use. You gotta see inside Vince's crew? I had one. He got himself killed 6 months ago. Drove his car into the Schuylkill. Cops ruled it an accident. I don't believe in accidents. Callahan was quiet. Then he said, I got a call yesterday. From Gina Bonano. Angela turned around. Sal's sister? Yeah. She wants to meet. Says she needs to talk about Sal. What does she want to talk about? She didn't say. But she sounded scared. Angela felt that familiar electricity. The thing that happened when a case was about to break open. When are you meeting her? Today. Noon. Diner on Aramingo. I want to be there. She said just me. She doesn't trust the feds. Nobody trusts the feds. That's not news. Callahan stood up. Let me feel her out first. See what she knows. If it's something you can use, I'll bring her in. Angela didn't like it, but she nodded. Okay. But Frank, if she knows something about Sal, I need her. I need someone on the inside who'll testify. I know. I'm serious. This is the break we've been waiting for. Don't let her walk away. I won't. He left. Angela sat back down, looked at her photos. Vince in his camel haircoat. Sal looking tired. All these men thinking they were smarter than her. Thinking they could move pills and skim money and hurt people, and she'd never catch them. They were wrong. Her phone rang again. Different number. She answered. Russo. Angela, it's Mitchell. Come to my office. I'm in the middle of. Now. He hung up. Great. That couldn't be good. She grabbed her coffee, walked down the hall to Mitchell's office. Corner office, real walls, furniture that matched. Mitchell was on the phone when she walked in. He gestured for her to sit. No, Senator, I understand your concern, Mitchell was saying. We're monitoring the situation closely. Yes. Yes. I'll keep you updated. He hung up. Looked at Angela like she'd just tracked mud on his carpet. Tell me you're not pursuing the Tartaglia case. I'm pursuing the Tartaglia case. I told you to move on. You suggested I move on. There's a difference. Mitchell rubbed his temples. He was 55 and looked 70. This job aged you. Angela, you've been chasing Vince Tartaglia for 2 years. You've got nothing that'll hold up in court. Meanwhile, we've got 3 other RICO cases that actually have a shot at conviction, and you're ignoring them. I'm not ignoring them. I've got other AUSAs on those. Who report to you. Who need your supervision. Which you're not providing, because you're obsessed with an old mob boss who's smarter than you are. He's not smarter than me. Then why haven't you caught him? Angela didn't have a good answer for that. Mitchell leaned back in his chair. Look, he said, I get it. You want the big case. You want the headlines. You want to be the Ossa who took down a major crime family. But that's not how this works. We build cases brick by brick. We don't chase ghosts. He's not a ghost. He's right there. I've got photos, wiretaps, financial records. None of which prove anything criminal. You've got circumstantial evidence and speculation. There was a robbery last night. Pharmaceutical warehouse in Northeast. They took 50,000 oxy pills. It's connected to Vince. Mitchell's expression changed. How connected? The warehouse is run by his nephew. The pills were being skimmed. I think someone inside Vince's organization set it up. You think? That word again. Do you have evidence? I'm working on it. That means no. Mitchell stood up, walked to his window. Better view than hers. I'll give you 2 weeks. You bring me something solid, and I mean solid, not theories, or you drop the case. Understood. 2 weeks isn't. 2 weeks, Angela. That's more than generous. She knew when she was dismissed. She stood up, walked to the door. Angela, Mitchell said, I'm on your side. I want you to succeed. But I can't let you waste resources on a case that's going nowhere. It's not going nowhere. Prove it. She left, walked back to her office. Sat down. Stared at the photos. 2 weeks. She needed Gina Bonano. Needed her to talk. Needed her to give up Sal, who would give up Vince, and the whole thing would come tumbling down like dominoes. 2 weeks to make that happen. She picked up her phone, texted Callahan, whatever she tells you, I need to know. Everything. He texted back, I know. Angela set the phone down. Looked at Vince's photo. At that smug expression. I'm coming for you, she said out loud to the empty office. You just don't know it yet. Her coffee had gone cold. She drank it anyway. Chapter 6. Sal walked into the social club at 8:40, 20 minutes early because Vince said 9 and Vince noticed things like who showed up on time. The place was empty, except for Dominic sweeping the floor. Dominic looked up, nodded, went back to sweeping. The chairs were still stacked on the tables from last night. Smelled like pine sol and cigarettes. Tony was already there, sitting at the bar, same spot as yesterday. He had a cup of coffee, and the newspaper spread out in front of him. Didn't look up when Sal sat down. You read the sports section? Tony said. No. Phillies lost again. 9-3. They're terrible this year. They're terrible every year. Tony turned a page. You sleep at all? Couple hours. You look like shit. Thanks. Tony folded the newspaper, pushed it aside. Polly called me this morning. 6 a.m. You know what he said? Sal waited. He said Joey's asking questions. Wants to know when he's getting paid. What did you tell him? I told him to tell Joey to shut up and be patient. Good. Is it good, Sal? Because Joey's 23 years old. He's stupid, and he's broke and he's already talking. Polly says he was at a bar last night, buying rounds, acting like he's somebody. Sal felt his jaw tighten. What bar? McLinchy's. On 15th. Who was he with? Nobody. That's the problem. He was there by himself, talking to the bartender, trying to impress some girl. What did he say? Polly doesn't know. But Joey was drinking. And when Joey drinks, he talks. Sal stood up, walked to the window, looked out at the street. A woman was pushing a stroller. An old man was walking a dog. Normal people doing normal things. He envied them. "We're gonna have to do something about Joey," Sal said. "I know. I mean soon." "I know that too." Sal turned around. "What about Richie?" "Richie's smarter. Richie's scared. He'll keep his mouth shut." "You sure?" Tony shrugged. "No. But he's less of a problem than Joey." The door opened. Marco Benedetti came in, shaking rain off his jacket. "When did it start raining?" Sal looked out the window again. "Yeah, rain." He hadn't even noticed. "Morning," Marco said. "You're early," Tony said. "Couldn't sleep. My kid was up all night. Teething. You ever deal with that?" "My kids are teenagers now. Different problems." "Yeah. What kind of problems?" "The expensive kind." Marco laughed. He went to the bar, poured himself coffee from the pot. Dominic kept going. "So what's this about? This meeting?" Sal and Tony looked at each other. "You'll find out," Sal said. "Come on. Give me something. I've been up since 4. My wife's pissed because I'm here instead of helping with the baby. At least tell me it's important." "It's important," Tony said. The door opened again. Little Nicky Barone and Carmen Russo came in together. Then Frankie Batts. Then Joey Naps. The room filled up. Everybody taking their usual spots. Everybody waiting. At 8:58, Vince walked in. He looked different today. Harder. His face was set like concrete. He didn't say hello to anybody. Just walked straight to the table in the back corner, sat down, lit a cigar. "Close the door," Vince said. Dominic closed it. Locked it. Put the closed sign in the window. "Everybody sit," Vince said. They all found chairs. Pulled them down from the tables. Made a circle around Vince like he was holding court. Which he was. Vince let the silence build. Took his time with the cigar. Finally he said, "Okay. We got a problem. A big problem. And I need to know who knows what." Nobody said anything. "The warehouse," Vince continued. "Northeast Medical Supply. My nephew Carmine's place. Somebody hit it night before last. Took 50,000 oxy pills. That's $1 million walking out the door." Frankie Batts whistled low. "Now," Vince said, "I've been thinking about this. I've been thinking about how somebody knew to hit that place. How they knew what was there. How they knew when to do it. And you know what I think?" He looked around the room. His eyes landed on each face one at a time. "I think somebody here talked. I think somebody got greedy. I think somebody forgot the rules." Sal kept his face blank. Didn't react. Just sat there. "So I'm gonna ask one time," Vince said. "And I want the truth. Who knew about that warehouse? Who knew we were storing product there?" Carmen spoke up. "I knew, obviously. It's my place. My guys who work there knew. But they're solid. Been with me for years." "Names," Vince said. "What?" "Give me their names. I want to talk to them." Carmen looked uncomfortable. "Boss, these guys are legitimate. They don't know anything about our side of things. They just work there. Then they won't mind talking to me." "I don't think." "I don't care what you think. Give me the names." Carmen looked at the floor. "Okay." Vince turned to Sal. "What about you? You know about the warehouse." "I knew you had something in Northeast," Sal said. "I didn't know specifics. Didn't need to know. But you knew it was pharmaceuticals." "I knew It was something valuable. Who'd you tell? Nobody. Nobody. You didn't mention it to Tony. To Polly. To your wife? I don't tell my wife business. And I didn't tell nobody else either. Vince stared at him. Sal held his gaze. Didn't blink. Didn't look away. Finally Vince said, Tony? Same as Sal, Tony said. I knew generally. Didn't know details. Marco. First I'm hearing about it. Vince went around the room. Everybody said the same thing. Nobody knew nothing. Nobody saw nothing. Nobody did nothing. When he was done, Vince leaned back in his chair. Okay. Here's what's gonna happen. Carmen, you give me those names. I'm gonna have a conversation with your guys. Find out if maybe one of them mentioned something to somebody. Maybe a friend, maybe a girlfriend, maybe a bartender. People talk. Usually, they don't mean nothing by it. But talk gets around. Okay, Carmen said. Everybody else, Vince continued, you keep your ears open. You hear about anybody moving pills they shouldn't have. Anybody spending money they shouldn't have. Anybody acting funny. You come to me. I don't care if it's your brother, your cousin, your best friend. You hear something, you tell me. Nods around the room. One more thing. Vince's voice got quieter. More dangerous. Whoever did this, they made a mistake. They thought they could steal from me, and I wouldn't find out. They were wrong. When I find them, and I will find them, they're done. And anybody who helped them, anybody who knew about it and didn't say nothing, they're done too. More silence. Okay, Vince said. Get out of here. Go to work. And remember what I said. They started standing up. Chairs scraping. Guys putting on jackets. Sal was halfway to the door when Vince said, Sal. Tony. Hang back a minute. Sal's stomach dropped. He looked at Tony. Tony's face gave nothing away. They stayed. Everybody else left. When it was just the three of them, Vince gestured to the chairs. Sit down. They sat. Vince relit his cigar. It had gone out. He took his time getting it going again. Finally, he said, I'm going to be straight with you both. I think somebody close to me did this. I think it was an inside job. And I think whoever did it, they're sitting in this room right now. Sal's heart was pounding. He kept his breathing steady. Now, Vince said, I don't know if it's you, Sal. I don't know if it's you, Tony. Maybe it's neither of you. Maybe it's Marco or Carmen or one of the other guys. But somebody's dirty. And I'm gonna find out who. You think we'd steal from you? Tony said. His voice was calm. Almost bored. I think anybody would steal if they thought they could get away with it. Vince pointed the cigar at Tony. Don't act offended. This is business. Business is about trust. And right now, I don't trust nobody. So what do you want from us? Sal said. I want you to help me find out who did it. You're my best guys. You're smart. You know the streets. If somebody's moving 50,000 pills, you'll hear about it. And if we hear about it, we tell you, Tony said. That's right. And what if we don't hear about it? Sal said. What if whoever did this is smart enough to keep quiet? Vince smiled. It wasn't a nice smile. Nobody's that smart. Everybody makes mistakes. When they make theirs, we'll be there. He stood up. Okay. That's all I wanted to say. You can go. Sal and Tony walked out. Didn't talk until they were in Sal's car, doors closed, engine running. That was fun, Tony said. Sal pulled into traffic, drove. His hands were shaking. He gripped the wheel tighter. He knows, Sal said. He suspects. That's different than knowing. He's watching us. He's watching everybody. Sal turned onto Broad Street, headed north. We need to move the pills. Soon. Get them out on the street before somebody finds them. Where? Kensington. North Philly. Use the black crews and the Puerto Ricans. Cash only. No credit. No consignment. In and out fast. What about Joey and Richie? Sal didn't say anything for a minute. Then, Joey's a problem. Yeah. We're gonna have to handle him. Tony looked out the window. When? Soon. Before he says something that gets us killed. They drove in silence. Rain was coming down harder now. The wipers squeaked across the windshield. Sal thought about Vince's face. That look. Like he was a scientist studying bacteria. You scared? Tony said. Yeah. You? Yeah. Good, Sal said. We should be scared. Scared keeps you alive. He dropped Tony off in South Philly, drove home. His house was a row home in Packer Park, 3 bedrooms, finished basement. His wife's car was in the driveway. She was home. He sat in the car for a minute, engine running, staring at his house. Thinking about 50,000 pills sitting in a warehouse. Thinking about Joey drinking at McLinchy's, running his mouth. Thinking about Vince's eyes watching him, waiting for him to make a mistake. He turned off the engine. Went inside. His wife Maria was in the kitchen making sauce. The whole house smelled like garlic and tomatoes. You're home early, she said. Had a meeting. It ended. How'd it go? Fine. She looked at him. She could always tell when he was lying. What's wrong? Nothing. Just tired. You sure? Yeah. He kissed her on the cheek, went upstairs, lay down on the bed with his clothes on. Stared at the ceiling. Thinking about how everything was about to go sideways. Chapter 7. Polly Greco was halfway through a bacon and egg sandwich at the Oregon Diner when Sal slid into the booth across from him. I wasn't hungry anyway, Polly said. Sal didn't smile. Finish eating. We got time. Polly put the sandwich down. You want something? Coffee. No. The waitress came over, older woman, tired eyes, name tag said Doreen. Get you anything, hun? Just water, Sal said. She brought a glass, set it down, walked away. The diner was half full. Construction guys. Nurses coming off night shift. Nobody paying attention to 2 men talking in a corner booth. Sal leaned forward. Joey was at McLinchy's last night. Polly's face went pale. I know. I talked to him. After or before he was buying rounds and talking shit. After. I told him to keep his mouth shut. What did he say? He said he didn't say nothing. He was just having a good time. With what money, Polly? He doesn't have money. He's supposed to be broke. I don't know. I guess he had some saved up. Sal drank some water. Put the glass down carefully. Let me explain something to you. When I said this stays quiet, I meant quiet. No talking. No drinking. No celebrating. And definitely no buying rounds at McLinchy's like you just won the lottery. I know. Do you? Because Joey doesn't seem to know. And if Joey doesn't know, that means you didn't explain it right. I explained it. He's just young. He's stupid. Yeah, he is. That's the problem. Sal looked out the window. A bus went by. People waiting at the stop. Everyone on their phones. We need to move the product. Today. Tomorrow, at the latest. Where? I got buyers lined up. Different neighborhoods. North Philly, Kensington, Olney. Crews that don't know us. They don't ask questions. You trust them? Sal looked at him like he just asked if water was wet. I don't trust nobody. But these guys want what we got, and they're paying cash. That's all I need. Polly picked up his sandwich, put it back down. His appetite was gone. What about Joey and Richie? They gonna want their cut. They'll get it. After everything's moved. After we know it's safe. Joey's not gonna wait. He's already asking me every day. Tell him to be patient. I told him that. He's not listening. Sal was quiet for a minute. Then he said, How well you know Joey? Since we were kids. We grew up 3 blocks apart. He got family. Mom's dead. Dad's in Florida somewhere. He's got a sister in Jersey, but they don't talk. Girlfriend? He sees somebody. I don't know her name. Some girl from the neighborhood. He close with anybody? Somebody he talked to? Polly shifted in his seat. He knew where this was going. Sal, come on. Answer the question. He's got friends. Guys from the gym. Guys he drinks with. But he's not close with nobody. Not like that. Sal nodded slowly. Okay. Here's what's gonna happen. Today, you're gonna take me to the warehouse. We're gonna start moving product. You know how to reach these crews? Which crews? The ones I'm selling to. The black guys in Kensington. The Puerto Ricans in North. I know some people. I can make calls. Make them. Set up meetings. Different locations. Nothing in South Philly. Nothing anywhere near Vince's guys. We do this clean and fast. What about Joey and Richie? They gonna help? No. They don't need to know about the buyers. They don't need to know where the product's going. Less they know, better it is. Joey's gonna ask questions. Let him ask. Don't answer. Sal finished his water. You got a number I can reach you at? Not your regular phone. I got a burner. Give it to me. Polly wrote a number on a napkin, slid it across the table. Sal put it in his pocket. One more thing, Sal said. Joey needs to disappear for a while. Week, maybe 2. Tell him take a vacation. Go to Florida. Visit his old man. Whatever. Just get him out of Philly. He's not gonna want to leave. Make him want to leave. Tell him it's safer. Tell him Vince is asking questions. Tell him whatever you need to tell him. But get him gone. Polly nodded. He looked sick. You okay? Sal said. Yeah. Just, this is a lot. It's gonna get more before it gets less. You need to be ready. I'm ready. Good. Sal stood up. I'll call you in an hour. Have those numbers ready. He walked out. Left $20 on the table for a $4 breakfast. Polly watched him go. Sal got in his car, drove to Port Richmond. The warehouse looked the same as it had 2 nights ago. Abandoned, forgotten, the kind of place nobody looked at twice. He parked around back, went inside. The boxes were still there, under the tarp. He pulled it off, opened one. Pills in bottles, 50 to a bottle. He did the math. 12 boxes, maybe 100 bottles per box. 60,000 pills total, not 50. Even better. Street value, $20 a pill if you sold them one at a time. But he wasn't selling retail. He was selling wholesale. $5 a pill to the crews, they marked it up however they wanted. $5 times 60,000 was 300 grand. Not bad for one night's work. His phone rang. Tony. Yeah. Where are you? Tony said. Checking on something. What's up? Vince called. Wants us to come by later. Says he talked to Carmine's warehouse guys. Wants to fill us in. What time? 4. Okay. I'll be there. You moving it today? Starting to. Got buyers lined up. Be careful. If Vince finds out. He's not gonna find out. These crews don't know me. Don't know you. Don't know Vince. They're off the map. Everybody's on the map, eventually. Not if we're smart. Sal walked around the boxes, thinking. Listen, we need to do something about Joey. I know. Polly told me. What do you think? Tony was quiet. Then, I think he's a liability. Yeah. But he's Polly's guy. If we do something to Joey, Polly's gonna have a problem with it. Polly's gonna have a bigger problem if Joey talks to the wrong person and gets us all killed. True. So we handle it, Sal said. Quietly. Make it look like something else. An accident. A robbery. Something Vince won't connect to us. When? After we move the pills. After we get paid. Then we clean up loose ends. What about Richie? Sal thought about Richie. Quiet kid. Scared. Did what he was told. Richie's fine. Richie knows when to keep his mouth shut. You sure? Sure enough. They hung up. Sal locked the warehouse, drove to Kensington. Met a guy named Darnell, in an empty lot behind a closed steel mill. Darnell was 6'4", weighed maybe 220, had a scar across his cheek that looked like someone had tried to open his face with a box cutter. You the guy Polly told me about? Darnell said. Yeah. You got product? I got 60,000 pills. Oxy. 80 milligram. Pharmaceutical grade. Darnell's eyes widened. 60,000? Shit. How much? $5 a pill. 5. Man, I can get it for 3. Not this quality. Not this quantity. You want it or not? Darnell thought about it. I take 10,000. Cash. Today. 15. Minimum order. I ain't got that kind of money right now. Then come back when you do. Sal started walking back to his car. Darnell called after him. Wait. Hold up. He caught up. All right. 15. But I need a day to get the cash together. You got till tomorrow noon. After that, I move on to somebody else. Where are we doing this? Sal gave him an address in Frankfurt. Neutral ground. Bring the money. I'll bring the product. We make the exchange. 2 minutes. Done. How I know you ain't setting me up? You don't. But if I was gonna rob you, I'd do it now while you're standing here alone. Instead, I'm offering you a deal. Take it or leave it. Darnell grinned. I like you. You're cold. I'm practical. There's a difference. Tomorrow. Noon. I'll be there. Sal drove away. Made 2 more stops, one in North Philly with a Puerto Rican crew, one in Olney with some Dominican guys. Both meetings went the same way. Negotiations, haggling, final numbers. By the time he was done, he had commitments for 45,000 pills. That left 15,000 to move. He called another number. Vietnamese crew in Southwest. They'd take the rest. Probably sell it in the suburbs. Main line Delco, places where rich white kids had money and habits. His phone rang again. Polly. Joey's asking about money again, Polly said. Says he needs his cut now. Says he's got bills. Tell him next week. He's not gonna wait next week. Then tell him tough shit. He waits or he gets nothing. Sal, he's getting crazy. I'm worried he's gonna do something stupid. Like what? I don't know. Talk to somebody. Try to sell some on his own. Something. Sal felt his jaw tighten. Where is he now? Home, I think. Why? Keep him there. I'm coming over. You're coming here? Sal, I don't think. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Keep him there. Sal hung up. Started driving to South Philly. Thinking about Joey. Thinking about problems. Thinking about how many ways this could go wrong. He made one more call. To Tony. Yeah, Tony said. Change of plans, Sal said. We're handling Joey tonight. Tonight. I thought we were waiting. We were. Now we're not. Meet me at Polly's in 30 minutes. What are we doing? What needs to be done? Tony was quiet. Then, okay. I'll be there. Sal drove through South Philly. Past the row homes and corner stores. Past his old high school. Past the church where his mother's funeral was. Everything looked the same as it always had. Like nothing ever changed. But everything was changing. Had already changed. The minute he decided to steal from Vince, there was no going back. Now, it was just a matter of time. Either he got away with it, or Vince figured it out and killed him. Simple as that. He turned onto Polly Street, parked. Sat there for a minute, thinking about what came next. Then he got out and walked to the door. Chapter 8. Tony DeMarco sat in his Buick outside Polly's house, watching the front door, wondering how they'd gotten here. 25 years he'd known Sal. Grew up on the same block. Played stickball in the same alley. Went to the same church. Their mothers were friends. Their fathers worked at the same factory, until Sal's old man dropped dead on the shop floor and everything changed. Now, they were about to kill someone. The passenger door opened. Sal got in. You ready? Sal said. No. But I'm here. That's good enough. They sat without talking. The street was quiet. Kids playing down the block. Old lady watering flowers. Normal Tuesday afternoon in South Philly. Except nothing was normal anymore. Tell me again why we're doing this, Tony said. Because Joey can't keep his mouth shut. Because every day he's out there is another day he says the wrong thing to the wrong person. Maybe he won't. You believe that? Tony didn't answer. Look, Sal said, I don't like this either. But we're past the point where we got choices. We stole from Vince. We move the pills, we make money, we use that money to build something. But only if we stay alive long enough to spend it. And Joey's the thing that gets us killed. Joey's the weak link. Yeah. Tony looked at the house. Polly's car was in the driveway. Lights on inside. What about Polly? He's not gonna be happy about this. Polly's gonna do what he's told. He knows the rules. The rules. Right. Tony rubbed his face. He was tired. Hadn't slept more than 4 hours in 3 days. What's the plan? We go in. We talk to Joey. We tell him he needs to leave town for a while. Florida, Atlantic City, wherever. Just gone. If he agrees, we give him $5,000 and send him on his way. And if he doesn't agree? Sal looked at him. Then we don't have a choice. There's always a choice, Sal. Not anymore. Not after what we did. Tony opened the car door. Let's get this over with. They walked to the house. Tony knocked. Polly answered, looking like he was going to throw up. He here, Sal said. Kitchen. He's eating. They went inside. The house smelled like cigarettes and fried food. Pictures on the walls. Polly's wedding, his kids, his mother who'd passed 2 years ago. Regular family. Regular life. Joey was at the kitchen table with a plate of spaghetti, wearing a tracksuit, gold chain, looking like every wannabe wise guy Tony had ever seen. What's this? Joey said. A meeting. We need to talk, Sal said. About what? About my money. Because I've been waiting. Sit down, Joey. Something in Sal's voice made Joey shut up. He put his fork down. Sal pulled out a chair, sat across from him. Tony stayed standing, leaning against the counter. Polly hovered by the doorway, looking miserable. Here's the situation, Sal said. You did good work the other night. You and Richie. You earned your money. But right now, things are hot. Vince is asking questions. He's talking to people. He's trying to figure out who hit his warehouse. So you need to disappear for a while. Take a vacation. Go visit your old man in Florida. Lay low until things cool down. Joey laughed. You're joking, right? Do I look like I'm joking? I'm not going nowhere. I got things to do here. I got a life. You're gonna have a short life if you don't listen. Joey stood up. What's that supposed to mean? Tony pushed off from the counter. It means sit down and listen. Joey looked at him, then at Sal, then at Polly. This is bullshit. I did what you asked. Now I want my money. That's how this works. That's not how this works, Sal said. His voice was calm. Dead calm. This works, however I say it works. And right now, I'm saying you leave town. I'll give you $5,000. You go to Florida. You come back in 2 weeks when it's safe. $5,000. That's it. We're talking about $1 million score, and you're giving me $5,000. You're getting $5,000 to stay alive. Take the deal, Joey. Or what? Sal didn't answer. Just looked at him. Joey got it then. Tony saw it register. The kid's face changed from cocky to scared in about 2 seconds. You're threatening me, Joey said. I'm protecting everybody, including you, by telling me to run, by giving you an option. Take it. Joey looked at Polly. You're gonna let him do this? You're gonna let him threaten me? Polly couldn't meet his eyes. Joey, just take the money. Go to Florida. Come back when? Fuck that. Fuck all of you. Joey grabbed his jacket off the chair. I'm out. And when I get my money, and I'm gonna get my money, I'm done with all this. Done with you, done with Vince, done with all of it. He headed for the door. Tony stepped in front of him. Move, Joey said. Sit down, Tony said. I said move. Tony grabbed him, spun him around, shoved him back into the chair. Joey came up swinging. Caught Tony in the jaw. It didn't hurt much, but it pissed him off. Tony hit him back. Once. Joey went down. Sal stood up. Polly, go upstairs. Sal, please. Go upstairs. Polly looked at Joey on the floor, blood coming from his nose. Then he looked at Sal. Then he left. His footsteps on the stairs sounded like a funeral march. Joey was trying to get up. Tony put his foot on his chest, held him down. Last chance, Sal said. Take the $5,000. Go to Florida. Come back in 2 weeks. We'll forget this happened. Joey was crying now. Blood and tears running down his face. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, okay. I'll go. I'll leave. Just let me up. Sal looked at Tony. Tony looked back. They'd been through this before. Different people, same situation. You had to be sure. Absolutely sure. You promise you'll go? Sal said. Tonight. Right now. I promise. I swear. And you won't talk to nobody. Won't call nobody. Won't tell nobody where you're going. I won't. I swear to God. Sal studied him. Okay. Tony let him up. Tony moved his foot. Joey scrambled to his feet, wiping blood from his face. Get out of here, Sal said. I see you in Philly. Before I tell you it's okay to come back, this conversation goes different. Understand? Joey nodded, grabbed his jacket, ran out the front door. They heard his car start, tires squealing. Tony sat down. His hand hurt where he'd punched Joey. His jaw hurt where Joey had hit him. Everything hurt. You think he'll actually go? Tony said. No. So why'd we let him leave? Because we're not animals. We gave him a chance. If he's smart, he takes it. If he's not. Sal shrugged. Then we do what we have to do. Polly came back downstairs. His face was pale. Is he gone? Yeah. You're not gonna. Not if he leaves town like he said. But Polly. Sal stood up. If he doesn't leave, if he talks to anybody, if he does anything stupid, that's on you. You brought him into this. You vouched for him. So you better hope he's smarter than he looks. Polly nodded. They left. Got back in Tony's car. Sat there. That went well, Tony said. Could have been worse. Could have been better. Sal lit a cigarette. Offered one to Tony. Tony took it. They smoked, windows down, watching the street. You ever think about getting out? Tony said. Just walking away from all this. Every day. But you don't. Can't. Too late for that. It's never too late. Sal looked at him. You believe that? Tony thought about his wife. His kids. His house in Packer Park. His regular life that wasn't regular anymore. No. I guess I don't. Then why'd you say it? I don't know. Wishful thinking. They finished their cigarettes. Tony started the car. Where to? Tony said. Vince's. We got that meeting at 4. Better not be late. What are we gonna tell him? Nothing. We don't know nothing. We heard nothing. We saw nothing. You think he'll believe us? Doesn't matter if he believes us. As long as he can't prove otherwise. Tony drove to the social club. Parked around the corner. They sat for a minute, getting ready. You with me? Sal said. All the way. Because if you're not, now's the time to say so. Tony looked at his friend. His brother. The guy he'd known since they were 10 years old. Yeah. I'm with you. All the way. All the way. They got out. Walked to the club. Dominic was at the door, arms crossed, watching them come. Boss is waiting, Dominic said. They went inside. Vince was at his usual table with Carmen and little Nicky. He looked up when they walked in. You're late, Vince said. Traffic, Sal said. There's no traffic at 4 o'clock on a Tuesday. Then we're just late. Vince stared at him. Tony felt the temperature in the room drop about 20 degrees. Sit down, Vince said. They sat. Vince pushed a piece of paper across the table. This is the list of guys who work at Carmine's warehouse. 6 names. I talked to all of them. You know what I found out? What? Sal said. Nothing. Not a goddamn thing. Nobody saw nothing. Nobody heard nothing. Nobody knows how 3 guys with masks got past the security and knew exactly where to go. Maybe they got lucky, Tony said. Lucky? You think this was luck? I'm just saying. Don't say anything. Because I'm trying real hard not to think the worst here. I'm trying real hard to believe that my guys, the guys I trust, didn't do this to me. But I'm having trouble with that. You understand? Sal leaned forward. Vince, you know me. You know Tony. We wouldn't do this. We got no reason to. Everybody's got reasons. Money's always a reason. We make good money with you. Why would we risk that? I don't know, Sal. Why would you? The silence was heavy. Tony could hear his own heartbeat. Finally Vince said, "Get out of here. Both of you. And keep looking. Because somebody did this. And when I find out who, they're gonna wish they'd never been born." They left. Got back in the car. Tony's hands were shaking on the wheel. "That was close," Tony said. "We're not clear yet. Not by a long shot. What do? We move the pills. We make the money. And we hope Joey keeps his mouth shut long enough for us to finish." Tony started driving. "And if he doesn't?" Sal looked out the window. "Then we're all dead." Chapter 9. Callahan showed up at Tony's luncheonette on Aramingo 20 minutes early, ordered coffee, sat in a booth by the window where he could see the door. The place was half full. Truckers mostly, reading papers, eating eggs, not talking. The kind of place where nobody bothered you. Which was probably why Gina picked it. His phone buzzed. Text from Angela. "Don't forget to record if she says anything useful." He texted back, "I'm not wearing a wire to meet my friend's sister." Angela, "She's not your friend. He's a criminal." Callahan, "He was my friend first." He put the phone away. Watched the door. Gina walked in at 12:05. She looked the same as she had 5 years ago. Dark hair, tired eyes, moving like someone who expected bad news. She saw him, came over, slid into the booth. "Thanks for coming," she said. "Of course. You okay?" "No. But I'm here." The waitress came over. "What can I get you, hun?" "Just coffee. Black." The waitress left. Gina looked out the window, looked at her hands, looked anywhere but at Callahan. "You want to tell me what's going on?" Callahan said. "I don't know where to start." "Start anywhere." She took a breath. "It's Sal. He's into something. I don't know what exactly, but it's bad. Worse than usual." "How do you know?" "I know my brother. I've known him my whole life. I can tell when he's scared. And right now, he's terrified." "Scared of what?" "I don't know. He won't tell me. But he's acting crazy. Paranoid. He came by my house last week, at 3 in the morning. Just showed up. Didn't call first. He was checking all the windows, looking out at the street. I asked him what was wrong, and he said nothing, everything's fine, he just wanted to see me." The coffee came. Gina wrapped her hands around the cup like she was cold. "Has he done anything illegal recently?" Callahan said. "Anything you know about?" "Frank, he does illegal things every day. That's what he does. But this is different. This feels different." "Different how?" "I don't know. Just bigger. More dangerous." Callahan drank his coffee. Thought about the warehouse robbery. About 50,000 pills disappearing. About Vince Tartaglia holding meetings, asking questions. "There was a robbery 2 nights ago," he said. "Pharmaceutical warehouse in Northeast. You hear anything about that?" Gina's face changed. "Just for a second. No." "Why?" "Because it's connected to Vince. And if something's bothering Sal, I'm thinking maybe it's connected too." "I don't know anything about a robbery." "But you know something." She didn't answer right away. Just stared at her coffee. When she spoke, her voice was quiet. "When we were kids, after our dad died, Sal took care of us. Me and our brother Michael. He got a job, dropped out of school, made sure we had food. Made sure the bills got paid. He was 17 years old, and he was the man of the house. I remember. He didn't want to get into this life. The mob thing. He wanted to go to college. Play football. Be normal. But we needed money, and Vince offered him work, and that was that. Gina. I'm getting to it. Just let me talk. She looked at him. He's a good person, Frank. I know you don't believe that. I know you think he's just another criminal. But he's my brother. He's a good man who made bad choices because he didn't have good options. I never said he wasn't a good man. You didn't have to. You became a cop. He became this. That says everything. Callahan didn't argue. She wasn't wrong. Anyway, Gina continued, the last few weeks he's been different. More stressed. More secretive. He stopped coming by for Sunday dinner. He won't answer his phone half the time. And when I do see him, he looks like he hasn't slept in days. You think he's in trouble with Vince? I think he did something. Something Vince doesn't know about yet. And when Vince finds out. She didn't finish the sentence. Callahan leaned forward. Gina, if you know something specific, I need you to tell me. Not just for the case. For Sal. If he's in danger, maybe I can help. How? How are you gonna help? You're a cop. He's a criminal. The only way you can help is by arresting him. Maybe that's better than the alternative. She looked at him like he was stupid. You think jail's better than what Vince will do to him? You don't know these people. I know them pretty well. No, you don't. You know what they show you. You don't know what they're really like. What they're capable of. Callahan's phone buzzed. He ignored it. So what do you want me to do? You called me. You said you needed to talk. I'm here. But I can't help unless you give me something to work with. Gina was quiet for a long time. Finally she said, there's a warehouse. In Port Richmond. Off Allegheny Avenue. Old brick building. Boarded up windows. I drove past it yesterday. Why were you there? Because I followed Sal. I wanted to know what he was doing. Where he was going. And he went to that warehouse. Stayed inside for maybe 20 minutes. Then he left. Did you see what was inside? No. But Frank. Whatever's in there, it's got him scared. And if it's got Sal scared, it's bad. Callahan took out his phone, made a note. You got an address? She gave it to him. He wrote it down. What are you gonna do? She said. I don't know yet. Check it out. See what's there. And if you find something, then I do my job. Which means you arrest Sal. Maybe. Depends what I find. She stood up. I need to go. Gina, wait. I shouldn't have come. I shouldn't have said anything. You did the right thing. Did I? Because it doesn't feel right. It feels like I just betrayed my brother. You didn't betray him. You're trying to keep him alive. She looked at him. You really think you can do that? Keep him alive? I can try. That's not good enough, Frank. These people don't give second chances. If Vince finds out what Sal did, trying won't matter. She left. Callahan watched her go. Paid for both coffees. Sat there for a minute, thinking. His phone rang. Angela. Well, she said. Well, what? What did she tell you? She told me her brother's in trouble. What kind of trouble? Callahan looked at his notes. The address. The kind where he might have stolen from his boss. The warehouse robbery. I knew it. I don't know that yet. She just gave me an address. Could be nothing. Or it could be where he's keeping 50,000 pills. Frank, we need to move on this. Get a warrant. Search the place. Based on what? A tip from a worried sister. That won't hold up. Then go look. Surveillance. See if there's probable cause. I'll check it out. When? Today. Soon as we hang up. I'm coming with you. No, you're not. You show up with FBI credentials, we might as well send Sal a telegram. Frank. I'll call you after I see what's there. If it's worth pursuing, we'll get a warrant. Do it right. She didn't like it, but she agreed. They hung up. Callahan left 20 on the table, walked out to his car. Drove to Port Richmond through lunch traffic, thinking about Gina's face. How scared she looked. How guilty. He'd known the Bonano family since high school. Went to Sal's father's funeral. Went to Gina's wedding. Held Michael's first kid when she was baptized. They were family. Not blood, but close enough. Now he was investigating Sal. About to search a warehouse that might send him to prison for 20 years. This was the job. The thing nobody told you when you signed up. That sometimes you had to choose between the law and the people you cared about. And the law always won. Had to win. Otherwise, what was the point? He found the warehouse on Allegheny. Exactly like Gina described it. Old brick building, boarded windows, looked abandoned. He drove past it once. Circled back. Parked a block away. Sat there watching. No cars. No movement. No signs of life. He got out, walked closer. Stayed across the street. The building had a roll-up door in back. Padlocked. Side door also locked. Cameras. He didn't see any. But that didn't mean they weren't there. A truck went by. Then another. This was an industrial area. Lots of warehouses. Lots of places to hide things. His phone rang again. Lou this time. Where are you? Lou said. Following up on something. What's going on? Got a body in South Philly. Young guy. 20s. Looks like a beating. Captain wants us on it. Where? Pennsport. Behind the Acme on Oregon. Callahan looked at the warehouse one more time. I'll be there in 20. He got back in his car, drove to South Philly. Thinking about Sal. About Gina. About whatever was in that warehouse that had everyone so scared. The crime scene was taped off when he got there. Lou was standing with 2 uniforms, taking notes. What do we got? Callahan said. Male, mid-20s, multiple blunt force trauma to the head and chest. No ID on him. Somebody found him this morning, taking out the trash. Callahan looked at the body. Kid was wearing a tracksuit. Gold chain. Even beaten to death, he looked like he was trying too hard. Anybody recognize him? Callahan said. One of the uniforms spoke up. I think I've seen him around. South Philly kid. Hangs out at McClinchy's sometimes. McClinchy's. Where Joey had been drinking. Buying rounds. Talking. Callahan's stomach dropped. Get photos to missing persons, he said. See if anybody reported him. And canvass the area. Somebody saw something. You think it's mob-related? Lou said. Everything's mob-related in this neighborhood. They worked the scene for 2 hours. Took statements. Took photos. Bagged evidence. By the time they were done, it was getting dark. Callahan's phone rang. Number he didn't recognize. Callahan. It's me. Sal's voice. Quiet. Tense. How'd you get this number? I've always had it. I just never called before. Callahan walked away from the crime scene. What do you want, Sal? I want to know if you're looking at me for something. Should I be? I don't know. You tell me. Where are you right now? Somewhere safe. That's not an answer. It's the only answer you're getting. Sal was quiet for a moment. Did Gina talk to you? Callahan didn't say anything. I'll take that as a yes, Sal said. Look, whatever she told you, she doesn't know what she's talking about. She's worried about nothing. Is she? Yeah. Everything's fine. I'm fine. Tell her to stop worrying. Tell her yourself. I can't. Not right now. Just tell her I'm okay. The line went dead. Callahan stood there in the dark parking lot, phone in his hand, thinking about Sal's voice. How it sounded exactly like his sister's. Scared. Chapter 10. Polly Greco stood in the doorway of the Port Richmond warehouse watching Sal count cash, thinking about Joey lying in a dumpster behind the Acme. They'd found him that morning. Polly heard it from his cousin, who worked sanitation. Kid beaten to death. No ID. But Polly knew. He knew the second he heard about it. You're not paying attention, Sal said. What? I said you're not paying attention. I'm showing you the count, and you're staring at the wall. Sorry. I'm here. Sal had the money spread out on a folding table, stacks of 20s, 50s, 100s. Organized by denomination. The first payment from the Kensington crew. 15,000 pills at $5 each. 75 grand. Darnell came through, Sal said. Showed up on time. Had the cash in a gym bag. Counted it right there in the parking lot. Made the exchange. 3 minutes. Clean. That's good. The Puerto Ricans are tomorrow. 20,000 pills. 100 grand. Then the Dominicans Friday. Another 50. We're moving it faster than I thought. Polly nodded. Watch Sal count. You got something on your mind, Sal said. Joey's dead. Sal's hand stopped moving. He didn't look up. I heard. You heard. It was on the news. Body found in Pensport. They didn't give a name, but I figured. You figured. What do you want me to say, Polly? I want you to tell me you didn't do it. Now Sal looked up. You think I killed Joey? I don't know what to think. We gave him a chance. We told him to leave. He didn't leave. That's on him. So you did kill him. I didn't say that. You didn't not say it. Sal put down the money. Came around the table. Listen to me. Joey was a problem. We both knew it. He was drinking. He was talking. He was gonna get us all killed. Someone had to handle it. Someone. Not you. Not me personally, no. But you gave the order. Sal didn't answer. Polly felt sick. He was 23 years old. I've known him since he was 8. I used to take him to Phillies games. And that's why I'm sorry. I know he was your friend. But this is bigger than friendship. This is survival. Don't give me that survival bullshit. You killed him because he was inconvenient. I killed him if I killed him because he was gonna talk. And when he talked, we were all dead. You, me, Tony, Richie. All of us. So yeah, maybe it was inconvenient. But it was also necessary. Polly walked to the other side of the warehouse. Put his hands on his knees. Tried to breathe. He wanted to throw up. Wanted to punch something. Wanted to walk out and never come back. But he couldn't. He was in too deep now. What about Richie? Polly said. What about him? He's asking questions. He heard about Joey. He's scared. Good. Scared means careful. Careful means alive. He wants his money. He'll get it. When we're done moving the product. Same as you. And how much am I getting? Sal came over to him. You'll get yours. Don't worry. Once this is all sold, once we've moved everything, we split it. You, me, Tony, Richie. Even split. Even. You're the one making the calls. You're the one running this. And you're the one who made it possible. You got us into the warehouse. You knew the layout. Without you, there's no score. How much, Sal? Total. How much are we looking at? Sal thought about it. 300 grand. Maybe 320. We split that 4 ways, that's 80 grand each. You ever made 80 grand in your life? No. Well, now you will. So calm down about Joey. It's done. We can't change it. All we can do is move forward. Polly wanted to believe him. Wanted to think the 80 grand would make this okay. Would make Joey's death mean something besides a body in a dumpster. But he couldn't. I need some air, Polly said. Take 10 minutes. Then come back. We got another meet tomorrow, and I need you sharp. Polly walked outside. Lit a cigarette. His hands were shaking so bad, he could barely hold it. A car pulled up. Tony got out. You okay? Tony said. Do I look okay? You look like you're gonna pass out. Joey's dead. I know. Did you do it? Tony didn't answer right away. He walked over, stood next to Polly. We gave him a choice. He made the wrong one. That's not an answer. It's the only answer you're getting. Polly smoked. Felt the nicotine hit his system. Didn't help. How much you getting? Polly said. Same as you. Split 4 ways. And you're okay with that? Okay with killing someone for 80 grand. I'm not okay with any of this. But I'm doing it because I don't have a choice. There's always a choice. Is there? Because from where I'm standing, our choices were kill Joey or let him talk. He talks, we die. He dies, we live. That's not really a choice. That's survival. Same word Sal used. Survival. Polly finished his cigarette. Dropped it. Stepped on it. I want out after this. After we move the pills and get paid, I'm done. You can't get out. Why not? Because we're in this now. You, me, Sal. We crossed a line. You don't get to uncross it. Watch me. Tony grabbed his arm. Not hard. But firm. Polly. Listen. I know you're upset. I know Joey was your friend. But you need to think clearly. We're in the middle of this. We got product to move. Money to collect. Vince breathing down our necks. You fall apart now, we all fall apart. Maybe we should fall apart. Maybe that's better than this. You don't mean that. Polly looked at him. Don't I? Tony let go of his arm. Go home. Get some sleep. Come back tomorrow when your head's clear. We'll talk about it then. There's nothing to talk about. Then don't talk. Just show up. Help us finish this. Then we can all figure out what comes next. Polly walked to his car. Got in. Sat there for a minute, trying to think. $80,000. That was a lot of money. More money than he'd ever seen. More money than he'd make in 3 years working construction. But was it worth Joey's life? Was it worth his soul? He started the car. Drove home. His wife was in the living room watching TV. You're late, she said. I know. Dinner's cold. I'm not hungry. You okay? You look pale. I'm fine. Just tired. He went upstairs. Lay down on the bed. Stared at the ceiling. His phone buzzed. Text from Sal, tomorrow. 2 p.m. Same place. Don't be late. Polly deleted the message. Closed his eyes. Tried to sleep. But all he could see was Joey. 23 years old. Gold chain. Tracksuit. Trying so hard to be somebody. Now, he was nobody. Just another body. Just another problem solved. Polly's phone buzzed again. Different number this time. He looked at it. "Richie, we need to talk." Polly typed back, "About what?" "Richie, about getting out before we end up like Joey." Polly stared at the message. Didn't respond. Just turned off the phone. Lay there in the dark. Thinking about choices. Thinking about survival. Thinking about how he'd gotten here, and whether there was any way back. His wife came upstairs. "Polly, you sure you're okay?" "Yeah. I'm fine." "You don't seem fine." "I said I'm fine." She didn't push it. Just got ready for bed. Turned off the light. Lay down next to him. Within 10 minutes, she was asleep. Polly stayed awake. Watching the ceiling. Watching shadows move across it every time a car went by outside. Thinking about $80,000. Thinking about Joey beaten to death in an alley. Wondering which one was worth more. And knowing, deep down, that he already knew the answer. 3 blocks away, Sal sat in his car outside Marco Benedetti's house with an envelope full of cash. 10 grand. Not a payment for anything Marco had done. A payment for what Sal needed him to do next. Marco came out. Got in the passenger seat. "What's this about?" Marco said. "I need you to do something for me. Something that stays between us." "What kind of something?" Sal handed him the envelope. "Count it." Marco counted. 10,000. "What's this for?" Vince is getting suspicious. Asking questions. Looking at everybody like we're all suspects. So I need someone he trusts telling him the right things. Someone who can redirect his attention away from us. Marco looked at the money. Looked at Sal. "You want me to lie to Vince. I want you to protect the family. That includes you. By throwing someone else under the bus. By giving him what he wants. A name. Someone who makes sense. Someone who had access to the warehouse information." "Who?" Sal told him. Marco's eyes went wide. "You're kidding." "I'm not kidding. It makes sense. He's got gambling debts. He needs money. He knew about the warehouse. All you gotta do is mention it to Vince. Casual. Like you just thought of it. Let him put the pieces together himself. And if Vince believes me, if he goes after this guy, then the heat's off us. And we finish what we started." Marco looked at the envelope again. $10,000. More money than Sal usually handed out for this kind of thing. Which meant this was important. Which meant if Marco said no, there'd be consequences. "Okay," Marco said. "I'll do it. Tomorrow. At the club. When Vince is asking questions. That's when you say something." "Okay." Marco got out. Walked back to his house. Sal sat there for a minute. Then he drove away. Thinking about chess pieces. About moving them around the board. About sacrifice plays that kept the king safe. Polly was getting soft. Emotional. That was a problem. Richie was getting nervous. Asking questions. That was a problem too. Joey was already handled. But Marco was smart. Marco understood how this worked. Marco would do what he was told. And if everything went according to plan, by this time next week, Vince would be so busy chasing the wrong guy that Sal would be home free. $300,000 richer. And nobody left to connect him to it. Chapter 11. Vince Tartaglia sat in his basement office at the social club, looking at surveillance photos spread across his desk like tarot cards telling him his future was shit. Jimmy Longo sat across from him, drinking espresso from a tiny cup. Jimmy was 72, looked 80, moved like he was 50. Old school. The kind of guy who remembered when things meant something. "What am I looking at?" Jimmy said. "Everybody. All my guys. Coming and going. Spending money. Living their lives. One of them's a rat. You don't know that. I know it. I feel it. Right here." Vince tapped his chest. "Somebody stole from me, and they think I'm too stupid to figure out who. Maybe it wasn't one of yours. Maybe it was outside. Outside crews don't know about Carmine's warehouse. Don't know what's in there. Don't know when to hit it." Vince pushed one photo forward. Sal, getting into his car. "This one's been acting strange." "Sal?" "Sal's solid." "Everybody's solid until they're not." Jimmy put down his espresso. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying I've been watching him. The way he looks at me. The way he answers questions. Something's off." "You got proof?" "I got instinct." "That's better than proof." "No, it's not. You can't kill a guy on instinct." "Can't I?" Jimmy leaned forward. "Vince, listen to me. We've been friends 40 years. I watched you come up. I watched you take over when the old boss retired. You're smart. You're careful. But right now you're scared. And scared people make mistakes. I'm not scared. You are. I can see it. The feds are watching you. Your operation got hit. You don't know who to trust. That's fear. And fear makes you see things that ain't there." Vince stood up, walked to the small window that looked out at the basement ceiling. "You remember Paulie Donato? Back in '98. Yeah. He was skimming from the union fund. Everybody told me I was wrong about him. Said Paulie was loyal. Been with us 20 years. No way he's stealing. But I knew. I felt it. And you know what happened? You were right. I was right. Found out he had a girlfriend in Cherry Hill. Buying her a condo. New car. Jewelry. All with my money. So I handled it. This is different." "How is it different?" "Because Paulie had a girlfriend and a condo. That's evidence. What do you got on Sal? A feeling?" Vince turned around. "Marco came to me yesterday. You know what he said?" Jimmy waited. "He said Carmine's been acting strange. Gambling heavy. Losing. Marco heard Carmine's down 50 grand to some bookie in Jersey." "Carmine? Your nephew Carmine?" "Yeah. My nephew who runs the warehouse that got hit. My nephew who suddenly got gambling problems nobody knew about." Jimmy sat back. "You think Carmine set up his own warehouse?" "I think Carmine needed money and figured he could steal from me and I'd never notice. Or blame someone else. That's family, Vince. You can't just..." "I can't." "I can't what?" "He steals from me because we got the same blood. That makes it okay." "That's not what I'm saying." "Then what are you saying?" Jimmy was quiet for a moment. "Then, I'm saying be sure before you do something you can't take back. Talk to him. Find out if Marco's right. Maybe there's an explanation. There's always an explanation. Doesn't make it true." The door opened. Dominic stuck his head in. "Boss? Carmine's here. You wanted to see him?" "Send him down." Dominic left. Jimmy stood up. "You want me to stay?" "No. Go upstairs. I'll handle this." "Vince." "Go." Jimmy left. Vince sat back down. Arranged the photos so Carmine would see them when he walked in. see his own face staring back at him. Carmen came down the stairs looking nervous. Kid was 38, but looked younger. Baby face. Soft hands. The kind of guy who'd never thrown a punch in his life. Uncle Vince. You wanted to see me? Sit down. Carmen sat. Saw the photos. What's all this? Surveillance. From the last 2 weeks. You see anybody interesting? Carmen looked at them. Just the guys. Everybody coming and going. Look closer. Carmen picked up one photo. It was him getting into his car. That's me. Yeah. You. 4 days ago. Outside the warehouse. The warehouse that got robbed. You remember that? Of course I remember. It's my place. Right. Your place. Your responsibility. Your problem. I know. I'm working on it. Tightening security. Changing protocols. How much you into bookies for? Carmine's face went white. What? Gambling debts. How much? I'm not. Don't lie to me. I hate liars worse than thieves. Carmen looked at the floor. 30 grand. Maybe 40. 50. What? I heard 50. From a guy who heard it from a guy. You're 50 grand in the hole, to some bookie in Cherry Hill. It's not 50. It's 40. And I'm paying it down. I got a payment plan. With what money? You don't make that kind of money from the warehouse. So where's it coming from? I've been selling some stuff. Personal stuff. My watch. My wife's jewelry. Your wife know about this? No. Course not. Because you're an idiot. Vince leaned back. Let me ask you something. You need money. You're in debt. You run a warehouse full of expensive pills. It ever occur to you to solve one problem with the other? No. Uncle Vince, no. I wouldn't. Wouldn't what? Wouldn't steal from family. Wouldn't put my operation at risk because you can't stay away from the blackjack table. I didn't touch those pills. I swear. I had nothing to do with the robbery. Vince studied him. Carmen was sweating. Eyes darting. Hands shaking. He was either guilty or terrified. Maybe both. Who else knew about the warehouse? Vince said. Just the guys who work there. And you. And whoever you told. I told my capos. Sal, Tony, Marco, the others. They all knew generally. But they didn't know specifics. Didn't know the layout. Didn't know what we kept where. So it wasn't them. Unless you told them. I didn't tell nobody nothing. You sure? You didn't mention it to nobody? Not a friend? Not your bookie? Nobody? No. I swear. Vince stood up. Walked around the desk. Stood behind Carmen. Put his hands on his shoulders. Carmen flinched. I want to believe you, Vince said. Your family. My sister's kid. I watched you grow up. Taught you the business. Gave you opportunities. I know. I'm grateful. But here's my problem. Somebody robbed that warehouse. Somebody who knew what was there. And right now, you're the only one with a motive. I didn't do it. Then who did? I don't know. Maybe it was random. Maybe they got lucky. Vince squeezed his shoulders. Harder now. You think I'm stupid? No. You think I got where I am by believing in luck? No, Uncle Vince, I just... Find out who did it. You got 1 week. You find out who robbed your warehouse, who stole my pills, or I'm going to assume it was you. Understand? I'll find out. I promise. Good. Now get out of here. And Carmen? Stop gambling. You want to throw your money away. Give it to the church. At least that way you'll get some prayers out of it. Carmen practically ran up the stairs. Vince sat back down. Looked at the photos. Carmen was lying about something. Maybe about the robbery. Maybe just about the gambling debts. Either way, he was a problem. But was he the problem? Vince wasn't sure. Not yet. His phone rang. He looked at the screen. Number he didn't recognize. He answered anyway. Yeah. Mr. Tartaglia. Woman's voice. Professional. This is Special Agent Kelsey Norton with the FBI. I'm calling too? Vince hung up. Feds. Always with the phone calls. Always thinking they could trick you into saying something stupid. He dialed his lawyer. Left a message, call me. FBI's calling again. We need to talk. Jimmy came back down. How'd it go? He says he didn't do it. You believe him? I believe he's scared. I believe he's in debt. I believe he's stupid enough to do something like this. Vince lit a cigar. But I don't know if I believe he did it. So what are you gonna do? Watch him. Watch everybody. See who makes a mistake. And if Carmen makes the mistake, then family or not, he's done. Jimmy nodded. Started to leave. Stopped at the stairs. Vince. Be careful. You start seeing enemies everywhere. Pretty soon that's all you'll see. Maybe. But at least I'll still be alive to see them. Jimmy went upstairs. Vince sat alone in his basement office, surrounded by photos of his guys, trying to figure out which one was the snake. His phone rang again. Different number. He almost didn't answer. Then he did. Yeah. It's Marco. You got a minute? What do you want? I've been thinking about something. About the warehouse. About who could have known. I'm listening. What if it wasn't Carmen? What if it was somebody closer? How much closer? Close enough to know everything. Close enough to plan it. Close enough to think they'd get away with it. Vince sat up straighter. You got a name? Not yet. But I'm working on it. Give me a day. Maybe 2. I'll have something. Make it 1 day, Marco. I'm running out of patience. They hung up. Vince smoked his cigar. Thought about Marco's words. Somebody closer. Somebody who knew everything. That was a short list. Sal. Tony. Maybe 1 or 2 others. He looked at Sal's photo again. The way Sal looked at the camera. Like he knew he was being watched. Like he didn't care. Or like he was daring Vince to figure it out. Vince picked up the photo. Stared at it. You better hope you're clean, he said to the photo. Because if you're not, family friend or not, you're a dead man. He put the photo down. Made it another call. This time to a guy he used for special problems. It's me, Vince said. I need you to follow someone. Watch where he goes. Who he meets. Everything. Can you do it? Who's the target? Vince told him. The guy on the other end whistled. You sure about this? I'm not sure about nothing. That's why I'm calling you. Okay. When do you want me to start? Now. Vince hung up. Finished his cigar. Went upstairs. Dominic was at his post by the door. Everything okay, boss? No. But it will be. Vince walked outside. Looked up and down the street. Saw cars. People. Buildings. Same as always. But nothing felt the same anymore. Somebody had stolen from him. Somebody close. And he was going to find out who. Even if it killed him. Or killed them first. Chapter 12. Danny Reese sat in his Civic across from Giordano's restaurant, smoking Camels and watching men in expensive coats go in and out like it was a doctor's office for criminals. He'd been here 3 times this week. Different times. Different days. Always the same routine. The fat guy in the camel hair coat showed up around 7. Stayed 2 hours. Left with bodyguards. That was Vince Tartaglia. Danny had done his homework. The other guy, the one Danny was interested in, came earlier. Around 6. Stayed shorter. Always looked around before going inside. That was Sal Bonano. Danny took out a small notebook. Black cover. Water-stained. He'd carried it through Fallujah, Ramadi, places that didn't exist anymore. Now he carried it through Philadelphia. He wrote October 15th. 6:18 p.m. Target arrives. Black Cadillac. Solo. Check street before entering. Danny's phone rang. He looked at it. Didn't answer. It rang again. 3rd time today. Same number. He didn't recognize it, and he wasn't interested. The phone stopped ringing. Started again 10 seconds later. He answered. Yeah. Danny. Jesus. I've been calling you all day. The voice was familiar. Tommy Berkowitz. Served with him in the Marines. Got out the same time Danny did. What do you want, Tommy? What do I want? I want to know if you're alive. You disappeared 6 months ago. Nobody knows where you are. Your mom's worried sick. My mom's dead. Your stepmom then. Whatever. She called me looking for you. Tell her I'm fine. Where are you? Somewhere. That's helpful. Look, are you working? Because I got something if you need it. Security job. Embassy detail in Baghdad. Good money. I'm working. Doing what? Private security. For who? Danny watched Sal come out of the restaurant. Talking on his phone. Looking nervous. Nobody you know. Danny, come on. Talk to me. What's going on with you? Nothing's going on. I'm fine. Tell my stepmom I'm fine. I'll call her when I can. When's that gonna be? I don't know. Soon. Danny. He hung up. Put the phone on silent. Went back to watching. Sal got in his Cadillac. Sat there for a minute. Still on the phone. Then he pulled out, headed south. Danny started his car. Followed at a distance. 3 cars back. Stay loose. Don't get made. They drove through South Philly. Past row homes with Virgin Mary statues in the windows. Past corner stores with Italian flags. Past the whole neighborhood that looked like it hadn't changed since 1955. Sal turned onto a residential street. Parked in front of a row home. Nice place. Well kept. Flowers in the window boxes. Danny drove past. Circled the block. Came back and parked across the street 4 houses down. Sal was still in his car. Still on the phone. Finally, he got out. Walked to the front door. A woman opened it before he could knock. They talked for a minute. She looked upset. He put his hand on her shoulder. She pulled away. Went back inside. Sal stood there for a second. Then he followed her in. Door closed. Danny made a note, 6:47 p.m. Target enters residence. 2247 South Hutchinson Street. Female present. Relationship unclear. He sat there watching the house. Smoking. Waiting. This was the job. Watch. Wait. Learn patterns. Learn weaknesses. Learn everything. A car pulled up. Different guy got out. Tall. Moved like he knew how to handle himself. He went to Sal's door. Knocked. The woman answered. Let him in. Danny took a photo with his phone. Made another note. 7:03 p.m. Second mail arrives. 6'2". 190 pounds. Athletic build. He zoomed in on the photo. Ran it through the facial recognition app he downloaded. Not legal, but he didn't care. Results came back in 30 seconds. Tony DeMarco. Known associate of Vince Tartaglia. Suspected organized crime. So Sal and Tony were meeting at Sal's house. Private. Away from the restaurant. Away from the social club. That meant something. Danny's phone vibrated. Text message from the number that had been calling. Tommy again. Dude, seriously, call me back. I'm worried about you. Danny deleted it. Went back to watching the house. Lights were on in the living room. He could see shadows moving. Two men. Talking. One of them, Sal, kept running his hands through his hair. Stressed. The other one, Tony, stood still. Arms crossed. Listening. They were arguing. Danny could tell from the body language. The way Sal kept gesturing. The way Tony shook his head. 15 minutes later, Tony left. Got in his car. Drove away. Danny made another note. 7:18 p.m. Second mail departs. Target remains inside. He sat there until 9:30. Lights went out in the living room. Came on upstairs. Bedroom probably. Danny started his car. Drove to the motel in Northeast where he'd been staying. $40 a night. Cash. No questions. Exactly what he needed. Room 114. He unlocked the door. Went inside. The room smelled like cigarettes and mold. Bed was lumpy. TV got 3 channels. He didn't care. He spread his notes out on the desk. Photos. Addresses. Times. Everything he'd collected over the past 2 weeks. Vince Tartaglia. Age 70. Boss. Lives in South Philly. Has a girlfriend in Atlantic City. Drives a town car. Always has bodyguards. Hard target. Sal Bonano. Age 43. Capo. Lives in Packer Park. Married. 2 kids. Drives a Cadillac. Sometimes alone. Softer target. Tony DeMarco. Age 45. Underboss, probably. Lives in South Philly. Family man. Careful. Very careful. Danny had files on 6 other guys. Mid-level. Soldiers. Guys who did the dirty work. He wasn't sure yet why he was watching them. Wasn't sure what he was looking for. Just knew he needed to know. The war had taught him that. Know your enemy. Know their patterns. Know when they're vulnerable. These guys weren't his enemy. Not yet. But they could be. Someday. When the right offer came along. His phone rang again. Different number this time. He didn't recognize it either. Answered anyway. Yeah. Is this Danny Reese? Man's voice. Rough. Street accent. Who's asking? Someone with a business proposition. You interested? Depends on the proposition. Not something I can discuss on the phone. You available to meet? When? Tomorrow. Noon. There's a diner on Oregon Avenue. Tony's. You know it. I'll find it. Good. Come alone. Order coffee. Someone will approach you. Who? You'll know when you see him. The line went dead. Danny put the phone down. Looked at his notes. At Sal's photo. This wasn't a coincidence. Someone had been watching him while he was watching them. Someone knew what he was doing. Who he was. What he was capable of. He should walk away. Get in his car. Drive to another city. Another state. Disappear like he'd done before. But he didn't. Instead, he took out his notebook. Made a new entry, October 15th. 9:47 p.m. Contact made. Meeting scheduled. Possible job offer. He closed the notebook. Lay down on the bed. Stared at the ceiling. Thought about Fallujah. About the things he'd done there. The people he'd killed. All in the name of orders. All because someone told him to. When he got back, he swore he was done with that. Done taking orders. Done killing. But jobs were scarce. Money was scarce. And the skills he'd learned, watching, waiting, killing, those were the only skills that paid. He'd done 3 jobs since getting back. Private contractors who needed someone disappeared. Quietly. Professionally. No questions asked. The money was good. The work was easy. Easier than combat. No rules of engagement. No after-action reports. Just a target and a payment. Was that what this was? Another job? Probably. Did he care? Not really. He closed his eyes. Tried to sleep. Couldn't. Too much caffeine. Too much nicotine. Too many years of sleeping light in places where sleeping deep got you killed. At midnight, he got up. Did push-ups. Sit-ups. Pulled out the disassembled Glock from his bag. Cleaned it. Reassembled it. Checked the magazine. 15 rounds. He put it back in the bag. Got dressed. Drove back to South Philly. Parked across from Sal's house. Lights were off now. Everyone asleep. He sat there watching. Making notes. Learning. A cop car drove by. Slowed down. Danny looked straight ahead. Casual. Just a guy sitting in his car. Nothing suspicious. The cop kept going. Danny went back to watching Sal's house. Watching the street. Watching everything. At 3 a.m., a light came on inside. 2nd floor. Bathroom, maybe. Someone getting up to piss. The light went off 5 minutes later. Danny made a note. Subject is awake between 3 to 3:05 a.m. Possible insomnia. Possible anxiety. He drove back to the motel. Got 2 hours of sleep. Woke up at 6. Did more push-ups. Showered. Dressed. At 11:30, he drove to the diner on Oregon Avenue. Tony's Luncheonette. Red vinyl booths. Old waitresses. Smelled like coffee and bacon grease. He sat in a booth by the window. Ordered coffee. Black. Waited. At 12:05, a man walked in. Mid-40s. Good clothes. Confident walk. He looked around. Saw Danny. Came over. Slid into the booth across from him. Danny Reese, the man said. That's me. I'm Tony DeMarco. Thanks for coming. Danny didn't say anything. Just waited. Tony looked at him for a long moment. You served. Marines, right? Iraq. Afghanistan too. 3 tours. 4. That's a lot of time in the shit. You see combat. Every day. Kill anybody. Danny took a sip of coffee. You already know the answer to that. Otherwise you wouldn't have called. Tony smiled. Not friendly. Just acknowledgement. You're right. I do know. I know you did contract work after you got out. Security. Close protection. Some other stuff. What kind of other stuff? The kind we don't talk about in public. Then why are we talking now? Tony leaned back. Because I got a job. And I need someone who knows how to handle problems. Someone who's not local. Someone nobody knows. Someone who can do what needs to be done and disappear. What's the job? Can't tell you that yet. First, I need to know if you're interested. How much? 50,000. Half up front. Half when it's done. Danny thought about it. 50 grand was more than he'd made on the last 3 jobs combined. Which meant this wasn't a simple job. This was complicated. Dangerous. Which meant it was exactly his kind of work. I'm listening, Danny said. Chapter 13. Angela Russo sat in her office at 7 a.m., 3 hours before anyone else showed up, going through bank records that made her eyes hurt. Carmen Russo's financials. Not the legitimate warehouse business. The personal accounts. Credit cards. The stuff people thought was private. It wasn't. She'd gotten the warrant yesterday. Judge Morrison signed it without much argument once she showed him the connection between the warehouse and Vince Tartaglia. Now she had 6 months of statements spread across her desk like evidence of a slow-motion train wreck. Casino charges. Borgata. Caesars. Hurrahs. 2-3 times a week. Usually 500 at a time. Sometimes 1,000. Added up over 6 months, $47,000. Then there were the cash withdrawals. Always round numbers. Always from ATMs in South Jersey. Another 15 grand. Total, 62,000 in gambling-related expenses. On paper, Carmen made $85,000 a year from the warehouse. Paid taxes on it. Looked legitimate. But you can't lose $62,000 gambling when you only make $85,000. Not unless you're getting money somewhere else. She made notes on a yellow pad. Where's the extra money coming from? Skimming from warehouse. Other income source. Loan from family. Her phone buzzed. Text from Callahan, you up? She texted back, been up for 2 hours. Where are you? Callahan, outside your building. Got something to show you. Angela grabbed her coffee, went downstairs. Callahan was sitting in his Crown Vic, engine running. She got in the passenger side. What's so important you couldn't wait until normal human hours, she said. I went to that warehouse. The one in Port Richmond. Gina's tip. And it's interesting. Place looks abandoned. Boarded up. But someone's been there recently. Fresh tire tracks in the lot. Oil stains on the concrete. Not old oil. New. You go inside? Couldn't. Needed a warrant, and I don't have probable cause. But I watched it for 3 hours yesterday. Nobody came. Nobody left. But someone's using it. Angela thought about it. We need to get in there. See what's inside. I know. But we need cause. Right now, all we got is a tip from a worried sister and some tire tracks. What if we do surveillance? See who shows up. That's what I'm thinking. Park there. Watch it. See if Sal or anyone else comes by. How long? Long as it takes. Day. 2 days. However long. Angela's phone rang. Mitchell Hargrove. Her boss. She looked at Callahan. I gotta take this. She answered. Morning, Mitchell. My office. 20 minutes. I'm not in the building. Then get in the building. 20 minutes. He hung up. That sounded fun, Callahan said. He's probably going to tell me to drop the Tartaglia case again. She got out of the car. Keep watching that warehouse. If anyone shows up, call me immediately. And Frank? Get photos. Plates. Everything. You got it. She went back inside. Rode the elevator to the 4th floor. Mitchell's office door was open. He was on the phone, waving her in. She sat down. Waited. Mitchell finished his call. Looked at her like she was a problem he couldn't solve. Tell me you're making progress, he said. I am. I got Carmen Russo's financials. He's got serious gambling debts. Lost $60,000 in 6 months. That's motive for the warehouse robbery. Motive's not evidence. It's a start. And I've got Callahan watching a warehouse in Port Richmond that might be where they're storing the stolen pills. Might be. That's the problem with this case, Angela. Everything's might be. Maybe. Possibly. I need definite. I need concrete. I need something I can take to a grand jury. I'm working on it. How much longer? I don't know. Couple days. Maybe a week. Mitchell rubbed his temples. I'm getting pressure from upstairs. The senator called again. Wants to know why we're not making arrests in a major pharmaceutical theft. Tell him we're building a case. I told him that. He said build it faster. Mitchell leaned forward. Look, I believe in you. I think you're right about Vince. But belief doesn't win cases. Evidence does. And right now, we don't have enough. Give me 1 more week. If I don't have something solid by then, I'll drop it. Mitchell thought about it. 5 days. That's all I can give you. After that, we're moving on. Deal. She left. Went back to her office. Looked at Carmine's bank records again. There had to be something here. Something she was missing. Her phone rang. Callahan. That was fast, she said. You need to get down here. Now. What happened? Just get down here. Port Richmond. Text you the address. 20 minutes later, she pulled up to the warehouse. Callahan was standing outside with 2 uniforms and Lou. What's going on? Angela said. We got a call. Anonymous. Said there were suspicious people at this location. When we showed up, the door was unlocked. Unlocked. It was locked yesterday. Not anymore. And Angela, you need to see what's inside. They walked in. The warehouse was empty, except for some old furniture and nothing. The main floor was completely empty. Where are the pills? Angela said. There aren't any. Place is clean. But look at this. Callahan led her to the corner. There were marks on the floor. Rectangular impressions in the dust. Something was stacked here. Recently. And there's this. He handed her a plastic bag. Inside was a single pill bottle. Empty. Label said, OxyContin 80 milligrams. That's from the stolen shipment, Angela said. Has to be. Yeah. But whoever was storing stuff here, they moved it. Probably last night or early this morning. How'd they know we were watching? They didn't. Or they did, and we got made. Callahan looked around. Either way, they're gone. And so's the evidence. Angela wanted to throw something. Wanted to scream. Instead, she took photos of everything. The dust marks. The empty bottle. The tire tracks outside. We can still use this, she said. This proves the warehouse was being used. Proves someone had pharmaceutical products here. We just need to connect it to Sal, or Vince or somebody. How? I don't know yet. But we're close. I can feel it. Her phone rang. Unknown number. She almost didn't answer. Then she did. Russo. Ms. Russo? This is Polly Greco. I need to talk to you. About Sal Bonano. Angela's heart started racing. I'm listening. Not on the phone. Can we meet? Somewhere private. When? Today. Soon as possible. I don't know how much time I got. What does that mean? It means people are dying, and I'm probably next. Can we meet or not? Angela looked at Callahan. Where are you? Doesn't matter. Just pick somewhere. I'll be there. She thought fast. There's a park. FDR Park. Near the stadium. You know it. Yeah. 1 hour. By the lake. Come alone. You come alone too. I see cops, I'm gone. He hung up. Angela grabbed Callahan's arm. We got him. We got someone willing to talk. Who? Polly Greco. Works for Sal. He wants to meet. Says people are dying. You can't go alone. He said come alone. I don't care what he said. This could be a setup. Or it could be the break we need. I'm going. Then I'm coming with you. I'll stay back. He won't see me. But I'm not letting you walk into a meet with a mobster by yourself. Angela didn't argue. They had 55 minutes. They drove to FDR Park. Found a spot near the lake. Callahan stayed in the car with binoculars. Angela walked to the water. Waited. At 12:40, a man approached. Mid-40s. Looked scared. Kept checking over his shoulder. Polly, Angela said. Yeah. You're Russo. That's me. He sat down on a bench. She sat next to him. Not too close. Giving him space. Why'd you call me? She said. Because I'm scared. Because I did something stupid, and now people are getting killed, and I don't know how to stop it. What did you do? I helped Sal rob Vince's warehouse. Me and 2 other guys. We stole 50,000 oxy pills. It was supposed to be simple. In and out. Get paid. But it's not simple. Nothing's ever simple. Angela kept her voice calm. Tell me everything. From the beginning. Polly looked at the water. Started talking. Told her about the plan. The warehouse. The night of the robbery. Moving the pills to Port Richmond. Selling them to street crews. Told her about Joey getting killed. About Sal and Tony giving orders. About being scared every day that Vince would find out. Where are the pills now? Angela said. Gone. Sold. Most of them, anyway. Maybe 10,000 left. But I don't know where. Sal moved them yesterday. Said it wasn't safe anymore. Why are you telling me this? Because I want out. I want immunity. I want protection. And I'll testify. I'll tell you everything. Who did what? When? Where? All of it. Angela's mind was racing. This was it. This was the break. With Polly's testimony, she could build a RICO case against Sal, Tony, and maybe even Vince. Okay, she said. Here's what happens next. You come with me. Right now. We go to my office. We put you in protective custody. And you tell us everything. Every detail. Every conversation. Everything. And you'll protect me? From Sal? From Vince? Yes. We'll put you somewhere safe. New identity, if we have to. But you have to cooperate, fully. No holding back. Polly nodded. Okay. Let's go. They stood up. Started walking toward the parking lot. Angela was thinking about the case. About the charges. About finally getting Sal and Vince in. A car screeched into the parking lot. Black Lexus. 2 guys jumped out. Run. Polly yelled. But it was too late. One of the guys had a gun. Fired twice. Both shots hit Polly in the chest. He went down. Angela dropped. Pulled her weapon. Returned fire. Callahan came running from his car. Shooting. The two guys jumped back in the Lexus. Peeled out. Angela ran to Polly. He was bleeding bad. Both lungs probably. She pressed her jacket against his chest. "Stay with me," she said. "Ambulance is coming. Stay with me." Polly looked at her. Blood coming out of his mouth. "Tell my wife, tell her I'm sorry." "You're gonna tell her yourself. Just hold on." But she could see it in his eyes. He was dying. Had maybe a minute. "Sal did it," Polly whispered. "He killed Joey. He's gonna kill everyone." His eyes went empty. Angela kept pressure on the wound, but she knew. He was gone. Callahan was on his phone. "Shots fired. Officer needs assistance. FDR Park. We got one down. I need units and an ambulance now." Angela sat back. Hands covered in blood. Her witness. Her break in the case. Dead on the ground. Sirens in the distance. Getting closer. She looked at Callahan. They were watching him. Following him. They knew he was coming to talk. Which means someone tipped them off. Or they've been watching him all along. Waiting for him to make a mistake. Callahan looked at the body. "That's some cold shit. That's organized crime. Nobody talks. And if you do, you die." The ambulance arrived. Then patrol cars. Then more detectives. The park became a crime scene. Angela stood off to the side. Watching them bag the body. Collect shell casings. Take statements. Her phone rang. "Mitchell." "I heard," he said. "You okay?" "Yeah. But our witness isn't." "I'm sorry." "Me too." She looked at her bloody hands. "They killed him right in front of me. Shot him twice and drove away. You get the shooters. I got the car. Black Lexus. Plates were probably stolen. But we'll find it." "And then what? You think they'll roll on who ordered it?" Angela didn't answer. She already knew. Nobody would talk. Nobody would roll. This was how it worked. This was how they stayed in power. By making sure everyone who might talk ended up dead. "5 days," Mitchell said. "You still got 5 days. Find another way." He hung up. Angela walked to her car. Got in. Sat there. Thinking about Polly Greco dying on the ground. About Joey beaten to death in an alley. About how many more would die before this was over. She started the car. Drove back to the office. She had 5 days to build a case. And she was going to use every single one. Chapter 14. Sal stood in the back room of the social club, looking at his phone, looking at the text from Marco. "It's done. Problem solved." Tony sat at the table, counting money. Didn't look up. Was that necessary? You tell me. Polly calls a meeting with the feds. They meet at FDR Park. What do you think was gonna happen? I think you just murdered a guy who's been with us since we were kids. I think I stopped a guy from putting us all in prison. Sal put the phone away. You got a problem with that? Tony stopped counting. Looked at him. Yeah. I got a problem with it. Polly wasn't a rat. He was scared. There's a difference. Not when you're talking to federal prosecutors. He called her. Doesn't mean he was gonna testify. You want to take that chance? You want to bet your life he was just gonna chat? Have coffee? Talk about the weather? Tony went back to the money. How'd you know he was meeting her? I had him followed. Last 3 days. Everywhere he went. Everything he did. This morning, he drove to FDR Park. Sat on a bench. Angela Russo showed up. That's when Marco made the call. Who pulled the trigger? You don't need to know that. I need to know who I'm cleaning up after. Who did it? Sal didn't answer right away. Then the 2 kids from Carmine's crew. The ones who work security at the warehouse. They owed me a favor. They get away clean. Clean enough. Ditched the car in Camden. Burned it. They're laying low. Tony finished counting. 65,000. Payment from the North Philly crew. 2 days ago, they'd collected 80 from the Dominicans. Yesterday, another 40 from the Vietnamese guys. Total so far, 185,000. They still had maybe 10,000 pills left to move. Call it another 50 grand. Split 4 ways, except now it was 3 ways because Polly was dead. 78,000 each. More than Sal had promised. More than any of them had seen at once. What about Richie? Tony said. What about him? He's gonna hear about Polly. He's gonna know we did it. He's gonna be scared. Good. Like I said before. Scared means careful. Or scared means he runs. Scared means he talks. Sal pulled out a chair. Sat down. Richie's not gonna run. Richie's got a wife. 2 kids. A mortgage. Where's he gonna go? What's he gonna do? Get a regular job? Make 30 grand a year? He's in this. He knows it. He knew Joey too. And Joey's dead. He knew Polly. Now Polly's dead. You don't think that's gonna make him nervous? So we give him his money. We tell him it's over. We tell him to keep his mouth shut and enjoy his life. What's he gonna do? Call the cops. Tony stacked the bills. Banded them. Put them in a duffel bag. You're making a lot of assumptions. I'm making calculated decisions based on risk assessment. That's what bosses do. You're not the boss. Vince is. Sal smiled. Didn't have humor in it. For now. Tony looked at him. What's that supposed to mean? It means Vince is old. Vince is sloppy. Vince is gonna get himself popped by the feds any day now. And when he does, someone's gonna have to step up. And you think that's you? I know it's me. I got the money. I got the connections. I got the brains. What's Vince got? A camel hair coat and a girlfriend in Atlantic City. He's got respect. He's got 40 years in this life. You can't just... I can't what? I can't do what I did to get here. I can't make moves. Tony, we stole from him. We've been selling his product for 2 weeks. If he hasn't figured it out yet, he's not as smart as everyone thinks. Or he has figured it out, and he's waiting. That stopped Sal. He leaned back in his chair. Waiting for what? For you to make a mistake. For you to get comfortable. Then he moves. If he knew, he'd have done something already. Maybe. Or maybe he's being smart. Building his case. Making sure when he comes for you, it sticks. Sal stood up. Walked to the window. Looked out at the alley behind the club. Empty except for a dumpster and some rats. What are you saying, Tony? You think I should back off? You think I should stop now? I think you should be careful. I think killing Polly was reckless. I think we're attracting attention we don't need. We're almost done. 10,000 pills left. 2 more sales. Then we're clear. We're never clear. You know that. Sal turned around. So what do you want to do? Give the money back? Turn ourselves in? Tell Vince we're sorry. I want to not end up dead. That's what I want. Then trust me. I got this under control. Do you? Because from where I'm sitting, it doesn't look controlled. It looks like we're leaving bodies all over the city and hoping nobody connects them back to us. Sal walked over to the table, picked up one of the stacks of cash. You see this? This is freedom. This is options. This is everything we never had growing up in this neighborhood. You want to throw that away because you're scared. I want to stay alive to spend it. Then help me finish this. 2 more sales. Then we're done. We disappear the evidence. We pay off anyone who needs paying. And we move on. Tony didn't look convinced, but he nodded. What about Vince? He's still asking questions. Let him ask. He doesn't know anything. And as long as we keep it that way, we're fine. He talked to Carmen yesterday. Carmen called me after. Said Vince thinks he did it. Thinks Carmen robbed the warehouse to pay off gambling debts. Sal smiled. Perfect. Let him think that. Carmine's your nephew's business partner. You're just gonna throw him to Vince? Carmine's not my problem. And if Vince wants to believe he did it, that's even better. Takes the heat off us. Until Carmen figures out he's being set up. By then, it won't matter. We'll be done. Money's hidden. Product's gone. Nothing to connect us. The door opened. Marco came in. Looked nervous. Boss wants to see you, Marco said. Both of you. When? Sal said. Now. He's upstairs. Sal and Tony looked at each other. What's it about? Tony said. Didn't say. Just said get up there. They went upstairs. Vince was at his usual table with Jimmy Longo. Both of them looked serious. Sit down, Vince said. They sat. Vince lit a cigar. Took his time. You hear about Polly? We heard, Sal said. Terrible thing. Yeah. Terrible. Guy gets shot in broad daylight at FDR Park. 2 bullets. Dead before the ambulance shows up. You know what he was doing there? No idea. He was meeting with the feds. With Angela Russo specifically. Federal prosecutor who's been trying to build a case against me for 2 years. And Polly, your guy Sal, he was there to talk to her. Sal kept his face blank. You sure about that? I'm sure. I got people watching the feds, same as they're watching us. Polly shows up. Russo shows up. They sit down. They talk. Then 2 guys in a Lexus drive by and shoot him. Right in front of her. Jesus, Tony said. Yeah. Jesus. Vince looked at Sal. So here's my question. Why was Polly meeting with the feds? What was he gonna tell her? I don't know. Maybe he was trying to make a deal for something else. Something we don't know about. Or maybe he was gonna tell her about the warehouse. About who really robbed it. The room went cold. You think Polly robbed the warehouse? Sal said. I think somebody did. And I think Polly knew who. And I think that's why he's dead. Tony spoke up. You think we killed Polly? Vince didn't answer. Just smoked his cigar. Jimmy watched them both. Finally Vince said, I think someone in this organization is dirty. I think someone stole from me. And I think they're killing people to cover it up. Now maybe that's you too. Maybe it's someone else. But I'm gonna find out. How? Sal said. By watching everybody. By following the money. By seeing who makes a mistake. Vince leaned forward. Here's what's gonna happen. You two are gonna help me. You're gonna ask around. You're gonna find out who's moving product they shouldn't have. Who's spending money they shouldn't have. And you're gonna bring me names. And if we find something, Tony said, then we handle it. Quietly. Permanently. Sal nodded. Okay. We'll ask around. Do better than ask. Find out. Because if I find out you're involved, either of you, there won't be a conversation. There'll just be a funeral. Understand? We understand, Sal said. Good. Get out of here. They left. Got in Sal's car. Sat there. That was close, Tony said. That was him guessing. He doesn't know anything. He knows Polly was meeting with the feds. He knows someone killed him. He's not stupid, Sal. I never said he was stupid. I said he doesn't know. There's a difference. Tony looked out the window. We need to finish this. Today. Tomorrow. Get rid of the last pills. Get rid of any evidence. And then we need to lay low for a while. Agreed. I'll call the last 2 buyers. Move the rest of the product. By Friday we're done. And Richie? I'll talk to him. Give him his money. Tell him it's over. Tell him to keep quiet. You think he will? Sal started the car. He will, if he wants to stay alive. They drove back to South Philly. Sal dropped Tony at his house. Kept driving. He had 2 more sales to make. 10,000 pills to move. Then it was over. Then he could breathe. Then he could start planning what came next. Because Tony was right about one thing. Vince was watching. Waiting. Looking for mistakes. And Sal couldn't afford to make any more. Chapter 15. Marco Benedetti sat in his Lexus outside a 7-Eleven in Port Richmond, eating a hoagie and thinking about how he'd just killed a guy for 10 grand. Not personally. He didn't pull the trigger. But he made the call. Gave the location. Watched it happen through binoculars from 2 blocks away. 2 shots. Polly went down. Angela Russo hit the ground. Callahan came running. The whole thing took maybe 10 seconds. Now Marco was eating a hoagie like it was just another Tuesday. His phone rang. Carmen Russo. No relation. Different Russo family from Jersey. Yeah, Marco said. You hear about Polly? Carmen said. I heard. People are saying it was a hit. That he was talking to the feds. People say a lot of things. Was it Sal? Did Sal do it? Marco took a bite of his hoagie. Peppers and onions. Too much oil. Why would Sal do it? I don't know. That's why I'm asking you. I don't know nothing about it. And neither should you. Marco, come on. We're friends. You can tell me. There's nothing to tell. Polly got shot. Cops are investigating. That's all I know. Carmen was quiet for a second. Then, you want to grab a beer later? Talk about some things. What kind of things? Business things. Future things. I'm busy tonight. Maybe tomorrow. Okay. Tomorrow. Call me. They hung up. Marco finished his hoagie. Wiped his hands. Thought about Carmine's tone. Nervous. Careful. Like he was fishing for information. Carmen was a good soldier. Followed orders. Kept his mouth shut most of the time. But he was also ambitious. Always looking for angles. Always thinking about how to move up. Marco understood that. He was the same way. He started the car. Drove to little Nicky Barone's place. Row home in Pensport. Nicky's wife answered the door. He in. Marco said. He's in the basement. Go ahead. Marco went down. Nikki was lifting weights. Bench press. No spotter. Stupid, but typical for Nikki. Little help, Nikki said. Marco helped him rack the bar. You're gonna kill yourself doing that alone. That's what my wife says. Nikki sat up. Grabbed a towel. What's going on? We need to talk. About Sal. What about him? Marco looked around. Your wife upstairs? Yeah. Why? Because what I'm about to say doesn't leave this room. Nikki stood up. Okay. I'm listening. Sal's making moves. Big moves. And he's not telling Vince. What kind of moves? The kind that could get us all killed if it goes wrong. Marco sat on the weight bench. The warehouse robbery. That was Sal. Him and Tony. They used Polly and 2 other guys. Stole the oxy. Been selling it for 2 weeks. Nikki's face went pale. You're sure? I'm sure. Sal paid me to keep quiet. Paid me to redirect Vince's attention. And he paid me to handle Polly when Polly tried to flip. Jesus Christ. So that hit today was me. On Sal's orders. Nikki sat down on a workout bench. Rubbed his face. Why are you telling me this? Because you and me and Carmen, we're in a position. Sal's moving up. Taking over. Whether Vince knows it or not. And when Sal's in charge, we can either be with him or against him. Or we can tell Vince what's going on. And then what? Vince kills Sal. Maybe kills Tony. Maybe kills us for knowing and not saying something sooner. You think that's better? Nikki thought about it. So what are you saying? We should side with Sal? I'm saying we should be smart. Sal's making $300,000 on this deal. He's got connections with street crews Vince doesn't even know about. He's building something. And if we're with him when he takes over, we move up too. And if he doesn't take over, if Vince figures it out first, then we were loyal soldiers following orders. We didn't know nothing. We were just doing what we were told. That's a dangerous game, Marco. Everything's dangerous. Question is, which side gives us better odds? Nikki stood up. Walked to the stairs. Looked up to make sure his wife wasn't listening. Came back. What about Carmen? He in on this? Not yet. I wanted to talk to you first. See where your head's at. My head's at, I got a wife and 2 kids and a mortgage. I can't afford to pick the wrong side. Nobody can. That's why we pick the winning side. Which is? Sal. He's smarter. He's hungrier. Vince is old. His time's done. He just doesn't know it yet. Nikki thought about it. What do you need from me? I need you to be ready. When things change, and they will change, I need you with me. With us. With Sal. And in exchange. In exchange, you move up. You get a bigger cut. You get more responsibility. You get to be someone, instead of just another soldier. Nikki looked at him. How much is Sal paying you to recruit me? Marco smiled. He's not. This is me. My idea. Because I know how this plays out. Vince is gonna fall. Either the feds get him or Sal does. When that happens, there's gonna be a vacuum. And whoever's in position to fill it, that's who wins. What about Tony? Tony's loyal to Sal. Always has been. Where Sal goes, Tony goes. So it's Sal and Tony at the top. You, me, and Carmen under them. That's right. New structure. New operation. Smarter. Cleaner. Nikki walked around the basement. Thinking. Finally he said, okay. I'm in. But if this goes sideways, if Vince finds out. He won't. As long as we're smart. As long as we're careful. And what's the timeline? When does this happen? Soon. Sal's almost done moving the pills. Once that's finished, he's got the money to make his move. Could be weeks. Could be months. But it's coming. They went upstairs. Nikki's wife was in the kitchen making dinner. You staying? She said to Marco. No. I gotta go. Thanks though. He left. Got back in his car. Drove to South Philly. Parked outside Carmine's house. This conversation would be trickier. Carmine was careful. Paranoid, even. Didn't trust easy. But Marco had known him since they were kids. Knew how to talk to him. Knew what buttons to push. He called. You still want that beer? Yeah. Where? McLinchey's. 20 minutes. I'll be there. Marco drove to the bar. Ordered a Yingling. Waited. Carmine showed up 15 minutes later. Ordered a whiskey. They sat in a booth in the back. So what's going on? Carmine said. Marco told him everything. The warehouse robbery. Sal's plan. The money. The moves being made. Polly getting killed. Carmine listened without interrupting. When Marco finished, Carmine drank his whiskey. Ordered another. This is insane, Carmine said. It's genius. It's insane. Vince is gonna figure it out. And when he does, by then, it'll be too late. Sal will have the money. The connections. The power. What's Vince gonna do? He's 70 years old. He can barely climb stairs. He's still the boss. For now. Carmine drank the second whiskey. You really think Sal can pull this off? I think he already has. The hard part's done. Now it's just maintenance. Finishing the sales. Covering the tracks. And you want me to help. I want you to be smart. Be on the right side when things change. What's my cut? Same as me and Nikki. We split the next tier. Whatever comes our way. Could be a lot. Could be everything. Carmine thought about it. I need to think about this. Don't think too long. Things are moving fast. You're either in or you're out. And if you're out, you're on your own when this goes down. Is that a threat? It's a fact. This is happening. Question is whether you're part of it. Carmine finished his drink. Let me sleep on it. I'll call you tomorrow. Okay. But Carmine? Don't mention this to anybody. Not your wife. Not your girlfriend. Nobody. This stays between us. I know how this works. Marco paid the tab. Left. Drove home. His wife was watching TV. You eat. I had a hoagie. That's not dinner. It's enough. He went upstairs. Took a shower. Lay down. Thought about the conversation with Nikki. With Carmine. About building alliances. About positioning himself for what came next. Sal was making his move. Tony was backing him. Marco was lining up the next generation. Vince didn't see it coming. Or maybe he did and couldn't stop it. Either way, change was coming. The only question was who'd survive it. Marco closed his eyes. Felt the weight of the 10 grand in his jacket pocket. Felt the weight of pulling the trigger on Polly. Felt the weight of everything that was about to happen. He'd made his choice. Now he just had to live with it. Or die trying. Chapter 16. Callahan stood outside St. Monica's Church on Porter Street, watching people file out after the 11 o'clock Mass, when he saw Sal. Sal was with his wife and kids. Looking normal. Looking like every other Italian guy from South Philly who went to church on Sunday because that's what you did. Callahan waited until Sal's family walked to their car. Then he crossed the street. Sal. Sal turned. Saw him. Didn't look surprised. Frank. You get religion? Just taking a walk. Nice neighborhood for it. Yeah. Real nice. They stood there. People walking past. Nobody paying attention. Just two guys talking on the sidewalk. You hear about Polly Greco? Callahan said. I heard. Terrible thing. He was meeting with a federal prosecutor when he got shot. You know anything about that? Why would I know anything about that? Because Polly worked for you. Polly did construction. Had his own thing going. Come on, Sal. We both know what Polly did. Same as we both know what you do. Sal looked down the street. His wife was putting the kids in the car. I don't know what you're talking about. The warehouse robbery. Northeast Medical Supply. 50,000 oxy pills. That ring a bell? I read about it in the paper. Yeah. I bet you did. Callahan moved closer. Kept his voice low. I know it was you. I don't have proof yet. But I know. Then arrest me. I'm not here to arrest you. I'm here to warn you. Sal looked at him. Warn me about what? About what happens next. You stole from Vince. You killed Joey and Polly. You're moving product through street crews. The feds are watching. Vince is suspicious. And sooner or later, somebody's gonna talk. Maybe Tony. Maybe one of your buyers. Maybe someone you haven't even thought about. If you're trying to scare me, I'm trying to keep you alive. We grew up together, Sal. I knew your dad. I know your sister. I don't want to see you dead in an alley somewhere. I can take care of myself. Can you? Because from where I'm standing, you're in over your head. You got the FBI building a case. You got Vince asking questions. You got bodies piling up. That's not taking care of yourself. That's spinning out of control. Sal's wife honked the horn. Sal waved at her. 1 minute. What do you want, Frank? You want me to turn myself in? Confess. Make it easy for you. I want you to think about your family. Your wife. Your kids. What happens to them when this goes bad? Nothing's gonna happen to them. You sure about that? Because Vince doesn't care about families. He cares about respect. About money. About loyalty. You violated all three. When he figures it out, not if, when, he's not gonna care who gets hurt. Sal pulled out his car keys. I appreciate the concern. But I'm fine. Everything's fine. Is it? Then why do you look like you haven't slept in a week? Sal didn't answer. Just walked toward his car. Callahan called after him. Your sister came to see me. You know that? Sal stopped. Turned around. What? Gina. She's worried about you. Said you're not yourself. Said you're scared. She doesn't know what she's talking about. She knows her brother. And she knows something's wrong. So do I. Callahan walked over to him. It's not too late. You can still walk away from this. Make a deal. Turn state's evidence. Get protection. And spend the rest of my life in witness protection. Looking over my shoulder? That's not living. It's better than dying. Sal opened his car door. Thanks for the advice, Frank. But I'm good. No, you're not. And you know it. Sal got in his car. Drove away. Callahan watched him go. Pulled out his phone. Called Angela. I just talked to Sal, he said. And he's not gonna flip. He thinks he's got this under control. Does he? No. He's scared. Paranoid. But he's in too deep to back out now. So what do? We keep building the case. Keep watching. Wait for him to make a mistake. How long? Not long. He's already made 3. 4th one's coming. They hung up. Callahan got in his car. Sat there for a minute, thinking about Sal's face. About the fear in his eyes. About how they used to play football together. Used to talk about getting out of the neighborhood. Making something of themselves. Now one of them was a cop, and the other was a killer. That's what the neighborhood did to you. Gave you 2 choices. Badge or bullet. Law or crime. Pick a side, and live with it. Callahan had picked his side 30 years ago when he joined the academy. Sal had picked his when his father died, and Vince Tartaglia offered him work. Now they were here, on opposite sides of a war that only ended one way. With somebody dead. Callahan started his car. Drove to the roundhouse. Went to his desk. Pulled out the file on the warehouse robbery. Photos of the crime scene. Witness statements. Financial records. Everything they had so far. Which wasn't much. Lou came over. You working on a Sunday? Couldn't sleep. What's going on? Just thinking about an old friend. The Bonano case? Yeah. Lou sat down. You want some advice? Not really. I'm gonna give it anyway. You're too close to this. You grew up with these guys. You know their families. That's gonna cloud your judgment. My judgment's fine. Is it? Because from where I'm sitting, you're spending a lot of time trying to save someone who doesn't want to be saved. Callahan didn't answer. Because Lou was right. That's exactly what he was doing. Look, Lou said, I get it. He's your friend. You want to help him. But at some point, you gotta accept that he made his choices. And those choices have consequences. I know that. Do you? Because you keep giving him warnings. Keep trying to talk sense into him. But he's not listening. And he's never gonna listen. So maybe it's time to just do your job and let the chips fall. Callahan looked at the photos. Joey's body in the dumpster. Polly bleeding out in the park. What if the chips fall on innocent people? Then that's on him. Not you. Lou left. Callahan stayed at his desk. Looking at the file. Thinking about choices and consequences. About friendship and duty. About all the ways this could end. None of them good. His phone rang. Unknown number. He answered. Callahan. It's me. Gina's voice. Quiet. Scared. You okay? No. I need to see you. Can you meet me? When? Now. Same place as before. The diner. I'll be there in 20. He grabbed his jacket. Drove to Aramingo. The diner was empty, except for a couple truckers and an old man reading the paper. Gina was in the same booth as last time. She looked worse. Eyes red. Hands shaking. Callahan sat down. What's wrong? It's Sal. I went to see him this morning. After church. I asked him what's going on. Why he's acting crazy. And Frank, he scared me. How? He said things are gonna change soon. Said he's making moves. Said after this week, everything's gonna be different. He wasn't making sense. He was talking fast. Paranoid. Kept checking the windows. Like someone was watching. Did he say what kind of moves? No. But he said when it's done, we'll all be taken care of. Me. My brother Michael. The whole family. He said we won't have to worry about money anymore. That's it. That's it. But Frank, I've never seen him like this. He's not himself. He's somebody else. Somebody I don't recognize. Callahan thought about it. Sal talking about moves. About everything changing. About taking care of the family. That wasn't random talk. That was someone planning something big. Did he mention Vince? Callahan said. No. Why? Just wondering. Gina grabbed his hand. Promise me you'll help him. Promise me you won't let him do something stupid. I'm trying, Gina. But I can't help someone who won't help themselves. Try harder. She left money on the table. Walked out. Left Callahan sitting there alone. He called Angela. We need to move faster. Sal's planning something. What kind of something? I don't know. But it's big. And it's happening this week. I'm already moving as fast as I can. Mitchell gave me 5 days. That was 3 days ago. I've got 2 left. Then we use them. I'm going back to that warehouse in Port Richmond. See if Sal shows up. I'll get surveillance authorized. We can put a camera on it. Do it. And Angela. Whatever Sal's planning, it ends with bodies. We need to stop him before that happens. I know. I'm trying. They hung up. Callahan drove back to Port Richmond. Parked across from the warehouse. Same spot as before. Sat there watching. Waiting. Thinking about Sal at 17. Running touchdowns. Talking about the future. Believing anything was possible. Now the only thing possible was prison or death. And Callahan couldn't figure out which one Sal was heading toward. Maybe both. He lit a cigarette. First one in 6 months. Smoked it. Watched the warehouse. Thought about duty and friendship, and all the ways you can fail someone even when you're trying to save them. His phone buzzed. Text from Lou, go home. Get some sleep. You can't save everyone. Callahan looked at the message. Didn't respond. Because Lou was wrong. He could save Sal. He just needed to figure out how, before it was too late. The warehouse door opened. Callahan grabbed his camera. Focused. Sal walked out, carrying a duffel bag. Looked around. Got in his Cadillac. Callahan took photos. Got the bag. Got Sal's face. Got the plates. Sal drove away. Callahan followed. This was it. Whatever Sal was doing, it was happening now. And Callahan was going to be there when it did. Chapter 17. Sal drove to a McDonald's parking lot in Frankfurt, the duffel bag on the passenger seat, thinking about how carrying $200,000 in cash made every red light feel like an hour. Darnell was already there. Sitting in a beat-up Escalade, windows tinted, engine running. Sal pulled up next to him. Rolled down his window. You got it, Darnell said. You got yours. Darnell held up a gym bag. Last payment. $50K. That makes a square. Pull around back. By the dumpsters. They moved their cars. Met in the space between the building and the fence where nobody could see from the street. Sal got out with the duffel. Darnell got out with the gym bag. Let me see it, Sal said. Darnell unzipped the bag. Stacks of bills. Mostly hundreds. Some 50s. Sal didn't count it. Didn't have time. Either it was all there or it wasn't. If it wasn't, he'd deal with Darnell later. Your turn, Darnell said. Sal opened the duffel. 10,000 pills in bottles. Pharmaceutical grade. Real labels. Not the pressed shit that killed people. Darnell picked up a bottle. Checked it. This is it. That's it. Last of the shipment. After this, I'm out. That's too bad. You got quality product. Better than most. Quality gets you noticed. I don't want to be noticed. Smart. Darnell put the bottle back. Zipped the duffel. Pleasure doing business. They switched bags. Got back in their cars. Darnell drove off first. Sal waited 2 minutes. Then left. One down. One to go. He drove to Olney. Strip mall with a Vietnamese restaurant. Parked in back. Checked his mirrors. Nothing suspicious. Just cars coming and going. People shopping. Normal. His phone rang. Tony. Yeah. Where are you? Tony said. Finishing up. Why? Vince called another meeting. Wants everybody there. 6 o'clock. What's it about? Didn't say. But he sounded serious. Sal checked the time. 3:15. He had the meet with the Vietnamese guys in 30 minutes. Then he'd need to stash the money. That would take him to 5. Cutting it close, but doable. I'll be there, Sal said. You nervous? About what? About Vince. About what he might know. He doesn't know anything. If he did, we'd already be dead. Tony was quiet. Then be careful. They hung up. Sal sat there. Watched people walk in and out of the restaurant. Families. Old people. Kids. Regular lives. Nobody carrying duffel bags full of pills. Nobody looking over their shoulders every 30 seconds. A Honda Accord pulled up. 3 guys got out. Vietnamese. Mid-20s. One of them saw Sal. Nodded. They walked over. Sal got out. Left the gym bag in the car for now. You're late, the lead guy said. His name was Tuan. Sal had met him once before, through a connection in North Philly. Traffic. You got the money. In the car. You got the product. Same place. They stood there. Neither one moving. This was always the tricky part. The handoff. The moment where trust either held or somebody got shot. How do we do this? Tuan said. You show me yours. I show you mine. We both verify. Then we make the exchange and leave. Nobody gets cute. Okay. Tuan went to the Honda. Came back with a backpack. Opened it. Cash. Lots of it. Sal did a quick estimate. Looked like 50 grand. Close enough. Sal got the duffel from his car. Opened it. Pills in bottles. Same as before. Tuan picked up a bottle. These legit. Pharmaceutical grade. Check the labels. Tuan checked. Nodded. Okay. We're good. They made the exchange. Backpack for duffel. Quick. Clean. Professional. You got more? Tuan said. I'm out. This was the last. That's too bad. Good doing business. Yeah. Good luck. The Vietnamese guys left. Sal put the backpack in his trunk. Under the spare tire. Then he got in the car and just sat there for a minute. It was done. All the pills moved. All the money collected. $235,000. Split 3 ways now that Polly was dead. That was 78 grand each. More than Sal made in 2 years doing regular work for Vince. He started the car. Drove to a storage facility in Juniata Park. The kind of place where you rented units by the month and nobody asked questions. Unit 247. He'd rented it 3 weeks ago under a fake name. Paid 6 months up front in cash. He opened the unit. Empty, except for some old furniture he'd bought at a thrift store to make it look used. He moved a dresser. Pulled up a loose floorboard. Put the backpack underneath. Covered it back up. Moved the dresser back. $78,000 hidden under a floor in a storage unit nobody knew about. Safe. Secure. Untraceable. He locked the unit. Drove away. His phone rang. Richie. "We need to talk," Richie said. His voice was shaky. Scared. About what? About everything. About Joey. About Polly. About when I'm getting my money. Tonight. After the meeting with Vince. I'll bring it to you. How much? Your share. What we agreed on. Which is what? Nobody's told me numbers. 78 grand. You'll get all of it. Tonight. Silence on the line. Then, that's a lot of money. That's what you earned. And after I get it. Then what? Then you keep your mouth shut. You live your life. You forget any of this happened. Just like that. Just like that. What if Vince finds out? What if the cops figure it out? They won't. As long as you stay quiet. As long as you don't do anything stupid like Joey did. Richie's breathing was heavy on the line. I'm scared, Sal. I know. But you'll be fine. Trust me. I don't know if I can do this. I don't know if I can live with. Richie. Listen to me. You already did it. You were there. You helped. The only question now is whether you're going to enjoy the money or spend the rest of your life looking over your shoulder. Tonight. I'll bring your money. We'll talk. Everything's gonna be fine. He hung up before Richie could say anything else. Richie was a problem. Not a big problem yet. But potentially. Fear made people unpredictable. Made them do things they shouldn't do. Like talk. Like run. Like confess. Sal would handle it. Give him the money. Calm him down. Make sure he understood the rules. And if that didn't work, well, there were other options. He drove to South Philly. Stopped at home. Showered. Changed clothes. Tried to look normal. Tried to look like a guy going to a regular meeting. Not a guy who just sold the last of 50,000 stolen pills. His wife was in the kitchen. You're going out again? Work thing. I'll be back by 8. You're always working lately. I know. It's busy. But it'll slow down soon. She didn't look convinced, but she didn't argue. Just went back to cooking. Sal kissed her on the cheek. Left. Drove to the social club. Got there 10 minutes early. Tony was already inside. So was Marco. So was little Nicky. So was Carmen. They all looked nervous. Vince walked in at 6 exactly. Jimmy Longo with him. Both of them stone-faced. Everybody sit, Vince said. They sat around the table. Vince stayed standing. I've been doing some thinking, Vince said. About the warehouse. About who did it. About why. And I think I finally figured it out. Sal kept his face blank. Didn't move. Barely breathed. Vince walked around the table slowly. See, at first I thought it was an outside job. Someone who got lucky. But the more I looked at it, the more I realized this was inside. Had to be. Someone who knew what was there. Someone who knew when to hit it. Someone who had access to information. He stopped behind Carmen. Put his hand on his shoulder. Carmen here's got gambling problems. Owes money all over town. Needs cash. Has access to the warehouse. Makes sense, right? He'd be the obvious choice. Carmine's face went white. Uncle Vince, I swear. Shut up. I'm not done. Vince walked to Marco. Then there's Marco. Good soldier. Smart. Always looking for opportunities. Could be him. Marco didn't react. Just sat there. Vince kept walking. Stopped at Sal. Or maybe it's Sal. My best earner. The guy they first trust most. The guy who's been with me 15 years. Could be him. The room was silent. Vince leaned down. Put his face close to Sal's. You know what I think. What do you think? Sal said. His voice steady. I think it was all of you. I think you worked together. I think you stole from me, and you've been lying about it for 2 weeks. And I think if I dig deep enough, I'll prove it. Nobody moved. Vince straightened up. Smiled. But here's the good news. I don't have proof. Not yet. And I'm a fair man. So I'm giving you all one more chance. One more opportunity to come clean. Tell me what happened. Where the pills went. Where the money is. Do that and maybe I'll be merciful. Still nobody moved. No takers? Okay. Then here's what happens next. I'm watching all of you. 24/7. Where you go. Who you see. What you spend. And when I find the proof, not if, when, there won't be mercy. There'll just be consequences. He walked to the door. Stopped. Oh, and one more thing. Nobody leaves town. Nobody takes a vacation. Nobody does anything unusual. You're all under house arrest until I figure this out. Understood? Heads nodded. Vince left. Jimmy followed. The room stayed silent for a full minute after they were gone. Finally Tony said, "That was a warning." "No," Sal said. "That was a threat." "What do we do?" Marco said. "We finish this. We tie up loose ends. And we get ready." "Ready for what?" Little Nicky said. Sal looked at them. "For war." Chapter 18. Tony sat in the back of Giordano's at 9 p.m. The restaurant closed. Just him and Sal and a bottle of wine nobody was drinking. "He knows," Tony said. "He suspects." "That's different." "He looked right at you. Right at your face. He knows." Sal poured wine. "Didn't drink it. Just looked at the glass. If he knew, really knew, we'd be dead. He's fishing. Waiting for someone to panic. Maybe someone should panic. Maybe panic's the right response. No. Panic gets you killed. Calm gets you through." Tony stood up. Walked to the window. Looked out at the empty street. "We need to decide what we're doing. Right now. Tonight. Because tomorrow might be too late. What are our options? 3. We run. We fight. Or we give it back." "Give it back?" Sal looked at him like he'd suggested they join a convent. "Give back $200,000? Are you insane? It's better than dying." "Is it?" "Because I'd rather die rich than live poor." "You won't be rich. You'll be dead. Then you'll be neither." Sal finally drank the wine. "We're not running. We're not giving anything back. That leaves option 2. Which is, we take care of Vince before he takes care of us." Tony turned around. "You want to kill Vince Tartaglia." "I want to survive. If that means killing Vince, then yeah. That's what I want." "You're out of your mind." "Am I?" "He's 70 years old. He's sloppy. He's distracted. We catch him at the right time, in the right place, it's done. Then we take over. Clean house. Start fresh." "And you think the other families are just going to accept that? You think New York's going to say, 'Oh, Sal killed Vince, guess he's in charge now'?" New York doesn't care who runs Philadelphia. They care about getting their cut. We keep paying them, they're happy. Tony sat back down. This is crazy. This is the craziest thing you've ever said. And you've said some crazy shit. You got a better idea? Yeah. We tell Vince the truth. We say Polly did it. Polly organized it. We were helping him investigate. He tried to flip on us, so we handled it. Vince respects that. Respects loyalty. He'll believe it. And when he asks where the pills are, where the money went, what do we say then? We say Polly moved them. We don't know where. He died before we could find out. Sal thought about it. That could work. If we sell it right. If we make it convincing. It's better than trying to kill a boss. That's a death sentence. Automatically. No matter how good your reasons. The door opened. Marco walked in. Behind him was little Nicky and Carmen. What's this? Tony said. I called them, Sal said. We need to talk. All of us. About what comes next. Tony looked at Sal. You already decided. I'm deciding right now. With you. With them. As a group. The three of them sat down. Sal poured more wine. Everyone took a glass, but nobody drank. Okay, Sal said. Here's where we are. Vince suspects us. All of us. He's watching. Waiting. Looking for proof. When he finds it, we're dead. So the question is, what do we do about it? We could leave, Carmen said. Just go. Take our money and disappear. To where? For how long? The rest of our lives? That's not a plan. That's giving up. What's your plan? Little Nicky said. Sal looked at each of them. My plan is we take over. We remove Vince. We restructure the organization. We bring in new rules. New ways of doing business. Smarter. Cleaner. More profitable. Marco leaned forward. You want us to help you kill Vince. I want us to survive. If that means Vince doesn't, then yeah. And you think we can pull that off? Carmen said. The five of us against Vince and everyone loyal to him? Vince is old. His crew is small. Most of his guys are dinosaurs. They're loyal until they're not. We move fast, we move smart, we can do this. Tony shook his head. This is insane. This is necessary. No. It's suicide. And I'm not doing it. Sal looked at him. You're saying no. I'm saying think about this. Really think. We kill Vince, we're starting a war. With his guys. With the other families. With everyone. That's not survivable. It is if we win. Nobody wins these wars, Sal. Everybody just dies, slower. Sal stood up. Walked around the table. I respect that. I respect your opinion. But here's the reality. Vince knows. He doesn't have proof yet, but he will. And when he does, he's killing all of us. Not just me. All of us. So we either sit here and wait for that to happen, or we do something about it. There are other options, Tony said. Name one that keeps us alive and free. Tony couldn't. Because there weren't any. They all knew it. Marco spoke up. What's the plan? Specifically. How would we do it? We catch him alone. Or close to alone. Someplace we control. We make it quick. Clean. Then, we move immediately to consolidate power. We reach out to his biggest earners. We offer them the same deal, or better. We get them on our side, before anyone else can move. What about Jimmy Longo? Little Nicky said. He's Vince's guy. Has been for 40 years. Jimmy's old. Jimmy's tired. We give him a choice. Retire with his pension, or don't retire at all. He's smart. He'll take the pension. Carmen drank his wine. I'm in. Everyone looked at him. You're in? Tony said. Just like that. I'm 50 grand in debt to bookies who break legs. Vince thinks I robbed him. The feds are watching me. I got nothing to lose and everything to gain. So yeah, I'm in. Me too, Marco said. Little Nicky nodded. Yeah. Okay. I'm in. Sal looked at Tony. That's 3 votes. You make 4. That's enough. And if I say no, then you say no. I'm not forcing anybody. But you're either with us or you're not. And if you're not, you need to leave. Now. Tonight. Because we're doing this, whether you're here or not. Tony looked at his best friend. The guy he'd known since they were kids. The guy who'd been best man at his wedding. Who was godfather to his oldest son. If I say yes, we're killing a man. A boss. That's the line, Sal. Once we cross it, there's no going back. We crossed the line when we stole from him. This is just finishing what we started. Tony closed his eyes. Thought about his wife. His kids. His house. His life. Everything he'd built. Everything he could lose. Thought about Vince finding out. About what would happen to him. To his family. To everyone he loved. How? Tony said. How do we do it? Sal sat back down. His grandson's christening. Next Sunday. Old Street Mary's Church in Old City. Vince always goes to family events. Always. He'll be there. With family. With civilians. He'll be vulnerable. You want to do it in a church? During a christening? I want to do it when we have the opportunity. This is the opportunity. And after we do it, then what? Then we call a meeting. All the capos. All the earners. We explain what happened. We explain why. We offer them a choice. Stay with us or leave. Their call. And you think they'll stay? I think they'll do what's smart. Which is stay and get paid, or leave and get nothing. Tony poured more wine. Drank it. Poured another glass. This is the stupidest thing I've ever agreed to. But you're agreeing. Tony looked at him. Yeah. I'm agreeing. But Sal, if this goes wrong, if we get caught, if we don't pull it off, we're all dead. You understand that? I understand. I mean dead. Not arrested. Not prison. Dead. I know what dead means, Tony. Do you? Because sometimes I think you forget people can die. That this isn't a game. That there are consequences. I remember every day. Every single day. But I also remember that doing nothing is its own consequence. And I'd rather die trying than die waiting. They sat there. 5 men around a table. Making a decision that would change everything. Marco broke the silence. So it's decided. We're doing this? Sal looked around the table. We're doing this. Sunday. At the christening. We take out Vince. We take over. We change everything. Who pulls the trigger? Little Nicky said. We all do. All 5 of us. That way, nobody can flip. Nobody can say they weren't involved. We're all in this together. All the way. Tony stood up. I need air. He walked outside. Stood on the sidewalk. Lit a cigarette. His hands were shaking. Sal came out. Stood next to him. Didn't say anything. Just stood there. We're really doing this, Tony said. Yeah. No going back. No going back. Tony smoked. Looked up at the sky. Stars were out. Clear night. Beautiful, almost. You remember when we were kids? Tony said. We used to talk about getting out of here. Moving somewhere else. Starting over. I remember. You think we still can? After this. After this, we won't need to. We'll own this place. Or it'll own us. Sal put his hand on Tony's shoulder. I need you with me. All the way. I can't do this without you. You shouldn't do it at all. But I am. And I need to know you're there. Tony finished the cigarette. Dropped it. Stepped on it. I'm there. But Sal, you better be right about this. Because if you're wrong, we're not just dead. We're damned. I'm right. Trust me. They went back inside. The others were waiting. So, Sal said. Sunday. Old Street Mary's. We meet here at 9. We go together. We do this together. Everyone clear? Nods around the table. Good. Now go home. Be normal. Act normal. Don't do anything that draws attention. And don't tell anybody. Not your wives. Not your girlfriends. Nobody. This stays between us. They left one at a time. 5-minute intervals. Sal went last. Locked up the restaurant. Stood outside looking at the street. Thinking about Sunday. About what came next. About the point of no return that was 5 days away. He got in his car. Drove home. His wife was asleep. His kids were asleep. The house was quiet. He sat in the living room, in the dark. Thinking about choices. About consequences. About the price you pay for wanting more than you're supposed to have. His phone buzzed. Text from an unknown number. This is Danny Reese. You wanted to talk. I'm ready. Sal stared at the message. Danny Reese. The contractor Tony had found. The guy who could handle problems. The guy who'd done things overseas that nobody talked about. Sal had almost forgotten about him. He texted back, meet me tomorrow. Same diner. Noon. The response came immediately, I'll be there. Sal put the phone down. Maybe they didn't need 5 guns. Maybe they needed 6. Maybe they needed someone who actually knew how to kill people. Maybe that's what would make the difference. He went upstairs. Lay down next to his wife. She didn't wake up. He stared at the ceiling. Thinking about Sunday. About the church. About Vince. About crossing the line from thief to murderer. And wondering if there was really any difference anymore. Chapter 19. Danny Reese walked into Tony's luncheonette at 11:50, ordered coffee, sat in the same booth as last time. Waited. Sal came in at noon exactly. Slid into the booth across from him. Thanks for meeting, Sal said. You said you had work. I'm listening. Not here. Take a ride with me. Danny didn't move. I don't get in cars with people I don't know. Smart. But we need privacy for this conversation. Your car or mine? Danny thought about it. Yours. I follow you. They walked out. Sal got in his Cadillac. Danny got in his Civic. They drove to Penn Treaty Park. Empty this time of day. Cold. Nobody around. They sat on a bench overlooking the river. What's the job? Danny said. How much Tony tell you? Nothing. Just said you might have work. It's a removal. High level. Complicated. Dangerous. How dangerous? The kind where if it goes wrong, everybody dies. Including you. Danny looked at the water. Who's the target? Can't tell you that until you're in. Need to know you're committed first. And if I say no, then this conversation never happened. You walk away. No hard feelings. Danny took out a cigarette, offered one to Sal. Sal shook his head. What's the pay? Danny said. 50,000. Half up front. Half after. Make it 75. Why? Because you just told me it's high level and dangerous. That's not a $50,000 job. That's a $75,000 job. Minimum. Sal thought about it. Okay. 75. But you do exactly what I say. When I say, no improvising. No freelancing. Who else is involved? 4 others. All reliable. All capable. 5 shooters for 1 target. That's overkill. It's insurance. We need this done right. First time. No mistakes. Danny smoked. Watched a barge move down the river. Slow. Steady. When? Sunday. 4 days from now. That's fast. That's when it needs to happen. What kind of location? Public. Lots of civilians. Tight quarters. That's a bad setup. It's the only setup. Target won't be vulnerable any other way. Danny finished his cigarette. I need details. Layout. Security. Sightlines. Escape routes. Everything. I'll get you what I can. We meet tomorrow. I'll have photos. Floor plans. Whatever you need. And the other 4. They professional? They're experienced. They've done things. But they're not military. Not like you. So I'm the insurance for your insurance. Something like that. Danny stood up. Walked to the railing. Looked down at the water. I did 3 tours in Iraq. 1 in Afghanistan. I've killed 37 people. Maybe more. I lost count after Fallujah. Some were combatants. Some probably weren't. I don't know anymore. Don't care anymore. That's what the war did to me. Took away the part that cares. He turned around. So, if you're looking for someone with a conscience, I'm not your guy. But if you're looking for someone who can do what needs to be done and sleep fine after, then yeah. I'm exactly who you need. Sal stood up. You're hired. I want the first half today. Can't do today. Tomorrow. When we meet. I'll bring the money and the intel. Where? There's a warehouse in Port Richmond. Off Allegheny. I'll text you the address. They walked back to their cars. One more thing, Danny said. After this is done, I disappear. You don't call me. You don't look for me. You don't mention my name to anybody. I don't exist. Understood. Understood. They got in their cars. Drove separate directions. Sal headed back to South Philly. His phone rang. Tony. Did you meet with him? Tony said. Yeah. And he's in. He's perfect. Exactly what we need. He scares me. He should. Guy's killed dozens of people. Maybe hundreds. He's got dead eyes. Like there's nothing left inside. And that's who you want helping us? That's exactly who I want. Because when Sunday comes, I don't want hesitation. I don't want second thoughts. I want someone who pulls the trigger and moves on. What did you tell him about the target? Nothing yet. Tomorrow I show him the church. The layout. Then I tell him it's Vince. What if he says no? He won't. Guys like him don't care who the target is. They care about the money and the exit strategy. We give him both, he's good. Tony was quiet. Then, this is really happening. Yeah, this is really happening. I didn't sleep last night. Keep thinking about it. Keep seeing it in my head. Don't think. Thinking gets you killed. Just focus on the steps. One at a time. Sunday we go to the church. We wait for the right moment. We do what needs to be done. Then we leave. Simple. Nothing about this is simple. The execution is. The consequences aren't. But we deal with those after. They hung up. Sal drove to Marco's house. Marco was in the garage, working on his car. You alone? Sal said. Wife's at her mother's. Kids are at school. Why? We need to go over the plan. Make sure everybody knows their role. They went inside. Sat at the kitchen table. Sal drew a diagram on a piece of paper. This is Old Street Mary's. Front entrance here. Side entrances here and here. Altar here. Pews here. Vince usually sits front row. Left side. By the aisle. Who's covering what? Me and Tony go in first. Sit on the right side. Middle pews. Danny goes in the bell tower. Gets high ground. You, Nikki, and Carmen come in through the side entrance. Stand in back. Block the exits. What's the signal? When the priest starts the baptism. That's when we move. Everybody at once. We don't give him time to react. Marco looked at the diagram. What about civilians? There's gonna be families. Kids. We go fast. We don't spray. Controlled shots. Center mass. Then we're out. And if someone tries to stop us, nobody's stopping us. We'll have 6 guns. They'll have none. It's a church. Nobody brings weapons to a christening. Except us. Except us. Marco folded the paper. Put it in his pocket. What about after? After we do it. We split up. Different cars. Different routes. We meet back at Giordano's in 2 hours. By then the news will be everywhere. We make calls. We reach out to Vince's crew. We tell them what happened. We tell them why. We offer them a place with us, or we wish them luck somewhere else. You think they'll come over? Most will. Some won't. The ones who don't, we handle later. Handle how? However we need to. Marco's phone rang. He looked at it. It's Carmen. He's been calling all morning. Don't answer. We all meet tonight. We go over everything together. Until then, nobody talks on the phone. No texts. No calls. Nothing that can be traced. Marco put the phone down. I'm scared, Sal. Good. Fear keeps you sharp. Just don't let it paralyze you. What if we get caught? What if someone sees us? What if the cops? We won't get caught. We're not going to stand there and sign autographs. We're in and out. 60 seconds. Less if we're fast. 60 seconds to change everything. Yeah. 60 seconds. Sal left. Drove to a gun shop in Northeast. Walked in. Guy behind the counter looked up. Help you? I need to see what you got in 9mm. Something reliable. Used is fine. You got a license? Of course. Sal didn't have a license. But he knew the guy who owned the shop. Guy named Eddie who owed Vince money. Who owed Sal by extension. Eddie came out from the back. Saw Sal. Oh. Hey. You looking for something specific? Yeah. Can we talk in back? They went to the back room. Eddie closed the door. What do you need? Eddie said. 5 guns. 9mm. Clean. Untraceable. Eddie's face went pale. Sal, I can't. You can. And you will. Because you owe us 30 grand, and we've been patient. So either you help me out here, or we stop being patient. Eddie looked at the floor. When do you need them? Tomorrow. Tomorrow? I need time to. Tomorrow, Eddie. I don't care how you get them. I don't care what it costs. Just have them ready. This is gonna cost me. I'll deduct it from your debt. Call it 15 grand. That leaves you 15 to go. Fair? Eddie nodded. Okay. Tomorrow. Afternoon. Come by around 3. Text me when they're ready. I'll come pick them up. Sal left. Drove home. His wife was in the kitchen making dinner. Smelled like sauce and garlic. You're home early, she said. Not for long. Gotta go back out tonight. Meeting. Another meeting. Sal, you've had meetings every night this week. Big things happening. Should be done by next week. Then I'll have more time. You keep saying that. This time, I mean it. She didn't look convinced. Just went back to cooking. Sal went upstairs. Lay down. Closed his eyes. Tried to rest. Couldn't. His phone buzzed. Text from little Nicky. Carmine's freaking out. Says he wants to talk. Sal texted back, tonight. We all talk tonight. Tell him to relax. Nicky, he's saying maybe we should call it off. Sal, we're not calling it off. Tonight. 8 o'clock. Giordano's. Be there. He put the phone down. Stared at the ceiling. 4 days. 4 days until everything changed. 4 days until he was either the boss of Philadelphia or dead in a box. He thought about calling it off. Thought about Tony's words. About how there were other options. But there weren't. Not really. Vince knew. Or suspected. Same difference. It was only a matter of time before suspicion became certainty. And when that happened, Sal was dead anyway. So the choice wasn't between killing Vince or not killing Vince. The choice was between dying Sunday or dying later. He chose Sunday. Because at least on Sunday, he had a chance. Chapter 20. Callahan sat in Angela's office at 7 a.m. looking at surveillance photos that didn't tell him anything he didn't already know. Sal, going into the warehouse. Sal, leaving the warehouse. Sal, meeting people in parking lots. Sal, living his life like a guy who thought he was smarter than everyone watching him. We got nothing, Angela said. She was on her 3rd coffee. Looked like she hadn't slept. We got patterns. We got suspicious behavior. We got circumstantial bullshit that won't hold up in court. She threw a file across the desk. Mitchell's pulling the plug tomorrow. Says we've had enough time. Says move on to something prosecutable. One more day. Give me one more day. To do what? We've been watching Sal for a week. All we know is he drives around a lot and meets people. That's not a crime. The warehouse in Port Richmond. We know he was storing something there. We found the empty pill bottle. One bottle doesn't prove he robbed Vince's warehouse. Doesn't prove anything except someone had pills there once. Could have been anybody. Callahan leaned back. What about Polly? He was shot meeting with you. That's not a coincidence. No. It's murder, which we're investigating. But we don't have the shooters. We don't have the car. We don't have witnesses who'll talk. We have nothing. So we push harder. We bring people in. We squeeze them. Who? Squeeze who, Frank? Tony. He'll lawyer up in 30 seconds. Marco? Same thing. Everyone in Sal's crew knows the rules. Nobody talks. Nobody flips. That's how they stay alive. Then we go after the buyers. The street crews. Find out who's been moving oxy the last 2 weeks. And they'll tell us what they bought from some guy they don't know. They'll give us a description that matches 10,000 people. Come on. Callahan stood up, walked to the window. There's something else going on. Something bigger. I can feel it. Your feelings aren't evidence either. Gina said Sal's planning something. Said everything's gonna change this week. That means something. That means his sister's worried. That means she's reading into things. That means we're missing something. Callahan turned around. What if he's not just selling pills? What if that was step 1? What if step 2 is something else? Like what? I don't know. But guys like Sal don't stop at one score. They build on it. They use the money. The momentum. They make moves. Angela's phone rang. She looked at it. It's Mitchell. She answered. Put it on speaker. Tell me you got something, Mitchell said. We're close. Close doesn't cut it. I need definite. I need actionable. I need something I can take to a judge. Give us 48 hours. I gave you 5 days. Those days are up. Wrap it up, Angela. Move on. Mitchell. That's an order. Close the file. Reassign Callahan. Focus on cases we can actually win. He hung up. Angela threw her phone on the desk. Fuck. We don't close it. We don't have a choice. There's always a choice. We keep working it. Off the books. On our own time. And when Mitchell finds out, then we're in trouble. But at least we tried. Angela looked at the photos. At Sal's face staring back at her from a dozen different angles. I hate this. I hate that he's out there. I hate that he killed 2 people, and he's just walking around like nothing happened. So let's do something about it. Like what? What can we possibly do at this point? Callahan's phone rang. Unknown number. He answered. Callahan. Detective? This is Richie Abruzzi. I think we need to talk. Callahan's pulse jumped. He looked at Angela. Mouthed Richie Abruzzi. I'm listening, Callahan said. Not on the phone. Can you meet me? Somewhere public. Somewhere safe. When? Now. Right now. I don't got much time. Where are you? Wawa, on Aramingo. By the highway. I'll be in the parking lot. Silver Honda. Come alone. I'm bringing someone. Federal prosecutor. She's the one who can help you. Richie was quiet. Then, okay. But just you two. Nobody else. And hurry. Please. The line went dead. Callahan looked at Angela. Get your jacket. We got a break. They drove to the Wawa. Got there in 15 minutes. Richie was sitting in his Honda, engine running, looking at every car that pulled in. Callahan parked next to him. He and Angela got out. Approached slowly. Hands visible. Richie rolled down his window. You the prosecutor? Angela Rousseau. Can we sit in your car? No. Out here. Where I can see. They stood by the driver's window. What do you want to tell us? Angela said. I want immunity. Full immunity. And witness protection. For me and my wife and my kids. What are you offering in exchange? Everything. The warehouse robbery. Who did it? Where the money is. Where the pills went. All of it. Angela tried to keep her voice calm. Start from the beginning. Tell me what you know. I was there. Night of the robbery. Me and Polly and Joey. We hit the warehouse. Took the oxy. Brought it to Port Richmond. Sal paid us to do it. Sal Bonano. Yeah. It was his plan. His operation. We were just the crew. Where are the pills now? Gone. Sold. Sal moved them through street dealers the last 2 weeks. Made maybe 200-300 grand. Callahan wrote everything down. Where's the money? I don't know. Sal's got it somewhere. He was supposed to pay me my cut last night. Never showed. Why not? I don't know. But I'm scared. Joey's dead. Polly's dead. I think I'm next. Angela leaned closer. Richie, I need you to come with us right now. We'll put you somewhere safe. We'll take your statement. We'll get everything documented. Then we can talk about immunity. I want the immunity first. In writing. Signed by a judge. It doesn't work that way. First you cooperate. Then we see what you're worth. Then we negotiate terms. That's bullshit. Polly cooperated. Look what happened to him. Polly didn't have protection. You will. 24-hour security. Safe house. New identity, if necessary. But you have to come with us now. Richie looked at the parking lot. At the cars. At the people going in and out of the store. Okay, he said. Let's go. He was opening the door when the first shot hit the windshield. Callahan yelled down and pulled Angela behind a car. 2 more shots. Richie slumped forward. Blood on the dashboard. Callahan pulled his weapon. Looked for the shooter. Saw a black SUV at the edge of the lot. Driver's window down. Gun coming out. He returned fire. 3 shots. The SUV's window shattered. The vehicle peeled out. Gone. Angela was on her phone, calling it in. Shots fired. Officer, involved shooting. Wawa, on Aramingo. We need units and an ambulance now. Callahan ran to Richie's car. Opened the door. Richie was hit twice. Chest and neck. Blood everywhere. Stay with me, Callahan said. Ambulance is coming. Richie's eyes were open but not seeing. He tried to talk. Blood bubbled from his mouth. Sal, he whispered. Sunday church. What church? Richie, what church? But Richie was gone. Eyes still open. Not breathing. Callahan stepped back. Looked at the body. The 3rd one in a week connected to this case. Angela came over. He's dead. Yeah. Did he say anything? Something about Sunday. Something about a church. Then nothing. Sirens in the distance. Getting closer. Angela looked at the parking lot. At the witnesses standing around with phones out filming. At the mess this had become. They knew, she said. They knew he was meeting us. They were watching him. Or watching us. Either way, they just killed our witness. Right in front of us. That's a message. What's the message? That nobody talks. Nobody flips. Nobody lives long enough to testify. The ambulance arrived. Then patrol cars. Then more detectives. The parking lot became a crime scene. Again. Callahan walked away from the noise. Called Lou. I need you to find every church in South Philly. Every Catholic church. See which ones have services this Sunday. What am I looking for? I don't know yet. But Richie's last words were about Sunday and a church. That means something. Okay. Give me an hour. Callahan hung up. Walked back to Angela. She was talking to the crime scene techs. 3 dead, she said when he approached. 3 witnesses who could have buried Sal. All dead in a week. He's cleaning house. Getting rid of anyone who can connect him. So what's Sunday? What happens Sunday that needs everyone dead before it? I don't know. But we're gonna find out. They spent 2 hours at the scene. Took statements. Collected evidence. Watched them bag Richie's body and load it into the van. Lou called back. I got 12 Catholic churches in South Philly. 8 of them have services Sunday. 4 have special events. Christenings, confirmations, that kind of thing. Give me the list. Lou read off the names and addresses. Callahan wrote them down. One stood out. Old Street Mary's Church in Old City. Christening at 10 a.m. The Tartaglia family. Callahan's stomach dropped. Angela. I know what Sunday is. What? Vince's grandson is getting christened. Old Street Mary's. Sunday morning. So Richie said Sunday in church in his last breath. What if Sal's planning something? What if he's making a move? What kind of move? Callahan looked at her. The kind where Vince doesn't walk out. Angela's eyes widened. You think Sal's gonna kill Vince? At a christening? I think Sal's backed into a corner. I think Vince suspects him. I think Sal's running out of options. And I think a public place with lots of civilians is exactly where nobody would expect it. That's insane. So is robbing your boss and killing 3 people to cover it up. Sal's not thinking rational anymore. He's thinking survival. Angela pulled out her phone. I'm calling Mitchell. We need to put security on Vince. On the church. We need to stop this. And tell him what? That we think maybe possibly Sal might try something based on the dying words of a guy who got shot before he could tell us anything. It's better than doing nothing. No. It's not. Because if we're wrong, we look like idiots. And if we're right, but we show our hand too early, Sal just changes his plan. Pushes it back. Does it somewhere else. So what do you suggest? Callahan thought about it. We go to the christening. We're there. We watch. If Sal shows up, if anything looks wrong, we stop it before it starts. And if we can't stop it, then we hope we're fast enough to save lives. Angela looked at him. This is crazy. Yeah. But it's all we got. They got in the car. Drove back to the city. Thinking about Sunday. About churches. About christenings that might become crime scenes. About how many ways this could go wrong. And how few ways it could go right. Chapter 21. Tony DeMarco sat in his kitchen at midnight, drinking whiskey, and watching his wife sleep upstairs on the baby monitor they still had from when their youngest was little. Force of habit. Checking on people. Making sure they were safe. His phone buzzed. Text from Sal, you up? Tony typed back, yeah. Sal, need to talk. My car. 5 minutes. Tony put on a jacket. Walked outside. Sal's Cadillac was parked down the block. He got in the passenger side. Couldn't sleep. Tony said. Haven't slept in 3 days. Sal looked terrible. Eyes red. Hands shaking on the steering wheel. Maybe that's a sign. A sign of what? That we should stop. That we should find another way. Sal started the car. Drove. Didn't say where they were going. Just drove through empty South Philly streets. Richie's dead, Sal said. I heard. He was meeting with the feds. With Callahan and that prosecutor. About to tell them everything. How do you know? Because Marco was watching him. Saw the meet. Made the call. Had two guys handle it. Tony closed his eyes. Jesus Christ, Sal. What was I supposed to do? Let him talk? Let him put us all in prison? You were supposed to not kill 3 people in a week. You were supposed to not turn this into a bloodbath. I didn't turn it into anything. They did. Joey ran his mouth. Polly tried to flip. Richie was about to do the same. I'm just doing what's necessary. Necessary. Tony laughed, but there was no humor in it. You keep using that word like it means something. Like it justifies everything. Sal pulled over. Turned off the engine. They were at the river. Penn Treaty Park. Same place he'd met Danny. You having second thoughts? Sal said. I've been having second thoughts since the beginning. Now I'm having third and fourth thoughts. It's too late for thoughts. We're committed. We don't have to be. We can still walk away. Walk away to what? Vince knows. Maybe not all of it. But enough. You think he's just gonna forget about it? Let us keep working. Keep living. I think if we come clean, if we tell him the truth and give the money back, maybe he lets us live. You believe that? I want to believe it. That's not the same thing. Sal got out of the car. Walked to the railing. Looked at the water. Tony followed. We got families, Sal. Kids. Wives. What happens to them when this goes bad? It's not gonna go bad. You can't know that. I can prepare for it. That's why I brought in Danny. That's why we got 5 guys with guns. That's why we planned every detail. Plans fall apart. You know that. Especially plans this complicated. Sal turned around. So what do you want to do? You want out. I want to not die on Sunday. I want to not watch civilians get shot in a church. I want to not spend the rest of my life in prison or on the run. Then help me make sure that doesn't happen. How? By killing a 70-year-old man during his grandson's christening. That's how we avoid disaster. That's how we survive. Vince or us. Pick one. Tony walked back to the car. Leaned against it. You remember when we were kids? You wanted to be a teacher. Remember that? That was a long time ago. You were good at it too. Used to help kids in the neighborhood with their homework. You were patient. Kind. What happened to that guy? He grew up. He learned the world doesn't care about kind. Doesn't care about patient. It cares about who's strong and who's weak. Who survives and who doesn't. That's bullshit. Is it? Look where being kind got my old man. Dead at 46 from working himself to death. Look where being patient got people in this neighborhood. Nowhere. They're still here. Still broke. Still hoping tomorrow's gonna be different. So you decided to be different by becoming exactly what you hated. Sal walked over. I decided to win. There's a difference. Not from where I'm standing. They stood there. 2 men who'd been friends for 35 years. Who'd been best man at each other's weddings. Who'd held each other's kids when they were born. Now they were standing in a park at midnight arguing about murder. I need you, Sal said quietly. Sunday. I need you there. I can't do this without you. Yeah, you can. You got Marco. You got Nikki and Carmen. You got Danny. That's 4 guys. You don't need me. I need my best friend. I need the guy that first trust more than anybody. I need you. Tony looked at him. And what if I say no? What if I walk away right now? Sal didn't answer right away. Just looked at the ground. Then I guess we're not friends anymore, Sal said. That's it. 35 years and that's it? 35 years of loyalty. of watching each other's backs, of being brothers. You walk away now, you're saying none of that mattered. I'm saying, I don't want to be a murderer. There's a difference. You already are. We both are. Joey. Polly. Richie. We did that. Together. You think walking away now changes that? Tony knew he was right. They'd crossed that line already. Multiple times. I just want to know there's an after, Tony said. That Sunday happens, and we walk away. That we don't spend the rest of our lives looking over our shoulders. There's an after. We take over. We run things different. Better. Smarter. We make real money. We take care of our families. We build something that lasts. You make it sound easy. It's not easy. But it's possible. That's all I'm saying. It's possible. Tony's phone rang. His wife. He answered. Where are you? She said. Voice thick with sleep. I'm out. Had to meet Sal. Emergency with work. It's 1 a.m. I know. I'll be home soon. Go back to sleep. Tony. Is everything okay? Yeah. Everything's fine. I promise. He hung up. Sal was watching him. You tell her. Tell her what? About Sunday. About what we're doing. Are you insane? Of course not. Good. Keep it that way. They got back in the car. Sal drove Tony home. Tomorrow we do final prep, Sal said. Pick up the guns from Eddie. Meet with Danny one more time. Go over the plan. Everybody clear on their roles. And Saturday. Saturday we rest. We spend time with our families. We act normal. Then Sunday morning, we meet at Giordano's. 9 a.m. We drive together. We do this together. Tony opened the car door. Sal. If this goes wrong. It won't. But if it does. If somehow, everything falls apart. You need to promise me something. What? You take care of my family. My wife. My kids. You make sure they're okay. They'll be fine. You'll be fine. We'll all be fine. Promise me. Sal looked at him. I promise. But it's not gonna come to that. Tony got out. Walked to his house. Turned around. Sal was still sitting there. Watching him. Tony raised his hand. Small wave. Sal waved back. Then he drove away. Tony went inside. His wife was on the couch. She'd come downstairs. What was that about? She said. Just work stuff. Nothing important. It must be important if Sal's calling you at 1 a.m. It's handled. Don't worry about it. She stood up. Came over. Put her hands on his face. You look exhausted. Come to bed. In a minute. I need to check something first. She went upstairs. Tony went to his office. Closed the door. Opened his safe. Inside was $60,000. Cash. His cut from the pills. He'd already hidden it. Told his wife it was savings. Emergency fund. He took out $10,000. Put it in an envelope. Wrote his wife's name on it. Then he wrote a note. If something happens to me, take this money and the kids and leave. Don't ask questions. Don't wait around. Just go. There's more in the storage unit on Hunting Park Avenue. Unit 89. Key is in my toolbox in the basement. I love you. I'm sorry. He sealed the note in a second envelope. Put both envelopes in the safe. Behind the money, where she wouldn't see them unless she needed to. Then he went upstairs. Got in bed next to his wife. She rolled over, put her arm across his chest. "Love you," she mumbled. "Love you too." He lay there, in the dark, staring at the ceiling, thinking about Sunday, about how many ways it could end, about whether his note would be enough if the worst happened, about whether any of this was worth it. At 3 a.m., he finally fell asleep, dreamed about churches and gunfire and his kids growing up without a father. Woke up at 6, covered in sweat. His wife was already downstairs making breakfast. He could smell coffee and bacon. Normal morning. Normal life. Except in 48 hours, nothing would be normal ever again. He got dressed. Went downstairs. "You want eggs?" his wife said. "Just coffee. I'm not hungry." "You never eat anymore. You're gonna make yourself sick." "I'm fine." "You're not fine. You're stressed. Whatever's going on with work, it's eating you alive. It'll be over soon. After this weekend." She poured him coffee. "Promise." "Promise." She kissed him. "I'm holding you to that." His phone buzzed. Text from Sal, "Eddie's ready. Meeting him at 3. You coming?" Tony typed back, "Yeah. I'll be there." His wife was watching him. "More work?" "Yeah. Just a quick thing this afternoon." "On a Friday?" "Should be the last one. Then I'm all yours." She didn't look convinced. But she didn't push it. Tony drank his coffee, watched his kids eat breakfast, memorized their faces. Just in case Sunday was the last time he'd see them. Just in case Sal was wrong. Just in case the plan fell apart and everything went to hell. He finished his coffee, kissed his wife, hugged his kids. "Love you guys," he said. His youngest looked up. "You okay, Dad?" "Yeah, buddy. I'm okay." But he wasn't. And he didn't know if he ever would be again. Chapter 22. Sal walked into Eddie's gun shop at 3 p.m. with Tony beside him, both of them knowing this was the point where turning back stopped being an option. Eddie locked the front door behind them, flipped the sign to closed. "You're early," Eddie said. "You said 3. "It's 3. "I said 3:30. "You said 3. "So here we are." Eddie looked nervous. Always looked nervous around Sal. Probably because he owed money he couldn't pay. Probably because guys like Eddie spent their whole lives in debt to guys like Sal. "Come on back," Eddie said. They followed him to the back room, past shelves of ammunition and cleaning supplies and holsters, through a door that said, "Employees only." Inside was a workbench. On the bench were 5 pistols. Glock 19s. 9mm. Standard. Reliable. The kind that didn't jam when you needed them most. "These are clean?" Sal said. "Serial numbers filed. No registration. No records. I got them from a guy in Baltimore, who got them from a guy in Virginia. They're ghosts." Sal picked one up, checked the weight. The action. Dropped the magazine. Empty. "Where's the ammo?" Eddie pulled a box from under the bench. 50 rounds per gun. 250 total. "That enough?" "It's enough." Tony picked up another pistol. Examined it the same way. "These have been fired before?" "Probably. But they're clean. They work. That's all you need to know." "And if one jams? If one doesn't fire?" "Then you got 4 others. But they won't jam. I tested them myself. All 5. They're good." Sal put the gun down. "What's this costing me?" "You said 15 off my debt. That's what it's costing you." "I said 15 if they were worth 15. These look used." They are used. That's what makes them untraceable. You want new guns. You go to a store and fill out paperwork and wait 3 days and get on a government list. You want these, you take them now, and nobody knows you got them. Sal looked at Tony. Tony shrugged. They'll work. Okay. Sal pulled an envelope from his jacket. Here's 5 grand. Cash. Consider your debt paid. Eddie took the envelope. Counted it. You said 15. I said 15 if everything was right. These are used guns from some guy you don't know. That's worth 5. Take it or I take the guns and you still owe me 30. Eddie's face went red. That's not the deal. The deal is whatever I say is. You got a problem with that? Eddie looked at the money. Looked at Sal. Looked at Tony, who hadn't said a word, but looked like he could snap Eddie in half without breaking a sweat. No problem, Eddie said. Good. We're gonna need a bag. Something that doesn't look like guns. Eddie got a gym bag from a cabinet. Sal loaded the guns inside. Put the ammunition in, too. Zipped it up. One more thing, Sal said. We were never here. You never saw us. You didn't sell us anything. Understand? I understand. Because if the cops come asking, if anybody comes asking, and you mention our names, that debt you think is paid. It's not paid. And what happens next is a lot worse than owing money. I'm not gonna say nothing. Good. They left through the back. Got in Sal's car. Put the bag in the trunk. You think he'll keep quiet? Tony said. He's scared enough to. And if he's not, Marco knows where he lives. They drove to the storage facility. Same one where Sal had stashed the money. But this time, they went to a different unit. Unit 112. Smaller. Empty except for some cardboard boxes. Sal opened one of the boxes. Inside were photos. Floor plans of Old St. Mary's Church. Copies he'd printed from the church website. Diagrams showing entrances. Exits. Sightlines. He spread them on the floor. This is what Danny needs to see, Sal said. Bell tower here. Main entrance here. Side entrances here and here. Vince always sits front row. Left side. His family's in the first 3 rows usually. What's the timing? Tony said. Christening starts at 10. Danny's in position by 9:30. In the bell tower. High ground. Clear view of the entire church. How's he getting up there? Side door here. Sal pointed to the diagram. Leads to a stairwell. Goes straight to the tower. Doors usually locked, but Danny says locks aren't a problem. And us? Where are we? You and me sit on the right side. Middle pews. Close enough to move fast. Far enough to not look suspicious. Marco, Nikki, and Carmen come in through the side entrance. Here. They stand in back. Block the exits. What about civilians? There's gonna be a lot of people. That's why we wait until the right moment. When the priest is doing the baptism. When everybody's focused forward. When we have a clear shot. Tony stared at the diagrams. This is insane. This is necessary. You keep saying that word. Because it's true. We don't do this, we die. Simple as that. Nothing about this is simple. Sal rolled up the diagrams. Put them in a tube. Danny's meeting us here in an hour. You need to be here. We go through it together. Make sure everybody knows the plan. Where's he now? Watching the church. Learning the layout. Figuring out his entry and exit. He know it's Vince yet? I'm telling him today. Once he sees the setup. Once he's committed. What if he walks when you tell him? He won't. Guys like Danny don't care about the target. They care about the job. And this job pays 75 grand. Tony walked around the unit, hands in his pockets. My wife asked me this morning if everything was okay. You know what I told her? What? I told her everything was fine. That after this weekend, things would go back to normal. I lied right to her face. That's what you're supposed to do. That's how you protect her. By lying. By keeping her out of it. By making sure if this goes bad, she can honestly say she didn't know anything. And if we get caught, if we end up in prison, she's gonna know I lied. If we get caught, lying to your wife is gonna be the least of your problems. Sal's phone rang. Danny. Yeah. I'm outside, Danny said. Which unit? 112. Come around back. Danny showed up 2 minutes later, carrying a notebook, looking like he'd been up for 3 days straight. Maybe he had. This is Tony, Sal said. My partner. Danny shook his hand. Didn't smile. Didn't make small talk. Just business. Let me see the layout, Danny said. Sal unrolled the diagrams. Danny studied them, made notes in his notebook, asked questions about sight lines, escape routes, security. Church security, Danny said. None. It's a Catholic church. They don't have armed guards at christenings. Cops. Maybe one outside directing traffic. That's it. What about Vince's security? He's got bodyguards, right? Usually 2. But at family events, he keeps it light. Doesn't want to make it obvious. So 2 bodyguards. Vince. Maybe 100 civilians. That's the scenario. That's the scenario. Danny made more notes. Bell tower position is good. I can cover the whole church from there. But extraction is a problem. Why? Because once shots are fired, that tower becomes a trap. Only one way down. If someone blocks the stairwell, I'm stuck. Nobody's gonna block it. We control the exits. You hope. But plans change. Civilians panic. Cops show up faster than expected. I need a backup. What kind of backup? Another exit. Window, maybe. Fire escape. Something. Sal looked at the diagrams. There's windows in the tower. 20 feet up. Maybe 30. You got rope. I got rope. I got everything I need. Just needed to know the specifics. He studied the diagrams for another 10 minutes. Finally, he rolled them up, handed them back to Sal. Okay. I'm good. When do I get the first half of the money? Sal pulled an envelope from his jacket. 37.5. Cash. Count it if you want. Danny took the envelope. Didn't count it. Just put it inside his jacket. What time Sunday? We meet at Giordano's at 9. Drive over together. You go in first. Get in position. We come in at 9:50. Christening starts at 10. We move when the priest starts the baptism. Signal. When I stand up, that's the signal. Everybody moves at once. And the target? You still haven't told me who I'm shooting. Sal looked at Tony. Tony looked at the floor. Vince Tartaglia, Sal said. Boss of the Philadelphia family. That's your target. Danny didn't react. Didn't look surprised. Didn't look concerned. Just nodded. Okay. That changes the price. We agreed on 75. We agreed on 75 before I knew I was killing a mob boss. That's 100. Minimum. That's not. 100 or I walk. Right now. You can figure out how to do this with 4 guys and no high ground. Sal's jaw tightened. Fine. 100. But you don't get the extra until after. And only if it goes clean. Fair enough. They shook hands. Danny left. Tony looked at Sal. You just paid a stranger $100,000 to help us kill Vince. So what if he's working for Vince? What if this whole thing is a setup? It's not. How do you know? Because I checked him out. Because he's legit. Because guys like him don't work for guys like Vince. They work for whoever pays them. I hope you're right. I am right. Now come on. We need to brief the others. Make sure everybody's clear. They drove to Marco's house. Marco was there with Nikki and Carmen. All three of them looked like they were about to throw up. We got the guns, Sal said. He opened the gym bag. Showed them. Carmen picked one up. These are really gonna work. They're gonna work. Eddie tested them. I checked them. They're good. And we're really doing this. Sunday. At a church. We're really doing this. Nikki sat down. I didn't sleep at all last night. Keep thinking about it. Keep seeing it in my head. Don't think. That's your problem. You think too much, you freeze. You just gotta do. Easy for you to say. No. It's not easy for me to say. You think I'm not scared? You think I'm not wondering if this is gonna work? But scared doesn't help. Thinking doesn't help. All that helps is following the plan and trusting each other. Marco stood up. What if someone gets hurt? A civilian? A kid? What if? Nobody gets hurt. We're careful. We're precise. We shoot Vince and his bodyguards. That's it. Then we're out. And if the cops show up, then we deal with it. But we're not planning on the cops showing up. We're in and out in 60 seconds. By the time anyone realizes what happened, we're gone. They went over the plan 3 more times. Who stood where? Who covered what? What the signal was. When to move. When to shoot. When to leave. By the time they were done, it was 7 p.m. Getting dark outside. Okay, Sal said. Tomorrow you spend with your families. You act normal. You don't call each other. You don't text. You don't do anything that looks suspicious. Sunday morning, 9 a.m., Giordano's. We meet. We go. We do this. Everybody, clear? Nods around the room. Good. Now get out of here. Go home. Get some rest. They left. Sal and Tony stayed. You really think this is gonna work? Tony said. I think it has to work. Because if it doesn't, we're all dead anyway. That's not reassuring. It's not supposed to be. It's supposed to be true. They drove back to South Philly. Sal dropped Tony at his house. See you Sunday, Sal said. Yeah. See you Sunday. Tony went inside. Sal sat in his car for a minute. Thinking about Sunday. About guns and churches and 100 things that could go wrong. Thinking about whether he'd be alive Monday morning. Thinking about whether any of this was worth it. Then he drove home. Because it was too late to think about that now. The decision was made. Sunday was coming. And there was no turning back. Chapter 23. Angela Russo sat across from her boss, Mitchell Hargrove, at 8 a.m. Saturday morning, explaining why she needed authorization to put armed agents at a church service the next day. Mitchell looked at her like she'd suggested they invade Canada. Based on what? He said. Based on a dying man saying 2 words. Sunday in church. Based on a pattern. 3 dead witnesses in a week. All connected, to Sal Bonano. All killed before they could testify. That's not evidence of a hit at a christening. That's evidence of witness intimidation. Richie Abruzzi's last words were Sunday and church. Vince Tartaglia's grandson is being christened tomorrow at Old Street Mary's. That's not a coincidence. It might be. People go to church on Sundays. It's kind of their thing. Angela leaned forward. Sal's been cleaning house all week, getting rid of anyone who can connect him to the robbery. That means he's preparing for something. Something that happens after the witnesses are gone. Or it means he's paranoid and dangerous and killing people, which we should arrest him for, not stake out a church based on speculation. We can't arrest him. We don't have evidence that connects him to the murders. The shooters are gone. The cars were ditched. We have nothing. Mitchell stood up, walked to his window. You know what tomorrow is. Sunday. Know what that means? Limited resources. Skeleton crew. Most agents are off. Most cops are off. You're asking me to pull people in on overtime to watch a church service where nothing might happen. Something's going to happen. You don't know that. My gut knows it. Your gut doesn't sign authorization forms. He turned around. Look, Angela. I respect your instincts. I do. But I can't justify armed federal agents at a Catholic christening based on a hunch. If you're wrong, we look like idiots. If you're right but nothing happens, we look paranoid. Either way, it's bad optics. And if I'm right, and we do nothing, if people die, then it's a police matter. Local jurisdiction. Not ours. Vince Tartaglia is a federal target. We've been investigating him for 2 years. We've been investigating him for racketeering, not assassination. Those are different things. Angela stood up. So you're saying no? I'm saying you don't have enough for federal resources. If you want to stake it out yourself on your own time, that's your call. But I'm not authorizing backup. What about Callahan? Can he bring PPD? That's between him and his captain. But Angela, be careful. If this goes sideways, it's on you. Not me. Not the Bureau. You. She left his office. Called Callahan from the elevator. Well, he said. Mitchell said no. No federal resources. We're on our own. I talked to my captain. He said the same thing. Not enough evidence to justify pulling officers on a Sunday. But he didn't say I couldn't go myself. So it's just us. Looks like it. Unless you want to call it off. Angela thought about it. Thought about Richie bleeding out in a parking lot. About Polly shot in front of her. About Joey beaten to death in an alley. No. We're going. We're not letting this happen. Okay. I'll bring Lou. That's 3 of us. 4 if we can get backup. Who? I got a friend. Retired cop. Does private security now. Owes me a favor. I'll see if he's available. Tomorrow morning. Old Street Mary's. What time? Christening's at 10. We should be there by 9. Earlier, if possible. I want to see who shows up. I'll be there at 8:30. Bring your weapon. And Angela. If shooting starts, we're outnumbered. We're outgunned. Best we can do is get civilians out and call for backup. I know. They hung up. Angela went back to her office. Pulled the Tartaglia file. Looked at photos of Vince. Old man. 70 years old. Grandfather. Criminal, yes. But still somebody's father. Somebody's grandfather. If Sal was really planning to kill him at a christening, in front of family, in front of children. That was a different level of ruthless. Her phone rang. Unknown number. Russo. Ms. Russo? This is Gina Bonano, Sal's sister. We need to talk. Angela sat up. I'm listening. Not on the phone. Can you meet me? Now. Where? There's a coffee shop on Pasanic. Ray's Coffee. You know it. I'll find it. 20 minutes. Come alone. Angela grabbed her jacket. Drove to South Philly. Found the coffee shop. Small place. Half empty. Gina was in a corner booth. Looking worse than last time. Eyes red. Hands shaking. Angela slid in across from her. What's wrong? It's Sal. I went to see him last night. Tried to talk to him. Ask him what's going on. And she stopped. Tears running down her face. What did he do? He told me not to come around anymore. Said it wasn't safe. Said things were happening, and I needed to stay away. Then he gave me an envelope. $20,000 cash. Told me to hold on to it. Said if something happened to him, use it to take care of myself and Michael. Who's Michael? Our brother. He's a teacher. Lives in Roxborough. Doesn't know anything about any of this. Angela leaned forward. Gina, what's happening tomorrow? I don't know. He wouldn't tell me. But he's saying goodbye. That's what it feels like. Like he's saying goodbye. Did he mention a church? A christening? Gina looked up. How did you? Did he? No. But she pulled out her phone. Showed Angela a text message from earlier that morning. From Sal. Tell Maria they first love her. Tell the kids I love them. If you don't hear from me by Monday, open the envelope. Who's Maria? Angela said. His wife. Why didn't he tell her himself? I don't know. Maybe because she'd ask questions. Maybe because he can't lie to her anymore. Angela took out her notebook. Gina, I need you to tell me everything. Every conversation you've had with Sal this week. Every strange thing he's said or done. Everything. Gina talked for 20 minutes. About Sal showing up at odd hours. About him seeming paranoid. About conversations that didn't make sense. About money he'd given her. About his behavior changing. When she finished, Angela had 6 pages of notes. What's he going to do? Gina said. What's happening tomorrow? Angela didn't want to tell her. But she deserved to know. We think Sal's planning to kill Vince Tartaglia. Tomorrow. At Old Street Mary's church. During a christening. Gina's face went white. No. No, Sal wouldn't. He's not a killer. He's not. He's killed 3 people this week. That we know about. To cover up a robbery. To keep them from talking. You're wrong. You have to be wrong. I'm not. And I need your help to stop him. How? What can I do? Call him. Right now. Tell him you know what he's planning. Tell him to stop. Tell him it's not worth it. He won't listen to me. He might. You're his sister. He loves you. Try. Gina pulled out her phone. Dialed. Waited. It's going to voicemail, she said. Leave a message. Tell him everything. Gina spoke into the phone. Her voice shaking. Sal, it's me. I know what you're doing tomorrow. I don't know how, but I know. And I'm begging you, please don't do this. Whatever you think you have to do, it's not worth it. Just stop. Walk away. Come see me. We'll figure something else out. Please, Sal. Please. She hung up. Will he listen? Angela said. I don't know. I hope so. But Sal, when he makes up his mind about something, he doesn't change it. He's stubborn. Always has been. Then we need to be there tomorrow. We need to stop this before it starts. Can you? Can you really stop him? Angela didn't answer. Because honestly, she didn't know. 3 agents. Maybe 4, if Callahan's friend showed up. Against 6 shooters who'd spent all week planning this. Who had nothing to lose. Who'd already killed 3 people to get here. The odds weren't good. But they had to try. I'll do everything I can, Angela said. Gina grabbed her hand. Promise me you won't kill him. Promise me if you stop him, you won't shoot him. He's my brother. I can't promise that. If he's shooting at civilians, at children, we have to stop him however we can. Gina pulled her hand back. Started crying again. Angela wanted to comfort her. Wanted to say something that would make this better. But there was nothing to say. Sal had made his choices. Now, everyone had to live with the consequences. Or die with them. Go home, Angela said. Stay there tomorrow. Don't go anywhere near that church. Whatever happens, you don't want to see it. Gina nodded. Stood up. Walked out without looking back. Angela sat there for a minute. Then called Callahan. Sal's sister just confirmed it. He's saying goodbye to people. Giving them money. It's happening tomorrow. Did you tell her to keep him away from the church? I told her to try. But he's not going to listen. So we're doing this. For real. Yeah. We're doing this. You scared? Terrified? You? Same. But we don't have a choice. No. We don't. They hung up. Angela drove back to her apartment. Took out her service weapon. Glock 22. 40 caliber. 15-round magazine. Plus 2 spare mags. She cleaned it. Loaded it. Put it on her kitchen table. Stared at it for a long time. Tomorrow, she might have to shoot someone. Multiple someones. In a church. During a christening. With civilians everywhere. This wasn't what she signed up for when she joined the FBI. This wasn't what law school prepared her for. But it was what the job required. So she'd do it. She'd show up tomorrow. She'd try to stop Sal. Try to save lives. And if that meant shooting him, shooting all of them, she'd do that too. Because that's what you did when you wore the badge. You protected people. Even when it cost you. Even when it changed you. Even when you knew you'd never be the same after. She put the gun in her holster. Got in bed. Tried to sleep. Couldn't. Lay there staring at the ceiling. Thinking about tomorrow. About churches and christenings and men with guns. About how many ways this could go wrong. And how few ways it could go right. At 3 a.m., she gave up on sleep. Got dressed. Went to the office. Pulled every file they had on Sal Bonano. On Vince Tartaglia. On organized crime in Philadelphia. Read until the sun came up. Tomorrow was Sunday. Tomorrow, everything would change. Tomorrow, people would die. She just hoped she wasn't one of them. Chapter 24. Sal woke up at 6 a.m. Sunday morning, his wife still sleeping beside him, and knew this was either the last day of his old life or the last day of his life period. He got up quiet. Went downstairs. Made coffee. Stood at the kitchen window, watching the sun come up over South Philly. Red sky. His grandmother used to say red sky in morning, sailor take warning. He wasn't a sailor, but he'd take the warning anyway. His phone was on the counter. 3 missed calls. All from Gina. 1 voicemail. He listened to it, her voice shaking, begging him not to do whatever he was planning, telling him she loved him, telling him to stop. He deleted it, poured coffee, drank it black, tried to eat toast but couldn't. His stomach was in knots. At 7, his wife came down. "You're up early." Couldn't sleep. "You want breakfast?" "I'm good. Just coffee." She poured herself a cup, sat across from him. "You look terrible. You sick?" "Just tired. Long week." "Sal, what's going on? And don't tell me nothing. I've been married to you 20 years. I know when something's wrong." He looked at her, wanted to tell her, wanted to explain, wanted to say goodbye properly. But he couldn't, because if this went bad, she needed to be able to say honestly that she didn't know anything. "Work stuff. It'll be over after today. I promise." "You promise?" "Yeah. After today, everything changes." She didn't look convinced, but she didn't push, just drank her coffee. Their kids came down, 12 and 14, still in pajamas, complaining about being up early on a Sunday. "Dad's got church today," his wife said. "Special service." The kids groaned. "Do we have to go?" "No. Just me. You stay home. I'll be back by noon." He hugged them both, held on longer than usual. "Dad, you're crushing me," his daughter said. "Sorry. Just love you guys." "We love you too. Can I have money for the movies?" He pulled out his wallet, gave her $40, gave his son 42. "That's too much," his wife said. "Let them have it. They're good kids." At 8:30 he went upstairs, got dressed. Nice pants, nice shirt, sport coat to hide the gun. He strapped on a shoulder holster, put the Glock inside, felt the weight of it, felt the reality of what was about to happen. His wife came up, saw him in the mirror, saw the gun. "Sal, don't ask. Please, just don't ask." Are you in trouble?" "I'm fixing trouble. That's all. Just fixing it. By going somewhere with a gun." "Maria, I need you to trust me. Can you do that?" She looked at him for a long time, then nodded. "Be careful." "I will. And come home. Whatever this is, come home after." "I will. I promise." He kissed her, left before she could say anything else. Got in his Cadillac, drove to Giordano's, got there at 8:45. Tony was already there, sitting in his car, looking like he'd been punched in the stomach. Sal got in the passenger seat. "You okay?" "No, I'm not okay. I'm about to kill someone in a church. I'm the opposite of okay. You can still back out." "No, I can't. We've been through this." Marco pulled up, then little Nicky, then Carmen, all 3 of them looking various shades of terrified. They got out, stood in the empty parking lot. "Guns?" Sal said. Everyone nodded, showed their pieces under their jackets. "Danny's already there," Sal said. "He went in early. Got into the bell tower. He's in position." "What if someone saw him?" Carmen said. His voice was shaking. "Nobody saw him. He knows what he's doing." "What if?" "No more what ifs. We're doing this. Right now. We drive over. We park in different spots. We go in separately. 5-minute intervals. We sit where we're supposed to sit. We wait for the signal. Then we move. Everybody clear? Nods. Nobody looking at each other. Nobody wanting to see the fear in the other guy's eyes. Okay, Sal said. Tony and me first. Then Marco. Then Nikki. Then Carmen. Let's go. They got in their cars. Drove to Old City. 3-car convoy. Like a funeral procession. Which maybe it was. At Old St. Mary's Church, Danny Reese had been in the bell tower since 7 a.m. He'd come in through the side door. Picked the lock in 30 seconds. Climbed the stairs in the dark. Found his position. Set up. Rifle with a scope. Backup pistol. 200 rounds of ammunition. Rope for the window exit if things went bad. He'd been watching the street through the tower window for 90 minutes. Watching people arrive for early mass. Watching families show up for the christening. Watching everything. At 9:15, a car pulled up he recognized. Vince Tartaglia's town car. Bobby the wheel, driving. Vince in back with 2 bodyguards. They got out. Vince in a nice suit. Looking happy. Looking like a grandfather going to a christening. Not like a mob boss about to get shot. Danny watched them go inside through his scope. At 9:30, another car pulled up. Sal and Tony. They parked. Sat there for a minute. Then went inside. Danny tracked them through the scope. Saw them sit on the right side. Middle pews. Just like the plan. At 9:35, Marco came in. Stood in back. Near the side entrance. At 9:40, little Nikki. Stood on the other side. At 9:45, Carmen. Completed the triangle. Everyone in position. Everyone armed. Everyone waiting. Danny adjusted his scope. Got a clear sightline on Vince. Front row. Left side. Surrounded by family. Women in nice dresses. Kids in their Sunday clothes. Normal people. Innocent people. About to be in the middle of a firefight. Danny didn't care. This was the job. These were the circumstances. You adapted. You executed. You moved on. That's what 3 tours in Iraq taught you. People died. Sometimes the right people. Sometimes the wrong people. You just did your job and let God sort it out after. If there was a God. Danny wasn't sure anymore. At 9:50, the priest came out. Started the service. People stood up. Sat down. Did the Catholic thing. Danny waited. Finger on the trigger. Eye on the scope. Breathing slow and steady. Waiting for Sal to stand up. Waiting for the signal. Waiting to do what he'd been paid to do. 2 blocks away, Callahan sat in his Crown Vic with Lou and Angela watching the church entrance through binoculars. That's Marco going in, Callahan said. Then little Nikki. Then Carmen. They're all here. Where's Sal? Angela said. Already inside. Went in with Tony 20 minutes ago. So they're all in position. Looks like it. And we're just gonna sit here? Until we have probable cause to enter, yeah. We can't just burst into a christening because we think something might happen. People are gonna die. Maybe. Or maybe we're wrong. Maybe Sal's just here for the service. Maybe. You don't believe that. No. I don't. But I can't arrest people for what they might do. Angela checked her weapon. Made sure the magazine was full. Made sure the safety was off. When the shooting starts, she said, we go in. We don't wait for backup. We don't wait for authorization. We go in. Agreed, Callahan said. And we try to save as many people as we can. That's the plan. Lou looked at both of them. You know we're probably gonna die, right? 3 cops against 6 shooters. Those are terrible odds. You didn't have to come, Callahan said. I know. But you're my partner. So here I am. About to die in front of a church on a Sunday morning. Look at the bright side, Angela said. At least we'll die doing the right thing. That's not as comforting as you think it is. They sat there, watching, waiting. Inside the church, the christening started. The priest was blessing the baby. Families were smiling, taking pictures, celebrating life, not knowing that death was sitting in the pews, standing in the back, waiting in the bell tower, not knowing that in about 5 minutes, everything was going to explode. Callahan's phone rang. The captain. Where are you? The captain said. Following up on a lead. On a Sunday. It couldn't wait. I'm getting reports of suspicious activity at Old Street Mary's. Multiple witnesses saying they saw armed men entering the church. You know anything about that? Callahan looked at Angela. We're on it. Send backup. All available units. Tell them possible active shooter situation. Tell them to come quiet. No sirens. Frank, what's going on? Just send the backup. Now. He hung up. Backup's coming, he said. 10 minutes. Maybe 15. That might be too late, Angela said. I know. They watched the church. Waiting for it to start. Waiting for the moment when everything went to hell. Waiting to find out if they were fast enough, brave enough, lucky enough to stop it. Or if they were just going to add 3 more bodies to the count. Inside the church, Sal checked his watch. 9:58. 2 minutes. He looked at Tony. Tony looked back. Nodded once. Sal looked at Marco. At Nikki. At Carmen. All of them in position. All of them ready. He looked at Vince. Front row. Smiling. Holding his grandson. Not knowing these were his last minutes on earth. The priest raised the baby. Started the baptism prayer. This was it. Sal stood up. The signal. Everything happened at once. Chapter 25. Sal stood up, hand moving toward his jacket, when the side door of the church burst open and 3 people with guns came through yelling, "Federal agents." Everything stopped. Sal's hand froze. Tony half stood. Marco turned toward the door. The whole church went silent, except for the baby crying. Angela Russo and Callahan and another cop Sal didn't recognize. All 3 with weapons drawn. Pointing at. Everyone scattered. A woman screamed. People dove under pews. Parents grabbed children. Vince's bodyguards pulled him down behind the front row. Then, Danny fired from the bell tower. The shot hit one of Vince's bodyguards in the shoulder. The man went down. More screaming. Sal pulled his gun. So did Tony. So did Marco and Nikki and Carmen. Callahan yelled, "Drop your weapons." Nobody dropped their weapons. The church erupted. Tony fired at the feds. Missed. Hit a statue of Mary. Plaster exploded. Callahan returned fire. His shot hit a pew 2 feet from Tony. People were running, stampeding toward the exits, trampling each other. Parents carrying kids. Old people falling. Pure chaos. Danny fired again from the tower. Hit Vince's second bodyguard. The man went down, clutching his leg. Vince was crawling toward the sacristy, moving fast for a 70-year-old man. Sal ran after him, pushed through the crowd, gun in his hand. Angela saw him. Sal. Stop. He didn't stop. She fired. Missed. Her shot went through a stained glass window. Glass rained down. Marco was at the side exit, blocking it, waving his gun. Nobody leaves. Nobody fucking moves. But people were moving, pushing, shoving, desperate to get out. A man rushed Marco, tried to get past. Marco pistol whipped him. The man went down, blood on his face. Lou shot at Marco, hit him in the arm. Marco dropped his gun, grabbed his arm, screaming. Little Nicky fired at Lou. Missed. Hit the wall behind him. Lou returned fire. Hit Nicky in the chest. Nicky dropped. Carmen saw Nicky go down. Saw the blood. Turned and ran. Out the side door. Gone. More shots from the bell tower. Danny was shooting at Vince, but couldn't get a clean angle. Too many people. Too much movement. Sal reached the sacristy door. Vince was on the other side, trying to lock it. Sal kicked it open, knocked Vince down. Vince on the floor, looking up, looking old, looking scared. Sal, don't. Sal raised his gun. Tony tackled him from behind. Both of them went down. The gun skittered across the floor. What are you doing? Sal yelled. Saving you. It's over. The cops are here. It's over. It's not over until he's dead. They fought for the gun. Rolling. Punching. 20 years of friendship, ending on the floor of a church sacristy. Outside in the main church, Angela was trying to get civilians out. Move. Get out. Go. Families running. Some hurt. Some trampled. Kids crying. Women screaming. Callahan was advancing on the bell tower stairwell. Danny Reese. Come down with your hands up. Danny didn't come down. Didn't answer. Just kept shooting. Another shot. This one hit Vince's town car through the window. Bobby the wheel was in the driver's seat. The bullet missed him by inches. He ducked down. Sirens now. Outside. Getting closer. Backup arriving. In the sacristy, Tony had Sal pinned. Stop. Just stop. Look around. Look what we did. Sal looked. Saw Nicky on the floor. Dead or dying. Saw Marco bleeding. Saw civilians hurt. Saw everything falling apart. Let me go, Sal said. No. Tony. Let me go. I can't. I can't let you do this. Vince was trying to crawl away. Toward the back door. Slow. In pain. Maybe having a heart attack. Sal broke free from Tony. Grabbed the gun. Stood up. Pointed it at Vince. Angela came through the door. Sal. Drop it. He didn't drop it. Last warning. Drop the weapon. Sal looked at her. Then at Vince. Then at Tony on the floor. Looking up at him. His best friend. His brother. Don't, Tony said. Please. Don't. Sal's hand was shaking. Gun pointed at Vince. Finger on the trigger. Everyone frozen. Then Sal lowered the gun. Dropped it. Fell to his knees. It's over, he said. It's over. Angela kicked the gun away. Cuffed him. Sal Bonano, you're under arrest. Callahan came in. Tony DeMarco. On the ground. Now. Tony got on the ground. Hands behind his head. Didn't resist. Outside, more cops were arriving. Surrounding the church. Guns drawn. Lou was in the main church, securing the scene. Marco was on the floor. cuffed, bleeding, crying. Little Nicky was dead. Shot through the heart. 29 years old. Dead on a church floor. The civilians who could walk were outside. Paramedics treating the injured. At least 10 people hurt. Some seriously. The baby was crying, held by its mother. Traumatized but alive. Danny was still in the bell tower. Callahan got on the radio. Suspect in the bell tower. Sniper position. Approach with caution. A SWAT team was forming up. Tactical officers with shields and rifles. Inside the sacristy, Vince was sitting against the wall. Breathing hard. Clutching his chest. "Get me a medic," Angela said into her radio. "Possible cardiac event." Paramedics came in. Checked Vince. Loaded him on a stretcher. Carried him out. Sal watched them take him. "He's gonna live." "Looks like it," Angela said. Then this was for nothing. This was for 25 to life. All of you. That's what this was for. They took Sal out. Hands cuffed behind his back. Walked him through the church. Past the blood. Past the broken glass. Past little Nicky's body, covered with a sheet. Past Tony being led out by other cops. They made eye contact. Tony and Sal. One last look. Tony shook his head. Disappointed. Disgusted. Done. Outside was a circus. Cop cars everywhere. Ambulances. Fire trucks. News vans already arriving. Reporters with cameras. They put Sal in a police car. He sat there looking at the church. At the damage. At the people crying. At the mess he'd made. His phone was ringing in his pocket. The cops hadn't taken it yet. He saw the screen. Gina calling. Again. He didn't answer. At the bell tower, the SWAT team was advancing. Shields up. Moving slow. Danny Reese. "This is Philadelphia Police. Come out with your hands up." No response. They reached the tower door. Opened it carefully. Started up the stairs. Found the position. Rifle still there. Ammunition. Rope by the window. But no Danny. He was gone. Out the window. Down the rope. Disappeared into Old City while everyone was focused on the chaos below. The SWAT team leader radioed down. "Tower is clear. Suspect fled. Last seen heading east on foot." They put out an APB. Description. Last known location. Armed and dangerous. But Danny Reese had 4 years of combat experience. 3 tours evading people who wanted to kill him. He knew how to disappear. By the time they organized a search, he was already in his Civic. Driving west. Out of the city. Away from Philadelphia. Away from this disaster. 50,000 in his jacket. Another 50 waiting, if he'd finished the job. But he hadn't finished. So that was gone. Still, 50 grand for half a day's work wasn't bad. And he was alive. Free. Mobile. That was worth more than money. He drove to Baltimore. Ditched the car. Took a bus to D.C. Then a train to Atlanta. By Monday morning, he was in Florida. By Tuesday, he'd be somewhere else. Always moving. Always gone. That's how you survived. That's how you stayed alive. Back in Philadelphia, they were processing the scene. Collecting evidence. Taking statements. Counting bodies. 1 dead. Little Nicky Barone. 12 injured. 3 seriously. But all would survive. And 5 arrests. Sal Bonano. Tony DeMarco. Marco Benedetti. Carmen Russo, who they caught 2 blocks away. And eventually, they'd find Danny Reese. Or they wouldn't. Either way, the Philadelphia mob war was over. Vince Tartaglia was in the hospital. Stable condition. Under guard. Facing questions about why someone tried to kill him at his grandson's christening. Sal was in custody. Facing multiple charges. Attempted murder. Conspiracy. Weapons charges. Assault. Reckless endangerment. 40 years minimum. Probably life. Tony was in a different cell. Same charges. Same future. Marco was in the hospital. Then jail. Same story. It was over. All of it. The robbery. The plan. The takeover. Everything. Over. Angela sat in the church after they'd cleared most of the civilians, looking at the damage, at the bullet holes, at the blood on the floor. Callahan sat next to her. You okay? No. You? No. We stopped it though. We saved lives. We did. But a lot of people got hurt. Could have been worse. Yeah. Could have been a lot worse. They sat there in silence. Two people who'd done their jobs. Who'd stopped a massacre. Who'd prevented something even more terrible. But it didn't feel like a win. It felt like damage control. It felt like the best-worst outcome. Angela's phone rang. Mitchell. Tell me, he said. It's over. Sal's in custody. So is Tony and two others. One suspect dead. One still at large. Multiple civilians injured, but no civilian fatalities. Jesus Christ, Angela. We stopped it. It could have been. You should have called for backup earlier. You should have gotten authorization. You should have. We did what we had to do. We saved lives. Mitchell was quiet. Then, you're probably right. But this is gonna be a nightmare. Press. Investigations. Internal review. Be ready. I'm ready. He hung up. Callahan looked at her. You're gonna catch hell for this. Probably. You. Definitely. But we did the right thing. Yeah. We did. They stood up. Walked out of the church together. Outside, the sun was shining. Beautiful Sunday morning. Like nothing had happened. But everything had happened. And Philadelphia would never be quite the same. Chapter 26. Marco Benedetti woke up in Hahnemann Hospital with his arm in a sling, a cop sitting outside his door, and the realization that his life was over. The arm hurt. The bullet had gone through clean, but they'd had to operate. Pins. Screws. 6 months of physical therapy, they said. He wouldn't need physical therapy where he was going. A doctor came in. Young guy. Indian, maybe. Looked tired. How's the pain? The doctor said. It's fine. You want more medication? No. The police want to talk to you. I told them you need rest. But they're insistent. Let them in. The doctor left. 2 detectives came in. Not Callahan. Different guys. Older. Harder. Marco Benedetti? The first one said. That's me. I'm Detective Barnes. This is Detective Washington. We need to ask you some questions about yesterday. I want a lawyer. Smart. We'll get you one. But while we wait, let me tell you where you stand. 1 person dead. Little Nicky Barone. 12 civilians injured. 3 cops fired upon. That's attempted murder of police officers. That's felony murder for Nicky. That's conspiracy. That's assault with a deadly weapon. Times 12. You're looking at life. No parole. You're 38 years old. You die in prison. Marco looked at the ceiling. I want a lawyer. We heard you the first time. But here's the thing. We got Sal. We got Tony. We got Carmen. And we're gonna get Danny Reese. That's 5 guys all facing the same charges. All looking at life. Question is, who talks first? Who cuts a deal? Because the first guy who cooperates, he's the one who walks in 15 years instead of never. The rest, they die inside. I said, I want a lawyer. Barnes leaned closer. Tony's already talking. Marco looked at him. Bullshit. Is it? We picked him up 6 hours ago. He's been in the box with the feds since midnight. Spilling everything. The robbery. The plan. Who did what? Who shot who? Everything. He's smart. He knows how this works. First one to talk gets the deal. Marco's stomach turned. Tony wouldn't. Would he? 25 years of friendship. Of loyalty. Of brotherhood. But 30 years in prison would make anyone talk. I don't believe you, Marco said. Washington pulled out a folder. Opened it. Showed Marco a piece of paper. An FBI 302 form. Tony DeMarco's signature at the bottom. Marco's heart sank. He gave you up, Barnes said. Said you were the one who shot Polly Greco. Said you organized the whole thing. Said Sal was just following your plan. That's a lie. Maybe. But it's his word against yours. And he's cooperating. You're not. Jury hears that, who you think they believe? Marco closed his eyes. Thought about his wife. His kids. His house. Everything he was about to lose. What do you want? He said. The truth. Everything. From the beginning. The warehouse robbery. The murders. The plan to kill Vince. Who did what? When? Where? All of it. And if I tell you? We talk to the prosecutor. We tell her you cooperated. Maybe you get 25 instead of life. Maybe less if what you give us is good enough. I want that in writing. I want immunity. We can't promise immunity. But we can promise we'll tell the prosecutor you helped. That counts for something. Marco thought about it. Thought about dying in prison. Thought about never seeing his kids grow up. Thought about his wife visiting him in a cage for 40 years. Thought about Tony selling him out. Okay, Marco said. I'll talk. But I want a lawyer present. I want everything documented. And I want to know exactly what deal I'm getting before I say anything specific. Fair enough. We'll get you a public defender. Should be here in an hour. They left. Marco lay there, staring at the ceiling, thinking about choices, about loyalty, about betrayal. Tony talked. That meant the code was broken. That meant it was every man for himself now. That meant Marco had to save himself. Whatever it took. His phone was on the side table. The cops hadn't taken it yet. He picked it up. Called his wife. Marco. Oh my God, Marco, are you okay? I'm okay. I'm in the hospital. But I'm okay. They're saying terrible things on the news. They're saying you tried to kill people. They're saying, listen to me. I need you to do something. Go to the house. In the garage. Behind the paint cans. There's a bag. Take it. Take the kids. Go to your sister's in Allentown. Stay there. Don't come back. Marco, what's in the bag? Money. Enough to live on for a while. Just go. Please. Before the cops come to the house. I don't understand. You don't need to understand. Just trust me. Go. Now. I love you. He hung up. A nurse came in. You shouldn't be on the phone. Sorry. She checked his vitals. Adjusted his IV. Left. Marco closed his eyes. Tried to sleep. Couldn't. At noon, a lawyer showed up. Public defender. Young woman. Maybe 30. Looked overwhelmed. Mr. Benedetti. I'm Sarah Chen. I've been assigned to your case. You know what I'm charged with. I know what they're saying you did. But I need to hear your version. My version is, I want to cooperate. I want to make a deal. And I want to make sure I'm not getting screwed. Okay. Let me talk to the prosecutor. See what they're offering. Then we'll decide what to tell them. She left. Came back 2 hours later. They're offering 25 years. You serve 20, get out on good behavior. But you have to testify. Against everyone. Sal, Tony, Carmen. Everyone. What about immunity? No immunity. You're too involved. But 25 is better than life. Marco thought about it. 20 years. He'd be 58 when he got out. His kids would be grown. His wife would probably leave him. His life would be over anyway. But at least he'd be alive. At least he'd get out eventually. Okay, he said. I'll take it. Get it in writing. Then I'll tell them everything. Sarah left. Came back with paperwork. A cooperation agreement. Signed by the prosecutor, Angela Russo. Marco read it. Every word. Made sure it said what it was supposed to say. Then he signed it. Okay, he said. Let's do this. They brought in a recorder. Barnes and Washington. Angela Russo. A court reporter. Made it official. Marco talked for 6 hours. Told them everything. The warehouse robbery. Polly and Joey and Richie. The plan to kill Vince. Who did what? When? Where? How much money? Where it was hidden. All of it. Gave them Sal. Gave them Tony. Gave them Carmen. Gave them everyone. When he was done, Angela turned off the recorder. Thank you, Mr. Benedetti. This will help. What happens now? Now you go to county jail. Protective custody. Away from the general population. Because once word gets out you cooperated, you're a target. For how long? Until trial. Could be 6 months. Could be a year. And after trial? After you testify, you go to federal prison. Minimum security, if possible. Maybe we can get you into witness protection after you serve your time. Maybe. That's up to the marshals. But we'll try. They took him out in cuffs. Put him in a transport van. Drove him to county. Put him in a cell by himself. 8 by 10. Concrete walls. Metal bed. Toilet with no seat. This was his life now. For the next 20 years. He sat on the bed. Put his head in his hands. Thought about how he got here. About all the choices that led to this moment. Thought about the money he'd made. $78,000. Hidden in a storage unit somewhere. Useless to him now. Gone. Thought about his wife. His kids. His house. His life. All of it gone too. Thought about Sal. About the plan. About how they were supposed to take over. Supposed to win. Instead, they'd lost everything. And for what? For nothing. For less than nothing. A guard came by, slid a tray through the slot. Food. Some kind of meat. Some kind of vegetable. All of it gray. Marco looked at it. Couldn't eat. Pushed it away. Lay down on the metal bed. Stared at the ceiling. This was day 1. 7,299 more to go. Give or take. If he survived that long. In prison, cooperators didn't usually survive. Even in protective custody. Even with the guards watching. Someone always found a way. A shank in the yard. Poison in the food. A riot that got out of hand. Accidents happened. Marco knew that. But what choice did he have? Life in prison or 20 years, and maybe a chance at something after? He chose 20 years. Now, he just had to live long enough to see it. He closed his eyes. Tried to sleep. Couldn't. Just lay there. In the dark. In the cell. In the life he'd chosen. Thinking about Marco, the guy who had everything. And Marco the rat, who had nothing. And wondering which one was worse. Chapter 27. Sal sat in the federal holding cell at FDC Philadelphia, orange jumpsuit, no shoelaces, no belt, watching the news on the common room TV, and learning how badly everything had fallen apart. Former mob associate Marco Benedetti has agreed to testify against alleged Philadelphia crime figures Salvatore Bonano and Anthony DeMarco in exchange for a reduced sentence. The other inmates were watching too. Sal could feel them looking at him. Judging. Calculating. In here, being a rat was worse than being a child molester. And Marco had just become the biggest rat in Philadelphia. Which made Sal and Tony marked men. A guy walked over. Big. Black. Neck tattoos. Sat down next to Sal uninvited. "You're the church shooter," the guy said. "I didn't shoot anybody." "That's not what the news says. Says you tried to kill some old man at a baby christening. Says you shot up a church. That's cold, man. Real cold. The news doesn't know shit." "Maybe. But Marco knows shit. And he's singing. That makes you what? The guy who got caught." Sal didn't answer. "Word of advice," the guy said. "Watch your back. A lot of guys in here got family. Got wives and kids who go to church. They hear you shot up a church. They're gonna have opinions about that." The guy stood up. Walked away. Sal sat there. Watching the news. Watching his life become a story. Watching everything he'd built turn to dust. A guard came over. "Bonano. Your lawyer's here." They took him to a meeting room. Small. Glass window. Table. 2 chairs. His lawyer was waiting. Guy named Richard Stein. 50. Expensive suit. Tired eyes. "How bad is it?" Sal said. "It's bad." Marco gave them everything. The robbery. The murders. The plan to kill Vince. He's got dates, times, locations. He's got where you hid the money. He's got recordings of conversations. He wore a wire, Sal. For the last 3 meetings you had, he was recording. Sal felt his stomach drop. When? After you killed Richie. After he realized he was next. He went to the feds. Made a deal. Started recording. Got everything. That son of a bitch. That son of a bitch is gonna put you away for life. Unless we deal. What kind of deal? The feds want Vince. They want organized crime in Philadelphia. You give them Vince. Give them everything you know about his operation, his connections, his money. maybe they go down to 30 years instead of life. 30 years? I'll be 73. Better than dying in here. Sal leaned back. Thought about it. 30 years. His kids would be in their 40s. His wife would be old. Probably remarried. Probably moved on. Everything he knew would be gone. Everyone he knew would be dead or disappeared. 30 years was life. Just with a theoretical end date. What about Tony? Sal said. Tony's got his own lawyer. His own deal on the table. 25 years if he cooperates. He's thinking about it. Is he gonna take it? I don't know. But Sal, you need to think about yourself. Not Tony. Not anybody else. Just you. What about my family? What happens to them? Your wife filed for divorce yesterday. She's claiming she didn't know anything. The feds believe her. They're not charging her. She'll keep the house. Keep custody of the kids. She'll be fine. She filed for divorce already. It's been 2 days. She's protecting herself. Smart move. You should do the same. Sal put his head in his hands. How'd it come to this? You robbed your boss. You killed 3 people. You tried to murder a guy in a church. How'd you think it would come to? I thought we'd win. Nobody wins. You know that. This life. Nobody ever wins. They just lose slower. Stein stood up. I need an answer by tomorrow. You want to deal, or you want to go to trial? What happens if I go to trial? You lose. Marco testifies. The recordings get played. The evidence gets shown. Jury convicts. You get life. No parole. You die in here. And if I deal? You give them Vince. You testify. You spend 30 years in federal prison. You get out when you're old. You live what's left of your life with whatever's left of your name. Sal thought about Vince. About 40 years of knowing him. Of working for him. Of being loyal to him. Thought about how easy it would be to give him up. To save himself. To choose survival over honor. Thought about what that would make him. I need to think about it, Sal said. Don't think too long. Feds want an answer. If you don't deal, they're moving forward with trial. Fast. Stein left. They took Sal back to his cell. 8 by 10. Same as Marco's. Same as everyone's. He lay on the metal bed. Stared at the ceiling. Thought about choices. His cellmate came in. Young kid. Maybe 25. In for something drug-related. You're the mob guy, the kid said. Yeah. That's cool. I never met a real mob guy before. It's not cool. Trust me. But you were somebody, right? You had power. Money. Respect. I had nothing. I was nothing. I just didn't know it yet. The kid didn't understand. He was young. Stupid. Full of dreams about being a gangster. About being somebody. Give him 10 years in here. He'd understand then. At dinner, they took him to the cafeteria. Sat him with the other high-risk inmates. The ones who needed protection. The ones everyone wanted to kill. 3 other guys at the table. All of them ratted. All of them cooperating. All of them hated. You're Bonano, one of them said. Heard about you. Heard you shot up a church. I didn't shoot anybody. Sure. None of us did anything. That's why we're all in here. They ate in silence. Food was terrible. Meatloaf that wasn't meat. Vegetables that weren't vegetables. Bread that was somehow both hard and soggy. This was life now. This food. This room. These people. Forever. Or 30 years. Depending on what he decided. After dinner, they took him back to his cell. Mail call came. One letter. From Gina. He opened it. Sal. I don't know what to say. I don't know how to feel. Part of me wants to hate you for what you did. For the people you hurt. For the shame you brought on our family. But you're still my brother. You're still the kid who took care of me when Dad died. Who made sure I had food. Who protected me. I don't know if I can forgive you. I don't know if I should. But I want you to know I'm praying for you. Every day. Praying you find peace. Praying you find redemption. Mom would be heartbroken. You know that, right? She'd be so disappointed. So sad. She raised you better than this. I won't visit. I can't. Not yet. Maybe not ever. But I wanted you to know I'm thinking about you. Your sister, Gina. Sal read it 3 times. Then folded it. Put it under his pillow. That night he couldn't sleep. Kept thinking about everything. About the church. About the shooting. About little Nicky dead on the floor. About the kids who saw it. Who'd remember it forever. About what he'd become. At 3 a.m. a guard came by. Bonano. You got a visitor. Attorney. At 3 in the morning? She says it's urgent. They took him to the meeting room. Angela Russo was waiting. What do you want? Sal said. I want to talk about your future. About what happens next. My future? I don't have a future. You could. If you cooperate. If you give us Vince. Give us everything. Your boss already offered me 30 years. That's not a future. That's a slow death. What if I could get it down to 20? What if I could guarantee you'd go to a minimum security facility? What if I could promise your family would be protected? Would that change your mind? Sal looked at her. Why do you care? Because I want Vince. I've wanted him for 2 years. You can give him to me. You can give me the whole organization. Structure. Money. Connections. Everything. You do that, I'll make sure you get the best deal possible. And if I don't, then you go to trial. You lose. You die in prison. And Vince walks. Because Marco only knows so much. He wasn't at the top. You were. You're the one who can really hurt him. Sal stood up. Walked to the window. Looked out at nothing. Just darkness. I need to think about it. You've got until morning. Then the offer expires. Then we go with Marco's testimony and prosecute you for life. She left. Sal went back to his cell. Sat on the bed. Watched the sun come up through the small window. Thought about loyalty. About honor. About the code. About how all of that had gotten him here. To this cell. To this choice. To this life. Thought about Vince. Who'd given him work when he needed it. Who'd trusted him. Who'd believed in him. Thought about how Vince would have killed him if he'd found out about the robbery. How Vince didn't care about loyalty. How Vince only cared about power. Thought about 30 years. About 20 years. About the difference. Thought about his kids. About maybe seeing them again before he was too old to recognize them. Thought about survival. About what it cost. About what it meant. At 8 a.m., the guard came back. You got a decision for the prosecutor? Sal took a breath. Yeah, he said. I got a decision. What is it? Sal looked at the ceiling, at the walls, at the cage he'd built for himself. Tell her I'll talk, he said. Tell her I'll give her everything. Tell her Vince is hers. The guard nodded, left. Sal sat there, knowing what he'd just done, knowing what it meant, knowing he'd just crossed a line he could never uncross. He was a rat now, just like Marco, just like everyone he'd ever hated. But he was a rat who might see daylight again, might hug his kids again, might live long enough to have something after all this. That had to be worth something, even if it meant betraying everything he'd ever believed in, even if it meant becoming the one thing he swore he'd never be. It had to be worth something. He lay down on the bed, closed his eyes, tried to sleep. Couldn't. Just lay there, thinking about choices, about consequences, about the price you pay for wanting more than you're supposed to have, about how he'd lost everything trying to gain something, and how now all he had left was time, years and years of it, in a cage, with nothing but regret to keep him company. Outside, the sun was shining. People were going to work, living their lives, free. Inside, Sal Bonano was beginning the first day of 20 years, and learning what it meant to lose. Chapter 28. 3 months later, Vince Tartaglia stood on the balcony of his attorney's office in Center City, looking out at the Philadelphia skyline and thinking about how he was still alive when he shouldn't be. The trials were done. Sal got 20 years. Tony got 25. Marco got 20. Carmen got 18. All of them federal time. All of them cooperated. All of them testified against him. And none of it stuck. His lawyer, Marcus Weinberg, came out onto the balcony. 60 years old. $3,000 suit. Shark smile. Judge dismissed the last charge, Marcus said. Insufficient evidence. You're clear, Vince. All of it. Clear. How? Because their star witnesses are convicted criminals who cut deals to save themselves. Because the recordings are ambiguous. Because we showed the jury that Sal acted alone, that you had no knowledge of the robbery, no involvement in the murders, no part in the church shooting. You were a victim, Vince. An attempted murder victim. The jury bought it. Vince lit a cigar. What about the feds? Angela Russo? She's furious. But there's nothing she can do. She tried. She failed. Her boss already reassigned her to white-collar crime. She's done chasing mob guys. And Callahan? Still a detective. Still watching. But without witnesses, without evidence, he's got nothing. Vince smoked. Looked at the city. His city. The one he'd controlled for 40 years. The one he'd almost lost. What about my organization? What's left? Marcus pulled out a folder. Your crew's decimated. Most of your guys went with Sal. The ones who didn't are either dead, in prison, or too scared to work. You've got Jimmy Longo. You've got a couple soldiers. That's it. Anybody trying to move in? Take over. The Russians made some noise. But they're being cautious. Waiting to see what you do. If you rebuild. If you retire. If you die. I'm not dying. Not yet. Then you need to rebuild. New guys. Young guys. Guys who don't know Sal. Who weren't part of that crew. Vince thought about it. Starting over at 70. Building from scratch. Finding people he could trust. It seemed impossible. Exhausting. Pointless. But what else was he going to do? Retire. Move to Florida. Play shuffleboard. He wasn't built for that. Set up meetings, Vince said. With the guys who stayed loyal. With anyone who wants to earn. I'll talk to them. See who's worth keeping. You got it. Marcus went back inside. Vince stayed on the balcony. Smoking. Thinking. He'd survived. Against odds. Against everything. He'd survived. But at what cost? His organization was gone. His nephew Carmen had testified against him. His best earner had tried to kill him. His grandson's christening had become a crime scene. His wife barely spoke to him anymore. His daughter blamed him for the trauma her son witnessed. His friends were dead or in prison. He'd won, but it felt like losing. The door opened. Jimmy Longo came out. Boss, we got a problem. What kind of problem? Guy asking questions. Been around the neighborhood. Talking to people. Asking about you. About the organization. About who's still working. Cop. Don't think so. Doesn't move like a cop. Then what? Don't know. But he's making people nervous. Vince stubbed out his cigar. Where is he now? Saw him an hour ago on Pasanic. Sitting in a car. Watching. Taking pictures maybe. Get the car. Let's go see what this is about. They drove to South Philly. Pasanic Avenue. Still looked the same. Italian market. Row houses. Corner stores. Like nothing had changed. But everything had changed. Jimmy pointed. There. That Honda. He's been in it all morning. Vince looked. Couldn't see through the tinted windows. Pull up next to him. Jimmy did. They parked parallel. Vince got out. Walked to the Honda. Knocked on the window. The window came down. Inside was a thin guy. Mid-30s. Hollow eyes. Military haircut growing out. Looked like he'd seen things. Done things. Carried things inside he couldn't put down. Help you? The guy said. I'm Vince Tartaglia. I hear you've been asking about me. Just getting familiar with the neighborhood. Why? Why not? Vince leaned closer. I'm gonna ask one more time. Why are you watching me? Who are you working for? The guy looked at him. Didn't blink. Didn't flinch. Just looked. Nobody. Just passing through. You a cop? No. Fed? No. Then what are you? The guy smiled. Small smile. No warmth in it. Just a guy who knows how to watch. How to wait. How to learn. Something in his tone, in his eyes, made Vince's stomach turn. This wasn't random. This was deliberate. You know who I am, Vince said. I know who you are. Then you know what happens to people who watch me without permission. I got permission. From who? The guy didn't answer. Just started his car. See you around, Mr. Tartaglia. He drove away. Slow. Casual. Like he wasn't worried. Like he wasn't scared. Vince watched him go. Got the license plate. Made a mental note. Jimmy came over. Want me to follow him? No. But find out who he is. Run the plates. Ask around. I want to know everything about him. You got it. They got back in the car. Drove to the social club. Inside, the place was empty. Used to be full. Used to be 20 guys coming and going, all day. Now it was just Vince and Jimmy and silence. Vince poured a drink. Sat at his usual table. The one where he'd held court. Where he'd made decisions. Where he'd run Philadelphia. Now he was 70 years old, sitting in an empty room wondering if he had anything left worth protecting. His phone rang. "Marcus, I found out about your watcher. Guy named Danny Reese. Former Marine. 4 tours. Honorable discharge. Did contract security work after. Freelance. No fixed address. No employer on record. What's he doing in Philadelphia? Don't know. But Vince. He was at the church. Old Street Mary's. Day of the shooting. He was the guy in the bell tower. The one who got away." Vince felt his blood go cold. He was with Sal. He was hired by Sal. But he disappeared before they could arrest him. Been gone 3 months. Now he's back. Watching you. Why? What does he want? That's the question, isn't it? Vince hung up. Looked at Jimmy. The guy in the car. He was the shooter from the church. He's back. Why would he come back? I don't know. Unfinished business, maybe. Or maybe Sal paid him to finish the job from inside. Maybe. Boss. If he wanted you dead, you'd be dead. He had you in his sights 3 months ago. He didn't take the shot. He's not here to kill you. Then what's he here for? Jimmy shrugged. Maybe he's just watching. Learning. Waiting for someone else to hire him. Guys like that, they don't have sides. They just work. Vince thought about it. Thought about Danny Reese sitting in his car. Watching. Waiting. Taking notes. Thought about how vulnerable he was now. How weak. How exposed. Thought about how easy it would be for someone like Danny to finish what Sal started. Double security, Vince said. On me. On my house. On my family. Nobody gets close without us knowing. You got it. Vince finished his drink. Poured another. Sat there in the empty club thinking about enemies. About how they came in different forms. Different shapes. Different motivations. About how he'd spent 40 years making them. And now, they were all coming home. The door opened. One of the young guys. Kid named Luca. Maybe 22. Eager. Stupid. Loyal. Boss. You wanted to see me? Yeah. Come here. Sit down. Luca sat. Looked nervous. Excited. Like this was his big moment. You want to earn? Vince said. Yes, sir. You know what that means? What it requires? Loyalty. Hard work. Doing what needs to be done. That's right. And something else. Something Sal forgot. You know what that is? Luca shook his head. Patience. You move when it's time. Not before. You wait. You watch. You learn. You don't get greedy. You don't get ambitious. You just do your job. You understand. I understand. Good. Because I'm starting over. Building a new crew. Young guys. Smart guys. Guys who won't make the same mistakes. You interested? Yes, sir. Absolutely. Then here's your first job. Find out everything you can about a guy named Danny Reese. Where he's staying. What he's doing. Who he's talking to. But don't approach him. Don't let him know you're watching. Just watch. Just learn. Report back to me. Can you do that? I can do that. Go. Luca left. Excited. Ready. Not knowing what he was getting into. Not knowing the weight of this life. The cost of it. He'd learn. They all did. Eventually. Vince sat there alone. Smoking. Drinking. Thinking about the last 40 years. About everything he'd built. Everything he'd lost. Everything that remained. The phone rang. Unknown number. He answered. Yeah. Mr. Tartaglia. This is Danny Reese. The guy from the car. Vince sat up. How'd you get this number? Doesn't matter. I'm calling to tell you something. I'm not here to finish the job. I'm not working for Sal. I'm not working for anyone. Then why are you here? Because this city's interesting. Because there's opportunity here. Because the old structure's gone and something new is coming. I like to be around when things change. When new organizations form. When new bosses take over. That's when people need guys like me. You looking for work? I'm looking for the right work. With the right people. For the right price. And you think I'm hiring? I think you're rebuilding. I think you need people who don't have connections to the old crew. People who can do things quietly. Professionally. People nobody knows. You tried to kill me 3 months ago. I was paid to kill you 3 months ago. The job didn't finish. The contract expired. Now I'm available for new contracts. That's how this works. Vince thought about it. Thought about the balls it took to call him. To offer services. To act like the church shooting never happened. Thought about how useful someone like Danny could be. How dangerous. How necessary. I'll think about it, Vince said. You got my number now. Call me when you decide. Danny hung up. Vince sat there. Phone in his hand. Staring at it. This was the world now. Guys like Danny. Mercenaries. No loyalty. No code. Just work and money and moving on. This was what it had become. What it was always becoming. Just took him 70 years to see it. He poured another drink. Stood up. Walked to the window. Looked out at South Philly. At his city. His territory. His life. Still here. Still standing. Still breathing. Sal was in prison. Tony was in prison. Marco was in prison. All of them gone. All of them finished. But Vince was still here. Still the boss. Still running things. Maybe with a smaller crew. Maybe with less power. Maybe with more enemies. But still here. And that had to count for something. The door opened. Jimmy came back. Luca's on it. He'll report back tomorrow. Good. You okay, boss? Yeah. I'm okay. Just thinking. About what? About how we're starting over. About how everything old is gone. About how we build something new from what's left. Jimmy nodded. It's gonna be different this time. Everything's different. Question is whether different is better or just different. They stood there. 2 old men in an empty room. Survivors of a war they barely won. Looking at a future they barely understood. Outside, somewhere in the city, Danny Reese was watching. Waiting. Learning. Planning what came next. Because that's what guys like Danny did. They moved from job to job. City to city. Organization to organization. Waiting for the right moment. The right opportunity. The right price. And in Philadelphia, with the old guard falling and the new guard rising, opportunities were everywhere. Vince finished his drink. Lock up. We're done for today. See you tomorrow, boss. Yeah. Tomorrow. Vince walked out into the October afternoon. Got in his town car. Bobby the wheel was waiting. Still loyal. Still driving. Still there. Where to, boss? Home. I'm tired. They drove through South Philly. Through the streets Vince had known his whole life. Past the places he'd grown up. The places he'd made his name. The places where everything had happened. Still the same. Still here. Still his. For now. He looked out the window. Saw a Honda parked on the corner. Tinted windows. Engine running. Danny Reese. Watching. Always watching. Vince stared at the car. At the shadow behind the wheel. Thought about calling him. Hiring him. Using him. Thought about having him killed instead. Thought about everything that could go right or wrong with either choice. Then he looked away. Kept driving. Tomorrow he'd decide. Tomorrow he'd make plans. Tomorrow he'd start rebuilding. But today, he was just going home. To his wife who barely spoke to him. To his house that felt empty. To his life that looked like success but felt like survival. The car drove on. Through the city. Through the neighborhood. Through 40 years of history and blood and choices. Through everything that made him who he was. Through everything that made him wonder if it was worth it. The sun was setting. Red sky again. Sailor, take warning. But Vince wasn't a sailor. Never was. He was a survivor. A boss. A man who'd won by not losing. And in this life, that was the best you could hope for. They pulled up to his house. Vince got out. Looked back at the city one more time. Still there. Still his. Still waiting. He went inside. Closed the door. Locked it. And thought about tomorrow. About rebuilding. About what came next. About Danny Reese watching from somewhere in the shadows. The end.